Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Today we have stuff and things to do, but first and foremost, I'm gonna eat breakfast. Away, Kayla. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. It's Wednesday, my dudes. It is. Hello, my wife. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween. Happy Hallowmas. Happy Hallowmas. Hell yeah, eat your breakfast. Yeah, I'm eating my breakfast. I'm trying to see if I want to put on a video, but I don't think there's any videos that I want to put on just yet, or that I think I like. Oh, happy Thanksgiving. Happy New Year. Got pants on. Yeah. I have family coming over today, so I have to have pants on. I'll have to have pants on for the next week. Shame. I know. That's okay, you guys. I ain't got no pants. Yeah, you guys don't have to wear pants. Everyone else doesn't have to wear pants, and I can live through you guys. That will be my plan. Alright, almost done eating breakfast. Will you be my Valentine? Is this for me, or is this like in line with the Christmas, the Happy Thanksgiving? And thank goodness pants suck. No, pants suck. Both? Yes and yes. Yes and yes then. And be everybody's Valentine. Alright, I'm good now. Alrighty. Thank you, Flame, for asking. Be my Valentine? I got you, wife. Don't you worry, wife. Alrighty. I've eaten my eggs. I was like crunching on my toast, and I don't want to go live with the toast crunching in the background, so. Where'd BLT go? BLT, where are you? There you are. Alrighty. My bones are cold. That's my lie. That is true. Taylor does say that the most. But it's okay. That's okay. Let's see. What am I doing now? Yeah, I was like, do I want to play? I don't know. I will say Taylor does say it the most often, randomly, but it's okay. I want to make another thumbnail for today. No gratitude for you ever again. No! How will I live? How will I live? Media kit. My hands are so cold. I'm excited to play this game. I've never played this game before. I don't really have any idea what it's about either. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Game press kit. I feel like this doesn't. Are we there yet? It's a very silly game. Oh, yeah, this is not what I thought. I want the game. Overview. I wanted the website for, like, don't the. Are we there yet? Game. Hold on, maybe I just gotta look up the game and then it'll give me the website. Because usually games have, like, a website. Am I being out for this one? Nuggets Entertainment. Nuggets Entertainment. Who is Nuggets Entertainment? Sweden. Games developed. Are we there yet? I'll be on the Steam Pro. That's what I'm curious. But it's not really anywhere. Like, I don't really have like a website or anything. Which is like interesting. Because I wanted like a nice screenshot of it, but I don't really know if they have one, which is very interesting considering how many people play this game now. Like, it's pretty popular, I'm pretty sure. So, it's interesting that there's like not really any information on the studio or anything like that. It's so fucking cold, though! Among the Nuggets? Among the Wild. Yeah, these are the people that made... Are we there yet? Oh my god, I'm so cold. Oh. No. Yeah, they don't really have, like, anything. This is very... Yeah, even though they have 1 million copies sold, it's like they don't really have any other presence, which is very interesting. It's just fine. Like, it'd be nice to have this image, bigger, but, yeah, that's fine, I guess. I guess I just used one of their screenshots. I want this. Vocal stem. Hi, Kiwi. Oh, come on in. You got it. I'll do another. Don't need it. I'll do another one because that was quiet. This one's a longer one. Oh, I needed this.
That would be my big fat ass.
That would be my big fat ass. Hello. Well, come on in. Does anybody have, like, screenshots? Yeah, screenshots from the game.
Dude, let's kill
the horse. Fuck yeah. This game, I am more and more confused by what it's about the more I look at these screenshots.
Gotta find a honey for my homie. A baby
for my buddy.
A lady for
my lady. Yep, they go. Okay. Good enough, I guess. Good enough, I guess. Boop. Mute, and then I gotta grab. To the hell, man, baby. Where the hell's my husband? Where is Pancake? Is Pancake still in this one? She is. There we go. It needs to be like this big, I think, for the nameplates to be the same size. I'll put you there. I am Noble. Right here. And then I can scoot the rest of us. Oh, I haven't had Noble on in a while, so his thing is actually out of date. I should just say Noble instead of featuring. Oh, baby, where the hell is my husband? It's us. It is us, love. It is us. Like a ring, like a diamond, diamond. I put the wrong person there. There we go. I wish I had a goober. Hello, Pixels. I don't know if she can send me. Maybe I can find one on her social media. So I'd like a little goober, because then we could all be goobers. But I don't know if I could find like a PNG of one. Well, okay, has one. Wait, I have to change my Fuji tech. I want to change my Fuji tech because I have a new one. I downloaded it. I think. Yeah, here it is. I want to be this one. I will get with your regrets because it's all your fault. So it breaks my heart that I let you leave. Hello, Shadow. Ooh, shit, 45 streak. Look at that. Very nice. Thank you. Appreciate ya. It breaks my heart that I let you leave. God damn. Okie dokie. That's all good. I can be the little bean. You are the best bean. Two. Goodbye, hubby. Oh, it's so cold. Okay. What am I forgetting? Everything. I'm forgetting everything. Okay, I need to open DaVinci because I need to work on that before the collab today. And then there might be some art prep that I want to do for Fishmas. Yes. I'm so hungry how to breathe in you. It's the 10 VODs upload. 10. And I will move these guys to this guy. Oh my god. Oh, oh, wait. Mute, wait. I just realized what you said. Do you want to be the little milk bean? We could be little milk beans. But it's also fine if you were fine with the popping ones. I wanted Pancake to be smaller because Pancake's like an illustration and I wanted her to be smaller, but I was gonna use my milk bean and I'm gonna, okay. I can switch it. For my Fuji. Oh wait, if you're gonna be the milk bean for your Fuji, I'll be a milk bean for my Fuji. Let's do that. Instead of, it's so cold today. Add model. Choose file. Stream. Yeah, we can still be a cute little popper for the... Okay. Thank you, wife. Stream avatars. Custom bean. Speaking first. In comfort, we all go in rain. We wanna be strong. You had to put yourself in rain. Come on. And lay your head straight. Speaking in active media defensive. Milk bean. It's a day session. I hope you're doing well today, by the way, wife, and you've had some good food. Oh, it's cold. Ooh. Thumbnails aren't. Go on, you gotta put your head straight. It's this one, right? No more pants, baby. Yep. Save changes. Cool. I bed right today. Ate some candy. No dinner yet. Fair. Sometimes you guys gotta do stuff for the soul. Less so stuff for the goodness of your health, more so the goodness of your soul, because your soul is what carries your health, in my opinion. Got good soul, then you're gonna be sad, and then if you're sad, you're gonna be a blob. put as private for now. Save. Okay, so those are all done. Let me open my PRF. Like a organized. My brain. It's okay, guys. I can break because my wife said I can. And again, fall in love again and again, fall in love again. Okay, 2 videos today. Render, create vertical schedule. I want to create assets for Fishmas. Yes. Yes, I think that is my plan. Yes, because I have plans. I have plans and ideas. My hands are fucking cold. Roll for font blueprints. That's the one I have to. I gotta do V stars first. I want to do V stars first. Yep. Oh my god, my hands are so cold. To change cover, this one's saved. This one goes here now. Love again and again, fall in love again and again, fall in love again and again. I guess I could, meh. Okay, how does this look? Did I get that right? I gotta boost this audio up by a little bit. Like 5. I'll warm up, thank you, wife. Okie dokie, we do timeline. This one, create subtitles, singular create. So that way, I can warm up my hands in the meantime. Okay. Oh, I gotta make sure everything's supposed to. Oh shit! Look. Hi, Kiwi. How you doing? To the ocean. It's cold over here. It's my blah 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 blah. Key. Key. Jingle. I can't spell jingle because my hands are cold. I want Hoya Nightshade to be 1 because it is their username. Let's buy that. See. She'll play them all. I'm getting Mighty 9 edits now and not just the animations. Fuck yeah. I get a lot of Mighty 9 edits in terms of like in terms of like the live action a lot of the times or from the campaign moments. Who knows? My hands are so cold. On her socials. Right here. ocean. Always, always, I want to be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony, only. Let's do this one for now. You and live in harmony, cute fish. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I'm gonna look up a cute fish because cutfish. Cute fish. My hands are cold. Because I want an idea because later I've decided that I will draw everybody who gives subs tomorrow for Fishmas. I will draw them as a fish. And I want inspiration. Because I don't know how I'll draw. Because I think I want a base and then I can go from there. But I don't know how I want to do it. I don't know if I want it to be pixel art or not. Because I like making things in pixel art. It's fun. Oh, my hands are so cold. You write your handwriting. Open. Ah! Oh, this fish is cute. Look at him. Look at him. Not found. I like this shape. I remember when you were intimidated by I know, right? And now I like drawing pixel art. I think I might do it though. I think I like it because of the precision it gives you because of how small you're drawing. Who posted this? I want a side profile. Regrets it 'cause it's all your fault. Now it breaks my heart that I let you leave. I don't know. I'm like kind of conflicted on whether I want like a side facing or kind of like a front facing. Breaks my heart that I let you leave. I've been how to breathe you. I think I kind of want like a 3/4. So like I'm like tied between like these two images. Oh, my hands are so cold. I should get my heated blanket, but I'm too lazy to plug it in. I know what this is based off of. This AI image is based off of this guy that like was feeding a cuttlefish. And the cuttlefish fucking came up, but because it mimics like things, it can mimic things, it like looked like a human face. It was actually very jarring. But it's kind of cool. Let's do like cute fat goldfish. It breaks my heart. Oh, this is not nice. Oh, I don't like it when they have like the frilled. Okay. Maybe I should do drawing because seeing fish with like frilled fins is actually not good because it means they're really stressed. And so that freaks me out a little bit. That's kind of cute though. What about the fish from Ponyo? Fish from Ponyo. I love Ponyo. What are the little fishy ones? What are the real life? Wait, hold on. What is this? What are these ones called? What are these ones called? What kind of fish is this? What kind of fish is this? What's the name of this fish? Ponyo, Ponyo, little fishy in the sea. God, Jesus, I'm cold. I might actually have to go get my heated blanket because it's like hard to exist. I'm not saying what kind of fish this is. Ponyo, Ponyo, little fishy in the sea. Real life Ponyo fish. A lumpfish or a lump sucker? Oh, is she really based off of a lump sucker? Oh. Oh. Really? I always thought she was based off of like one of these guys. She's lumpy. I mean, when you look at this, I mean, I kind of can't deny that she looks a little bit like a lumpfish. It's not what I expected, I'm gonna be honest. Is this the same video? No little fishy in the sea. What the fuck is this fish called? Ponyo in real life. What is this fish called? I want to base it off of this one. Okay, fine. We'll look up cute lump fish. I do like lumpfish. It's not that I don't like lumpfish. Lumpfishes are cute. Cutest little fishies. This one's like a little too straight on for my opinion. Oh, but they would stack well. So if I drew them, they'd stack well. I was gonna make them like little. I like this guy's angle. This guy's angle's not too bad. I like this guy. He's kind of funny. He's kind of funny looking. They just kind of sucker onto each other. Just it's a little suck on his forehead. Oh, what's so cute? Oh, okay, it was a song. It's like, where's this song coming from? I don't know. They're kind of cute, though. Lumpfish are kind of cute. My hands are cold. Lumpfish. Lumpy lumpfish. I guess, actually, alright, what fish is... Potential to link to a goldfish like the oranda, and the lumpfish. I like the lumpfish. I just like the way he looks up. It was like, look at his little arms. That's so cute. Or I guess these are his like little suction lumps. And because his arms are over here. He's kind of cute. I don't know. I kind of like him. I think these will be our references. Add to group. I'll make it orange. And then I'll just shove this over here and close it for now. Okie dokie. Oh my god, back to what we were doing. Okay. I need to take my meds for today. That guy's good. I just need to start adding footage to him, and then... and then go from there. Okay. Let me add track, because I like doing it so it's like this 1, 2, 3. Or, wait, yeah, no. Hi, Moira. Oh my god, Moira got spooked this morning when I was waking up, and she scratched the shit out of my arm, dude. It fucking hurt. fuck get hurt, bruh? 78. 420. There you go. I like that. I like that. That's actually quite nice. But I don't think that'll... Some comfort, we'll go in rain. I think I'll just... Boop. I want to go home. I want you to go home too, Kiwi. I want you to go home too. We are going right. Do they have like a silly clip? This one, a bald. Oh, we're doing the bald one. Apply. The most talking happens over here. Ooh. 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 Okay, 1, 2, 3. Cut it here. Link clips. This witchy tomboy. Okay, now we can go into like normal clips. Do this one. Apply, retain. I like this one. I like it. This one. Hands are so fucking 2. 1, 2, 3. Oh, my hands are so cold. Retain. Bring it up. I think they need to be that big. Clips. This one can go here. Shenanigans. Shenanigans. Ooh. Oh, damn. This was not what I was expecting. Said I was only bird. 10 o'clock before I sail. Variety of horror games. Let's do actual horror game, maybe? I didn't get that many horror game footage. What do you mean? Oh. It's so fucking cold. Okay, I gotta get a heated blanket. I will be 2 seconds, chat. I unplugged it because I needed to vacuum, but I never plugged it back in, and I have many regrets. Whew. I need to access my mom back. Chat, let's text mom. Shall we? Shall we? Oh my god, I'm so cold. Oh. Where did I go? But you worry someone. Okie dokie. Clear. Okay. I need to charge my phone. I forgot to. I thought I plugged it in last night, but apparently I did not. You let me wrong, you know you're bright as the morning. Okay. Great. Okay. 1, 2, 3. I feel like a poop because I didn't get that many clips like I thought I did. A studio or an indie. Okay. Retain. And then let's do the.
I know what you guys
want. The face. Apply, retain. Okay, I wanted to start here. I wanted to end there. Papa, 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 hey, papa, papa, papa. 1, 2, 3. Gargled, maybe fish and chips. Tutti frutti. Okay. 2, 3. Papa, 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 hey, papa, 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 pa. This one, 1, 2, 3. I'll bring this down a bit. Send bit seems good. Pa 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 pa. Pa pa pa. Hey. Pa 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 pa. I like the way you kiss me. I can tell you miss me. I can tell you it's. I'm gonna be romantic. I'll get it from the back just so you don't get attached. Do that one. Like claps. It tastes as hot. I'm so proud. I'm so proud of you. I know you miss me. I can tell you miss me. Oh, who knows? Dark side. I want this one. Let me see. Let's do this one, this one, this one. Actually, this one, this one, this one. Will you kiss me? Which other one do I want to do? Let's do. Oops. Let's do this one. Apply, retain. Wrong side. This would be this one. That one doesn't move a lot. Retain. Hi, Bunby. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? I hope you are doing well today. Dude, you know what would be so fun? If we had an Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader day. That'd be really fucking funny because I'd get them all wrong. Okay. Let's do workspace. Snap captions. Snap captions. Let's get video editing resources, copyright free music, and we're gonna do witchy. And then we're going to do current text. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go to subtitle 1. default create preset. To be free, just to be free, and white nightshade stands by that. I like that. All right, that was good, right? No default. Nope. Default create. Range is to be free. There you go. Default. This is not bad. I'll take this one. I'll take this one. Girl, send my way. Don't save. Oh, I already did it. Whoops. Border away for now. Pick screen color. I want this one, and then I want the text itself. Nope. This outline. I want it to be purple. Pick screen color. Purple. On here, and then I need to go to the restroom really quick. So let me get this going, and then I will go to the restroom. Subtitle 2, create. Default. Create. All right, I'll be right back. want to make sure these are like similar. Yeah. But I would like this one to be 0.9. I have returned, and we will continue to edit stuff. Apply. Lead track. Save. Okie dokie. Oh, do what you do. You move over here. Late too soon. There you go. My dear. Save. Okay. Sure, yeah. Wish I knew. Wish I knew I wanna be. Wish I knew. Wish I knew you wanna be. The sun behind me is distracting my face tracking. Let's do puzzle. Hmm. 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 No. But this one. Hmm. Yeah, I'd probably use the last bit of this song. Yeah, I like it. All for fun. Cool. Cool. And then next week we'll do RV there yet. And then we'll do House Flipper 2 probably. I think is my plan. This is good tits gravy, babe. I was walking the back of my mall, lose control. Big go crazy, babe. Feel like I'm forgetting something, but I think we'll be okay. I'm not Mr. Sunshine. All jokes feeling like a punchline. Oh no. Replace. There's a sunshine. Hello, Corey. Just getting started. Fuck yeah, I love the energy. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day. And if you're playing The Sims, I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful time playing The Sims. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. Save. All right, let me. Just put this up. Okay, cool. I like that. That's good. And then My sun is slowly going away, but not fast enough. And my face tracking can keep track, so cries. But that's okay. Let's do this one. I'm playing with things to help it feel more like my playstyle, if that makes any sense. Yeah, no, that makes sense. At least I think it does. Oh, this is hard. What is this? This was the release trailer. Gameplay trailer. Maybe this one instead? I'm gonna see how it looks. Actually, I kind of like that right there, where it's like this. Where it's like, oops. And then I'd like to know, let me do a little investigation. Okay, so it's about here. Okay, that's fair. I turned to black. God damn it. Okay. Mimesis. I'm really trying to wrap my mind around the Forever World style of gameplay, new concepts to me. That's fair. That's fair. I often don't. I often also have like a hard time with the idea of Forever Worlds. I thought that was like a pretty good intro because the trailer is really cool. So let me do one. Let's do No, I'm Not a Human. Let me see when people fall off on this one. It's like after the first second. But it's like a cool, I don't know. Minecraft? Yeah, like, I mean, I only recently started with the Minecraft server of having, like, a forever world, you know? It's like, I don't think it's a thing that, like, I have necessarily, like, really, like, thought of a lot, but yeah, it's a Sims 4 for Curry. I mean, it makes sense depending on how realistic and committed to the game you want it to be. Yeah, or, like, the people, especially, I guess. The idea started in Minecraft circles, though. Everything is Minecraft. Everything comes back to Minecraft. Makes sense. 72. 20. Let's retain. See how much of this we can get in here. That's not bad, actually. I'm not mad about this. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, I swore I'd seen you before. Oh, my hands are cold, Corey. My hands are freezing, Corey. My fingers are gonna fall off my body. Sweet nothings. Captions. Okay. Actually, I can't use that yet, because I didn't create the subtitles. Oh, my hands are so cold. There we go. Oh. Mine are cold too, though I cannot really complain today since it was really warm. We are getting that winter heat wave after a single digit the weekend, but I relate. That's fair. Hey, listen, one of us has got to stay warm, you know? If we're both shivering and cold, then we're fucked, I think. Six. Swore I'd seen you. Whisper things in my mind within them. The house. I think this was a breath. Do 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 do. Bee ba doobie. Bee ba doobie. It's a good song. Shit. Okay. Now we can do this one. Oh. Default create. Welcome to. Yeah, default. Bloop, 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 bloop. Alrighty. I think that's the fastest I've edited videos. And by edit, I mean just, yeah. Most of the work for the videos goes into everything else that I do, so. There we go. Yeah, okay. Hi, Fruit Bat. Welcome on in. How you doing? Hope we're having a lovely day. Wow, we got a lot of BBGs today. I'm a little worried. Let's everybody get a BBG. You guys not telling me something? Brown with golden brown. Alright, I think I want to play a little blueprints. I'm going to play a little blueprints and then we're going to do some more. Uh, 6:30, okay. Make sure. Hi, I'm good. I'm glad. Welcome on in. I'm excited because the gift I got my roommate is coming in today. Let's go. I hope they like it. We're going to play What About Blue, but I'll go play just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to brush my thing against the mic. Okay. Oh, cold. You should. It's an Android. Oh, very cute. I like. That's very cool. Let's go, fruit bat. All right, let's go. Hold on. Let's fucking go. Hold up. Finally, indeed. I might change the size of the stream avatars, so leave me like a second. It's in the settings. Windows settings. Oh, let's get high lows. Okay, I kind of want it to be like this. Yeah. But I don't know what that means for China avatars. Because I want this to sit here. Okay, so a little bit more, I think. Disconnect a little bit more this way. Connect. No, I don't know. Should I just go home? A little bit smaller. This can be pretty tall though if you want. Oh no, yeah, you know. To get high on my lows. Oh, okay, maybe not that tall. Just... No, I did the wrong one. Okay. That should be good, I think. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. And then go to as it's running. Oh, it paused. Goodness, Ooh, let's fucking go, fruit. Let's fucking go. Look at you. I'm very proud of you. Good job. Good job. No, I love to get high. Oh, I can. Okay. And then. No, I love to get high. Yeah, and then you guys can go up. Yeah. Oh, but because it's so tilted, you guys kind of disappear behind there. Well, let me turn off the small Christmas tree really quick. Because I want to see how high it goes. Like here. I need you guys to get off of here, please. I need you guys to stay down here. I'm sorry. I think I need a steeper one, maybe? And I kind of don't want to make it steep, though. I guess that's okay. And then this one. Fix my... Oh. I need you guys not to be over here. I'm sorry. Oop. It seems to have started counting streaks on the same day. Yeah, I think it did. Yes, I think it did. Keep turning if you... We're all at 40-ish. Yeah, I think it reset it for everyone because it seems like they have like a new kind of algorithm for it, so it makes sense. Spawn zone. I like the spawn zones to be over here. And then, you know, like a little teleport thing. Does that work like that? I don't know how teleportation works. Maybe we don't do teleport because I don't know how it works. There's one ways. Oh! I think it's okay. Alright, where's Fruit Bat? This is true. They created a new streak system about 45 days ago, and that is the longest streak that can exist. Yeah. It makes sense. Where is Fruit Bat? There's Fruit Bat. Gift. There you go. Look at all the babies. All the crema babies. Cool. Because now you guys won't go behind me, which is like, I really didn't want you guys to go behind me because then I felt bad. And also, VOD can now sit here. And everyone's kind of just together. Okay. Believe me, would you even want me looking like a zombie? Would you even want me? Alright, let's do the outdoor room. We're only gonna do one. We're just gonna do one, and then we're gonna go do some art stuff. We're gonna do the hovel. I've never gotten the hovel before. Notice the term, dear Ravane, your half-hearted dedication and maintenance of the grounds have been greatly appreciated. However, I regret to inform you that yours. No, it makes sense. That makes sense. What does this mean? I've turned them both on. What does this mean now? I wonder if that'll do anything now that we did that. It kind of feels like there should be 4 of them, but... My bear trap? There is 4 of them? Okay, cool. I just wanted to be sure. I guess... I really need to pay more attention to the piping in this place. It's kind of crazy. Alright. That thing's like down there, so... I don't think the other ones show the pipes, though. They were a pain for me to find, I remember. That's fair. That makes sense. Yeah, it doesn't look like they have any other visible pipes, so you just have to be conscientious of them. Which makes sense. Which makes sense to me. Alrighty. Oh, let me get my blueprints notes up. Hold on. Open recent blueprints. I like to put it on this side of the screen. Let me have it up. So, okay. What are the notes? What is we found out what VAC does yesterday. Green note. Secret passage must have an extra room to work. Underground pine. Yeah, we got that one. And then basement equal working door to get elevator. And then mail room equal magnifying glass. There's a paper in there that needs a magnifying glass. My ear itches. My hands are fucking cold. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. It feels like an eternity since I had you here with me. Steps required 3. Oh, so all of them will cool. Okay. Okay. I'd rather do the bedroom, I guess. I don't want to spend too many steps just yet. Let's do spare bedroom. Go this way first. Ooh, oranges gave me 5 steps. Orange gave me 5 steps. Ooh. An apple gives me 2, I think? Yeah, okay. 50 steps. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Dark room, dining room. Let's do the nook. Back in the wilderness. Up on the garden of God. I don't want any of these. Fuck it, guest bedroom because it's gonna cost us. Oh, this one's gonna cost us a lot of steps, so I'll take the steps. You don't know to be with you in paradise. What I wouldn't sacrifice. What you have to. Ooh, dice. Nice. All right. Walk this world alone. A moon. Love. And just do the chapel and then go around it every other time. Or we could do the hallway, which I don't really want to use the hallway yet, so we'll just use the chapel. Ooh, paid for itself. Let's go. Eternity since I had you here with me. Tired to be. West Wing Hall, I'm fine with that. When paradise, what I wouldn't sacrifice. But you have to. Okay, cool. I did. Okay. All right. Let's see how smart I can be. All right. The white box is true. The other 2 boxes are false. The other 2 boxes are empty. The other 2 boxes are empty. The white box is true. The other 2 boxes. This is a lie. This is a lie, which means this is true. I think. Ooh. I'll go back in here just to grab the gem that's in here. Make sure there's nothing else. I'm looking pretty good. Go back towards the West Wing Hall. Tears behind my lips for you. Courtyard. Shovel. Shovel. What's up? What's up in here? Turnip, let's go. Another one? How about another turnip for me? You wouldn't mind. Oh, fuck. Feel you all around me, finger. I'm breathing, holding on to. I'm feeling a flowing this. Let's do observatory. I'm gonna go this way first, though. Love me. Code check. Laboratory. Laboratory. I wouldn't mind the laboratory because there's some things that I need from here. I need to learn from here. Sure, that is fine by me. You. 1, 2, 3. Sure, let's do this one, because maybe we can go around it instead. All around on me, thickening the air I'm breathing, onto what I'm feeling, in these heavens feeling. I see a smiley face. Dead end rooms are more common. Fuck! That's not what I want. Yay! My calls have calmed down. Now we're getting big brain Elaine. Yeah, because I finished my work super early. So, it's nice. Archived floor plan. You know what? Magnifying glass. Let's do this one. Whoa! Oh. I'm about to use so many steps. Give me a second. Archives. Yeah, so we just needed to go to the right. Let's fucking go, I think. Hold on. Let's go back. I'm about to use a lot of steps so I could do this. Let's do activate. No, it has to go to the right. And if I do this. Oh. Nice. Ooh, you stupid bitch. Wait, no, we're good. It's this way. Okay. Ooh, that made me panic for a second. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Does this have to do with this? 3. Oh, shit. Oh, I think these have to do with this. Okay, hold on. Okay. Periodic table. 3. Okay. Let me take a screenshot of this. So I think that has to do... These two... This periodic table of elements I think has something to do with this. I don't know if these have anything to do with anything. The periodic table of elements. So, if we were to take note of everyone. Note. This would be H. You're on to something cool. Better than nothing. This one would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. RE. Oops. Okay. And then let's do 4, 7. So that's TH PA. Better than on something. True. Depending on what it could be you're on. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2 PU. 6 EU. Oops. Depends on what or whom. Thank you for the 45-day streak. I appreciate you. I think NE. Ooh. F. I think this is like which one I'm supposed to pull. S. NEF. S. Yes. Ooh, you're dreaming June. Welcome on in. I love the name. I love anything to do with dreams. Welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Make it harder to solve the problem in any case, unless your problem is you're not on something. Yeah. Exactly. 10 is RN. 11 is I. And then 9 is TE, I think. Okay, so now putting this together, note, it is 1 PU, 2 S, 3 H, 4 TH, 6 EU, hold on, 3, 6, 7, UP, A, 6, 7, 8 F, 9 TE, 10 RN. Am I doing? Hold on. Nope, I lost myself. Okay. PU, S, H, TH, RE, EU, PA, F, 9 TE, 10 RN, 11 I, 12 NE. Push 3 up after 9. Push 3 up after 9. Push 3 up after 9. I did it! I did it! What the fuck is this? Thank you for the head pats. What the fuck is that? Blackbridge Grotto has been permanently powered and unlocked. Each day you may access one offline terminal from the network. Oh shit! Devouring, this might be how you got one of the offline terminals. Cool. The network thing! Yes, we figured it out. Cool. Is there anything else in here that I need to be aware of? I feel like I got it. Probably that has something, but I think I got the rest of it. Okay, you can go. You are solved. You can go. This is a solved corner. Solved these two. There's stuff in the server room you unlocked too. Server room? I don't think I've gotten the server room. No. We there was an option to get the server room once. Once, I remember. Okay, well, let's keep going. I did not expect us to do that. Because we wanted to do that last time, but we weren't able to. Okay, let's go. I guess let's go into the archives. Are these dates important? God damn it. Hold on, this is VAC back notes. I just want to keep those doors separate. I would like those to stay separate. Okay. Okay, mail. This is actually let me redo this. This is boudoir is was 1225. Office email or these. I'm just gonna make these smaller as well. I'll do that in a second. And then archives has dates in it as well, and I don't know if any of them matter because it's like the dates mean something, and that's something I haven't figured out yet. So okay, so this one is January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. That's 0822. This is 0127. 0127. This is 1111. This is 1217. This is 0222. 0222. 22. Yeah. This is January, February, March, April, May, June, July, September, October? October 10? October's the 10th, November's. So October's, I don't know. I can't count the months. It is 1, 2, 8, 9, 0902. 2. Is there any other ones? Okay. These are all the dates that we've found so far. This one's 6. 6. 6. Okay. Make that a little bit wider. Okay. Okie dokie. That's a key card thing. I can't go that way. There's a boiler room. Yeah, I'll go through the boiler room. Use key. Ooh, shit, the security. I don't actually know if I want to do anything in security just yet. 9 steps. Let's do a closet. Okay. Archives. Oh, poopadega. Oh, poopadega. Did this cuck us? No, the archives has one more door. I don't know if we can get to it. Okay, what if I just did one more? Every time I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna play a little bit of this game, you know? And then I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna be so, like, enticed by it that, like, I'll want to play, like, multiple of it. But then, like, I play it, and then I'm like, oh, but, like, what if I just did one more run? I'll probably figure out something else then. Just, like, one more hit. One more hit. Drive me nuts. Let's... remote terminal access. View active terminal. Let's go open. Let's do the shelter one. Yes. So I think that's the only one I haven't been to recently. I don't know if there's anything in the network that the bomb shelters can do that nothing else can. Can we do data transfer for this one? Terminal access, electronic mail. The office. Yeah, I don't know if that can do anything else. So if you're lonely, I wish you could like have a chance of finding a key card in the security room. I think that would be cool. Alright. This one. Or just one more. Just one more. Just one more. Because I want to check out the new thing we found. Just one more. Just one more. Then we'll do art. Oh. Cold. I wonder, like, what's the... Like, can you get into the hundreds of days? I wonder. Like, what happens if you get into, like, 365 days? I think the thing that unlocked is over here. Yeah, it's over there. No, this is the mine. I think I went the wrong way. That's okay. I kind of wanted to come over here anyway. There was no dates on this one, though. Take me out. Do 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 do. Alrighty. Wait, there's another one of the valves, I think. Also, why is fume going into that? Alright. I want to see if any of the dates I have work. Obviously, Christmas isn't going to work because Christmas is already taken. Oh, no, no. Okay, that works. Oh, nope. Okay, come back, come back, come back, come back, come back, come back, come back. 9, 10, 11:01, 10:01, 10:08. Nope. 10:06. Nope. Nope. 7. Nope. 10:05. No. Okay. What about 08? 22. No. Okay. What about 01? 27. Okay. What about quadruple ones? No. About 1, 2, 1, 7? Okay, what about 0, 2, triple twos? No? Okay, okay, what about... Nope, okay. Okay. None of those work. I feel like there's a letter that I forgot about that talked about the day of my mother's death, or like no, so mom's the mines. Who owns the apple orchard? The orchard is associated with someone, which I would presume the dates associate with them. Oh, it's right here. This was the thing I was thinking about. Is this the server room? Oh. Is this the thing for the thing? The orchard? Space. Wait, let me take a screenshot. Oop, that was bad. Boop. You know what that means? Brute force? Brute force? Oh, one of these are lit up now. Where's the terminal? Blackbridge. Admin not found. Simon? Herbert? Wait, I spelled Herbert wrong. Herbert. Sinclair? Okay. Looks like there's nothing else. Microchip. Looks like it might be plugged in somewhere. Is there anything else in here? Long if you feel like happiness is the truth. Clap along if you feel what happiness is to you. Belong if you feel like that's what you wanna do. I feel like this has to do with this. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I don't know where I've seen those. I feel like that goes to something, but I don't know what it goes to. As Tater Tots, time to watch reaction to White Christmas, the Bing Crosby Dan K movie? I don't know what that movie is. Okay, my computer's overloaded. Cool. Where am I going? Wait, what's this? Oh, they're flowers. AFK Bear, what are you looking for? I found this. And I thought it went to the padlock at the orchard. And I was like, maybe. And then it didn't work. And then I tried a bunch of dates for the lock at the orchard and it didn't work. And that was it. That was kind of it. White Christmas is a movie starring Bing Crosby and Danny Kaye. It is an older movie. I'm going to watch it now. I hope it is entertaining. Hope it's uber entertaining. Tool shed. Give me tool shed. Pipe bomb. And lockpick. Lockpick has been very useful. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 do 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 do. Should be this guy was hilarious. Anywho, I'm glad. I hope you have. I hope it's good with your food. It's a corridor. Maybe we can get. Wouldn't mind getting parlor. Item. Have you managed to drain the fountain yet? This one? That fountain? This one? That one? Or the pool? Because I drained the pool. Let's do the note. Hold on. Have fun. Thank you, Curry. This way. Parlor time. Yeah. No. Then I need the boiler room, or I think the pump room to remove that one then. The gems are on the table behind you. That's false. The gems are in this box. Every statement claiming where the gems is false. The gems are in the blue box. Every statement claiming where the gems are is false. That's a lie. It's in the black box then, I think. Fuck! Don't explain it to me. I'm sorry, Moira. My cat's like, yeah. She wants to be let out of the room. It's more what she wants, but... let's do items, because it's the end. Pressed. I'll take my meds. I take the... I'm pressed. Let's do... spare bedroom. I see a good boy ball ready for the bonkers. Oh, only coins. Interesting. Thank you for the bonkers. I'm doing courtyard. Why is the... Hold on, sorry, the beanbox didn't go off. Why didn't the beanbox go off? There we go. It was just a little late. Okay. Do I have a shovel? I don't have a shovel. I have a sledgehammer, though. What's this do? Padlocks and lock trunks. Oh, that means I could probably forcefully open the car. If I wanted to. Let's do dining room. Pantry. Yay! Thank you for sharing your strength with me. That means so much to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you're having a wonderful day, Lady Ace. Lockpick it. Okay, we're waiting. Okay, hold on. My cat wants to be let out. Have you found the workshop? I have. I have the burning glass. I have the burning glass in the check room. Because I knew I would maybe lose it. So I stored it in a check room. Oh. Yeah, she was starting. She was like, okay, I've waited my time. I'd like to be let out now. It's been mad. I'm sorry that it's been mad. Hope you can feel better soon. What's happening? Oh, thank you. What's this? A coupon book? On her way. Oh, okay, she's still on train. Okay, I thought you meant like she is. I was like, okay. I love the aquarium. Devouring. Do I have to empty the aquarium? I don't want to empty the aquarium if I have to, but I don't have to. See, code check. I have the burning glass, but I don't know what the burning glass is for. To play at that time. I'll just do this one. Mirror, mirror, sitting upon the wall. Hide me from the devil, I told him my soul. A man from the favor that he knows that I owe. Key card off, gym off, darkroom can stay on, garage needs to be on. Might have to do with might do something. I never drained it. I think you go into the tanks or something. I think there's treasure in them. I'd prefer to keep the fish alive, if I'm honest. I could do security. Oh yeah, now that the power is off for the keycard system, so let me turn the keycard system off. Keycard system settings, change offline mode to off, confirm, and then I'm gonna set security level to high, because then it's more chance of like free open doors, I think, personally. Think about me. We talk right all night. Oh, the more I like you. Me, we just got life. Chapel. Chamber mirrors. Ugh, I don't like any of these. Should have just stayed with the chapel, I think. It's fine. Oh, we don't have any gems. Fuck. Okay, this one. Oop. Yeah, coward. Chamber of Mirrors is very confusing to me. Kind of like just a dead room for me a lot of the times, because I don't really know what it does. Ah, the chapel. The garage. We could still get the garage later, though. I kind of want to wait for the garage a little bit. I don't have any gems, so I guess we'll just do the nook. No trunk in this one. You'll find you out to Amsterdam. Let's do West Wing Hall. I didn't put my foot down again. Oh, do you have to go get groceries and stuff, Kiwi? Is it groceries time? The lab. I don't think I need anything from the lab, but I'm gonna do the hallway anyway, just so I can try to connect it back to the other side of the house. Yeah, so spare bedroom. I want me to pick up another cake. Another cake? Who's this cake? It better be a good ass cake, Kiwi. Exactly 2 hallways. It's fine. We'll just do another bedroom then. I think. Yeah, I don't think we got to go in here then. Unless I want to loop back around, which I don't super want to do. That's fine. I have 3 keys. 7 locked doors or the mail room. Let's do the Great Hall. And then I'm gonna go back. And I'm gonna try to go this way to see if I can get the garage. Drafting studio or the foyer? Foyer sounds so cool. Aw, man. And the only words we need are these 2. Okay, and the one's next to the antechamber. So that will be the mission. At the very least, try to get more letters. If I can't get more letters, we're kind of poobarred. Come out. Is there anything in there? There's the door. Okay. Okay. Damn, I suck with the lock. I suck with the lockpick. Jeez. Anything in here? Oh, okay. Let's go this way then. Workshop seems fine. I don't think I get to even eat this one. Oh, I'm sorry, Kiwi. Some cut stones by hand and letters wrought. Do spell our secrets carved from thought. A message read is of 10 lost. Among the bold words spoken soft. The note is read, the letter is not. Give me this letter. I don't think I have anything to combine yet. Yeah. If I could get... Actually... If I can get to the foundation... Ooh, I have an idea. I have an idea. Please, 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 please. Then, yes, thank you. Yes, awesome. Okay, I'm gonna go downstairs. Because even though we have the thing off, do we have a shovel? I think we have a shovel. We could have. Hi, Star! Welcome on in. How are you doing today? Hi. I hope you're having a good day. Oh, by the way, if you ever want help or if you would like me to animate that background, I could for you. Can I use my thingy here? How far back is the breaker room? Oh, it's so... Why can I not use? Oh, that's not what I thought it did. Whoops. Wait, what the fuck? Sorry, on the phone. No, you're fine. I'll be here. A contraption to give... How many steps do I have? 28? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13. Okay. Yeah, okay. Go back. Wait, what could this lead to? The garage? Let's do the pool. Because the pool unlocks the pump room. Oh, and that led to a door. Okay. So we can go back and do stuff. I wouldn't mind a check room or... Billiard. Billiard. Now, let's just keep looking around before tracking back. 8 divided by 4, 2. 3, 2, 30, 10. 10. 12, 1, 2, 4, 1. What? Oh, fuck. This is 2, 3. Wait. 3, 2, 10. It was just 10. Okay. 12 minus is 1. Times 2 is 2. Times 4 is 8. 8. 1, 8 is 2. There you go. I'm just a goober. Okay. Silver key. Let's go back to the foundation. So I can circumvent the archives. Yeah, I got the stuff from there. What is this door? Shovel? I have a sledgehammer this time. Fine. Office, library. Archive folder. Fuck it, archived. Why not? Ooh, this is the bunker. Ooh, give me food. Got 10 more steps. I get to say hi to the hamster. Alright, now... I have to go back to the billiard room because I didn't figure out... Or just peek into it, at least. Okay, yeah. I'll see you again. Go to archives. Which one's archives? Oh, I can't do that from here. I have to go pool billiard. Okay. Oh, this is the fucking crate chart one. God damn it. Crate. Crate. Could be an S, I guess? This is an M, isn't it? I don't know what this one could be. This one's the... I don't know what this one would be. I'll take a picture of this one because I really don't know what this one would be. Crate chart. Stock. Bugs. Oh, no. That wouldn't work either. This one's O. That's not a door. Oh, cool. Pump. Parlor pump. Let's do pump. Okay. Fountain. Okay. Let's pump it all back into the pool then. Be quiet when there's no... There you go. And then this one goes to this one, which if I go this way, there you go. My heart doesn't go, but don't you confess I love from the start. Do 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 do. Damn. I'm gonna go back to the Great Hall. That's 7 locked doors. Poop. Okay, now the fountain is empty. All through my heart. Alright, let's go to the... I think I should go back to the workshop. So, archives, billiard, pool, den, pantry, workshop. Archives, billiard. Did I get the dining room already? I have not. Okay. Pool, den. Pool, den. Found pantry. Pantry. Workshop. Battery pack plus broken lever plus Sledgehammer. Power hammer. Assemble. What the fuck is a power hammer? A stronger sledgehammer that can also knock down weaker brick walls. Wait. You can bust down barricades? Wait, okay, hold on. Does that mean I could do the barricade south of the fountain? Oh. Oh, okay. But I thought I couldn't bring things. Oh, no, I guess I can bring things outside, huh? Okay, we gotta go back through the Great Hall anyway. Great Hall bedroom. This room. Hallway, West Wing, Chapel, security. We can go back to the dining room, I think, because I want the food. So, wait, I wouldn't be able to... Oh, okay. I was gonna say. Okay, let's go. Chapel. Chapel security, dining room. Chapel security. Chapel. I think a power hammer is one of those homemade hammers with hydraulics. Yeah, I mean, kind of. I was supposed to come in the drawing room. I was supposed to go security aquarium. Ooh, I'm cutting it thin. Give me my din-din. What is this, pheasant? This is a pheasant? Stuffed quail. Okay, close enough. Okie dokie. Dining room. Let's go to the courtyard. Courtyard to... I did go into that pantry. Okay. Spare bedroom. To the den, the hallway, the parlor, the entrance hall. Yeah, I juked myself. Okay. Class, I know. Yeah, cool. Wait, I drained this. Okay, wait, let me do the other thing first. I'm gonna do the other thing first. Whatcha? What's this? Piper, your condenser, steam line, remote power box, steam line to boiler. Okay, so this is for the boiler room. But what? High pressure condenser, steam line to HPC. Wait, what does this mean? Scripts for Runford patent for high pressure condenser. Steam line to HPC. Got cake and I'm heading home. Fuck yeah. Foreman log 289. Evacuation part is going smoothly and crew spirits are higher than been in weeks. I believe this increase in morale is no part due to the installation of the boiler, which is only being godsend. Okay. Does this mean I need the boiler room to point this way? Which I don't think it currently does. Oh, fuck yeah, though. I was like, do I have to ram a cart into this? Oh, shit, this connects to the basement? Yo. Yo, what the fuck? Trying to look very carefully. I don't want to miss anything. This has buttons. I will do something with you in a second. Why is this area lit up? There's a little maze. What is in here? There's something down here, I know it. Another brick wall. Can I break you? What's happening? Well, there's the other side of the door. Oh, interesting. Okay, so what can I do with you? What? Oh. Okay, now that I... What is this for? Oh! Oh. Yeah, he's not having a good time there. I don't know how I cracked it out. Hello, Sparky Muffin. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely day. I need this to come back. Huh? Put it here. I'm trying to solve puzzles. I'm doing pretty good, actually. I'm pretty smart, actually. God damn it. It's too high. Alright. There you go. Woo! Oh, man. There's several removable pallet jacks down there. Fuck. Man. Okay. You gotta come this way. Okay, thank you. And then... Is that a button? I gotta click that button. And this moves... to here? I don't know what that one's for. Oh, it's this one that goes here. I think. Yeah, and then this one goes forward a bit. And then... I don't think this one is used for anything. I think. Wait, no, I need one. No, I'm wrong. No, I'm wrong. I think this guy's gotta go here. Yeah. How do I get behind him? I need to raise this guy, which means I gotta... I think I gotta move this guy out of the way. Yeah. I need to get out of the way. I think. Can I push him back? No, I gotta pull him back. Wait, how am I gonna pull him back? Are these the only movable pallets? I think so. How do I get behind stuff? Cause that guy... Oh, I guess I could actually hold on. Okay. And now I can go this way. Alright, there we go. Then open up the bedroom wall in her favorite shade of lipstick, L-I-F-E. Now this one goes this way. And then, remember I lost a lot of time down here? That's fair. That is fair. Because it's not, like, as obvious as, like, other games. Like, other games would, like, probably, like... They would, like, really, like, put it in your face where things go. But this one is, like, there's no paint. You know? There's no paint telling you where to go. You just gotta go. And hope and pray for the best. Okay, is there something over here? There is something over here. You son of a bitch! Oh. Secret garden, greenhouse, great hall. I think I did the great hall one already. Not bad. As she say, I'm a millennial who likes to go back and watch older classics. Fair. 100 bells, Sandy Heights, 5 p.m. Don't know what that means, but we'll keep them both in our notes. Anything else? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. L-I-F-E. Okay, I need you to come back. I think. Unless... No, yeah. Because I have to be able... Am I missing a palette? White Christmas from 1954 after all. Fair? Am I missing a palette? I feel like I am. Did I miss a palette? If you shapeshifted it into an animal version of the cat gallery, do you think you'd use a litter box or a field? A field, probably. I think a field, probably. I gotta go that way. Whoa. You a mini-sized cow? Yeah, if I had to go out in public and I had to relieve myself, I'd probably just turn into a small animal, to be honest. Basement door is locked. Yeah, because I gotta unlock it by doing this. But how the fuck do I do this? Oh, I need to bring this back. I'm stupid. We got it. We're getting there. Oop, a little too far. There we go. Oh, we're not far enough, actually. I'm behind watching my Christmas and specials. I need to fix that. You do need to fix that, actually. She'll watch all the Christmas movies. Okay. Yeah. Catnip? Yes. I think both effects. Like, if a cow has something that would affect them, then it would affect me. I'm not like the ones where it's like, oh, because they are XY, they can't be affected. No, I can be affected by both. It's a double debuff, you know? I'm gonna scoot that in. Actually, I think I'd have to use all 3 for these. Maybe? I don't know if this goes through it. It does. Oop. Yeah, I have a lot of them. Way too many, but I have a smaller collection that are nostalgic to me. I mean, the nostalgic ones I would say are more important. I had to help you pick on what to watch. Okay, hopefully that's close enough. I'm glad this doesn't take steps. If this took steps, I'd be so sad. You double... Exactly. That's why I like milk as much as I do, you know? I love milk. the door. And what do you mean it didn't open this door? What do you mean? What do you mean it opened something entirely separate? This is the reservoir, isn't it? I need that boat. Need that boat, brother. Well, there's the minecart that they saw. I think they said was stuck. The fuck is this? What the fuck is this? I gotta go over there. I gotta go. Oh, what the fuck is this? Man. What? What? My cowish animals in Palia have given a bunch of milk this round on checking on them. Fuck it. I saw someone saying he's an environmentalist who is anti-materialistic. Speaking of nostalgia, I'm seeing that people are mad at the Grinch Walmart ad. I saw someone saying he's an environmentalist. I'm confused. What? Hostile government takeover. Talk about it, but I'll be late for work. Mechanarium has one door for each mechanical. Okay, you found a secret floor plan. Would you like to permanently? Yeah. Don't know what that means. No! Hold on. That is the reservoir. I knew it. What about the animation? I was just saying let me know if you need any help with that starting soon animation, or if you would like me to do it for you. Okay, basement goes to the elevator. We went to the reservoir, which goes back up to the fountain. Oh. And then right now we're here, which will lead either out to the north lever, or to the okay, the mine. So we have to go through this way, unless we can move the minecart to get to the catacombs. Holy shit, the catacombs! You can get to the catacombs, or to go to 7, which is the torch chamber, which we would need the burning thing for, which we do not have. Very cool. Walmart made an ad where the Grinch was playing Santa to advertise their online oh, fair. It's just the Grinch. Okay, I want to go to the catacombs and the excavation. I want to go to this way. So that means I gotta go. That's 9, I think. Entrance, the opposite of the entrance. That's the entrance. That's the opposite. That's 9. I want to go there. Okay. How am I gonna get there? I don't know. I think I gotta rotate this back around to where I can get back to the starting one, I think. Okay. And then turn this one. At this point, I'm just happy if an ad is an AI. That's fair. Online wants to go this way. Let me go. I wanna go. How do I go, though? Elena's confusion. I think I have to go to that one and then to this one, I think is the thing. Just go. Give me. And then to this guy. This isn't what I wanted. This isn't. Wait, are they 2 apart? They're only 1 apart. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, no, they are 2 apart. Shit. This is only 1 apart. But I don't know what that one is. That one's 3 apart? We do have to go. Lane is confuzzled. Lane is confuzzled. How does Elaine get to... Yeah, no, this one wouldn't work like this. Oh. Can I do this yet? No, I feel like I can. I just don't understand which way I have to turn it, I think. Can you change which way you turn it? No. But this is right now. I just need it to come up. Let me look at my notes. I want to get here. Am I missing something? I don't want to leave. Let me get to share. Well, at the very least, what I could do instead is I could go back to the beginning. I could go back outside, and then I can open my... honestly, it is. Like, the fact that there's so much, like, that keeps bringing me back into it is kind of insane to me. Okay. So, we can go back to the beginning. Which means we're here now. So we go back to the basement, back outside, and we go back to the fountain. Because the cart is in the way. And I can't push the cart. So, let's go back. I don't have a coat check, so I can't get the burning thing. which can be reached by yeah, okay. Okay. Elaine's brain's kind of understanding. I'd like to get out of here, please. Thank you. Oh, not a little farther. Thank you. Some paradise. Alright, let's get out of here. Alrighty. We're gonna go down this way. The spiral staircase doesn't work like the other ones do. Whoop. Son of a bitch, what do you mean it's locked? What do you mean it's locked? Ooh, you fucking, you fucking, god damn it. If I were to drain the reservoir, though, it would refill the fountain. So I couldn't go this way. I could, in turn, I think, walk? I think? Me thinks? Does me have enough steps to go back all the way to the pump room? Yeah, I think so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21. Yeah, I'd have enough steps. But how the fuck does it go to the tomb? Because if I could get to the catacombs and then come in and then go to the torch, that wouldn't be too bad. Because I don't know how 8 is going to lead me to get to 4. That would take a new day to try. And the only other thing I could do is trying to remove everything out of the reservoir and see if that works better. And then go back there tomorrow, I guess. I think is the plan. So I feel like I feel like Nicolas Cage. I feel like Nicolas Cage right now. This way. So now, then we have to get to it first. I don't want to hold on to the burning candle thing without knowing exactly how to get to the special candle room. Yeah, okay. This way, this way, this way. Cool. Again, friend. Okay. I gotta reverse this bitch. Yes, this makes sense. I feel you. And then switch back up. Oh, then this guy's locked, right? Yeah. We switch it. It's hard to believe that this is gonna have enough room for all this, but I'm trusting it. I'm trusting it. I actually don't know if it will. I have nowhere else to put the water. So hopefully it'll be enough. So now it has 2 water and I don't know where else to put the water. I don't think there's anywhere else I can put the water. I feel like I should be able to put it in this one, but I can't. It pisses me off. You. Reserve tank. How do I get the reserve tank, though? Because I feel like I should be able to use the reserve tank, if I'm honest. But there's no clear connection to it, so maybe I can't use it. And I'm out of everything, chat. I guess I didn't try everything in the Great Hall. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Well, I'd run out of steps anyway. Okay. I'm going to be right back. I'm gonna call it a day. I'm gonna call it, and I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick, and then I will come back, and we will maybe just one more. I'll think about it. I'll go to the bathroom and I'll think. Impressive inn. Fuck yes. I think. Did I forget to look at what the letter was? No, it doesn't matter. I didn't get the 2 rooms that. Yeah, because I don't know what the builder room is. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, one more. I want to check the reservoir thing. Oh, let me put the... There you go. All right. Can you see the staircase when it does that? No, you can't. Interesting. You would have never known. You would have never known. Okie dokie. This one. I don't think there's anything important in here. Just gonna make sure. If we had a shovel, that could give us something, but I don't think it's worth. Come back over here. I have been added in a Discord. Let's go and see it. The UI. Okay. Yeah, it's this way. Right? No. What's the place we were just at? Oh, it's over here. I went the wrong way. This way. Oh, I just the other way. Okay. It's like, can I go down here now? I think I need to drain it more. Yeah, I've just somehow drained this even more. What the fuck are those? What are those crates? Are those for the keys? Is that the thing with the keys? I think somehow I have to get the water to go into the reservoir if I want to not only have this, but the, what do you call it? The, fountain open as well. So, let's get out of here. I can go the right way to get out of here. Oh, I just remembered something. Okay. There's a ton of chests down there. That's what I thought. But I'm presuming they're locked. They need a key, I presume, to open them. And talking soda. Oh, I want to change that really quick. Hold on. Commands. Is it commands or is it something else? Jump, catch star. Elaine has put stars into pocket. All right, save. They will need keys. Fuck. Okay. Boopy doop. Let's do the drawing room. We'll go this way. Parlor. Let's see if I can be smart. Is there any other? Nope. Okay. We'll bring the summer. The puzzle is harder. This puzzle is harder than it seems. This box is empty. This box is empty. Yes! Fuck yes! Let's do pantry. No, oh, really? Fine, storeroom. That's true. Okay, well, I feel like I'm missing something. Underground. Yeah, Great Hall, Secret Garden. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8. We appreciate this baby, no money. R.I.P. baby, no money. Makes no more music. An orange. I know that I've traded gems for this. I really don't think I need the lab anymore. A hard think? I don't think. Let's go to the den. Yeah, I don't think. Appreciate this baby, no money. In other news, one of my Sims gave birth yesterday. Fuck yeah. That's cool. To dining room. That was a cute little baby. Was it a girl or a boy? Or an alien or a mer person? I think you can have a mer person in that game. I know that I'm the best. I got up in wires. I can catch my breath. I run, I run, I run. Do the garage. So I keep missing out on the garage. Anything else in here? What was this? Yeah. Where's your boy? Cute. Little healthy baby boy. Interesting. Let's do this one. Yeah, now I have 10 keys. Let's go. More keys. Let's go. Then calls them. Well, actually, they have not told us what they are, but the game keeps calling them a boy. Oh, maybe that's like the default. That's fair. That could be like just the default of what they call it. Let's do this one. Ooh, lucky us. Let's do key to the bedroom, because I kind of need a bedroom. Do bedroom. Let's do... Shit. Paying for things with steps really sucks. Oh! Oh, devouring. Can you tell me if the The code to the safe, is it in this room? Do you know if it's in this room? I feel like it should be. Unless, did I do the dates wrong? Where are the dates? The dates. Let me make sure I did the dates right. Can't remember. Okay, sounds good. Oh, return to main menu. Oops. Make sure I did the email password's correct. The Sims community, whether it be modding, DLC, building, relationship, whatever, seems rather strong, large, and so far covers every freaking method gameplay you could imagine. As you can see, I'm very positive so far about it. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think there were some recent Sims updates that got some of the original content creators to be like meh about it, but no, it's a very big community. 11:01, 10:08. This is 10:07, right? Yes. Yes. Mailbox. And this is 10:05. 10:07, 10:08, okay. Change the estate. Sorry, expressions, that's it. Loving action for the following week. Subject next week. That could be 11:08. Shoot the lights out. High it's bright out. What if it's Thanksgiving? But oh man. It's like I think it could be like that. Okay, I don't know what the office key is. Oh, that's fine. I have 12 fucking keys. Okay, I kind of want to stop paying for steps. Medalaba. Okay, this one didn't give us anything. House history. Oh. That's cool. I didn't know you could look through it like that. I mean, I am surprised. I have not found hormone therapy in the game yet. That's fair. I guess that's fair. I guess people would just live the life of whatever they wish to be than what they are, and whether that, like, you know. I hope that makes sense. I wasted a lot of steps because of the way we played that one, so. Yeah, I don't need to go back down this time. Oh, the tomb. The shrine. I don't have any money, though. The tomb's kind of cool, though. Let's see the tomb. I almost forgot we have a collab. Oh my god, okay. I will do art after this run. Okay, wait, it says there's a way from the tomb, the catacombs. Over here, I think? Where Grandpapa's grave is? Yeah. How do I open this? Is it you? You can't have a stone stick out of a... Huh? pick one of these up? Hmm? I feel like one of these are important. I'm one of those hormones because of my age, because of the endo, and tons of other illnesses. And so that is fair. That is fair. Yeah, maybe it's just because it's gamified. They just don't share those things. I'm going to click on each and every one of these, and I don't know if that's the thing to do. Oh my god. Give me this. I wonder what this means. Bruh, please. One of these. Wait, what the fuck? There's another thing here. Is this another door? Elaine is confused. What does this mean? Wait. More? I hope to God I just have to face them all down. If I'm not facing them all down and there's something else to this, I'm gonna shit my pants. Wait. Nope. Please tell me that that's all I have to do. It's gotta be more than that, I think. What do you mean? What does this mean? I'm so confused. Okay, there's a... Okay, hold on. Okay, there's a baker fairy. And then there's the farmer fairy. Then there's a queen fairy. Anything else? No, okay. And then there's a painter fairy? Is there anything along this line? Then farmer 2 fairy? And then there's duster fairy? And then there's maid fairy. Maid fairy. Are there Any others? Doesn't seem. I got that. That's the Duster Fairy. Any ones at Grandpa's tomb? No. Okay. There's 6 fairies? 7 fairies. Does it have to do with the lights over here? There's like candles over here. Does it have to do something with it? 2, 3, 4, 5. There's only 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's only 6. I don't know. To recompense of the mausoleum comes a day the next generation follows in its footsteps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And there's only, I think there's only 7. What are your secrets? I don't know if you're just a texture or not, god damn it. Okay, wait, maybe this one's down because it doesn't have a light. And this one's up because it's next to a light. Ooh, I'll be right back. Hold on, I'll be right back. out, but I wanted to go say hi. Okay. Let's see. We have an hour until collab, and I don't know if we'll end after collab, so I'm just going to save and quit here. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I didn't get anything really out of the tomb other than realizing that there's fairies, and I have no idea what they're for. So, that is fine. Okie dokie. I want to do a little preparation for tomorrow's Fishmas is my plan. And then, actually, I'm just going to make sure I also do this. For the first time. There we go. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Cancel discard. I'm going to quote post. Put this here. Alright. Fishy time. Okie dokie. Sorry, Pixels want to talk to me. I forgot what the fuck. Oh, also, Kitten Safe Space, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. And Curry Corn Dog, thank you for the check-in. I definitely didn't space out my words because I forgot what I was talking about. Actually, I don't know if I want to do this in... Do I want to do this in Pixel? I thought I did. I think I do. Let's pray. Launch. I think I do. The Toucher, welcome. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. That is not what I wanted. Hope you're having a wonderful one. I keep forgetting to check in and folks check. That's okay. That's a-okay. Actually, I really like this, this one. I like this size of canvas. So I'm just going to use this one. I will delete. You know what I do. Do what? You know what I do? What But what do you do, you know? Like, cause like, what if what you do isn't what I think what you do is what you do, you know? Cause like what you do could be different than what I expect you to do, and I feel like that's completely fair cause I don't know you, you know? I think that's pretty fair. If I were to make an assumption, you know? Copy image, Shift N. Oh no, you know what I do, bro. Oh. You sell free real estate? Yeah. Yeah. You touch on estates and you sell them for free. Oh shit. I'm fucking this one up. I keep fucking this one. There you go. Okay. I got it. We got it in the end. Fucked it up a little bit, but that's okay. Yeah. New layer. Okay. Let me get the sketching. Listen, assuming. Listen, my toucher. Listen, my guy, right? Or my person, sorry, my bad. You could, I'm not one, for assumptions, and so, we're newfound friends, now that you followed, we're friends now, and what the worst thing I think you could do with the new friend is just assume, because you can't spell assume without ass. Also, I want to make the body of the fish look a little different than how this lumpfish looks. I want the body of it to kind of look like this, I think. Like this. Witness who you lay. The food expired. Feed the billionaires. I don't know if I should. Okay, I'm here. Hi, Pancake. You're okay. You have time because we're doing it at 6:30, right? Yeah, we have an hour. You're fine. If you need to talk about it, feel free to talk about it. I'm here for you. I don't know if I like this shape. So you salute the flag. It's to murder mom and dad. Things have been dealt with. Thanks, love, of course. Just hangry now. My fries are cold. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that your fries are cold. I hope they're still good though. I don't know if I like this. Cute fish drawing. I want to be able to draw everybody as a fish. And I don't know how I want to do that because I'm like cute anime fish. Cute anime fish. Oh, this one's cute. I like this one. He's kind of like a whale shape one. Fuck it, we free ball. I kind of want to do it in a way where like I could hang it like a Christmas ornament, I think. So maybe like, no, I want it kind of like this. Actually, do I? Hold on. Get like a gray color going on. Okay. Shift N. Lock this guy. Shift N. And then let's do this tool, and then we'll go back. Okay. So it's like either we could do it like this, and like you can like peek up, right? And we could do it like this, and like how like lumpfish, like, where's the lumpfish? Let me look at lumpfish. Lumpfish. Like when they look, oh, cute. I think it's actually in this video. Where is it? Yeah, this one. When they look up, they've got the little suckers, and it's like really cute. And so maybe I could like draw the suckers on. Okay, so it could be like, but I want it to be versatile. So what if we did it? Okay, like here's the head, here's the head, here's the head, right? And then the cute little tail, right? Like, I think, or like, hold on. Like, let's turn this down. Let's change the color to like yellow. Like, it's like, make it flat. And like this. Right, and then you got the head. Right? I think, well, hold on. I kind of don't like that. Hold on. Okay, and then duplicate with negative. Oh, negative width. Actually, maybe not. Maybe like do it like this. I kind of want it to be smooth. Yeah, no, I want it to be smooth. Bean shaped, so to speak. Like this. Am I so irresponsible? Yeah, and then the eyes are just kind of shapes. Might change how I do the eyes in a minute, but yeah. Ooh, yeah. I'm starting to like the shape though. And then like make him tubby. Right? And then I think I'm just gonna scoot him over a little bit. Right, like this. Okay. And then let's change the color to like green and do a new layer. And then he'll have like his little flippers here. Right, and then maybe his like tail. I don't know how I want to do the tail. I think I want it to come this way. So maybe make it softer. Chubby tail? Chubby tail, maybe? Maybe like this. Oh my god, it's like a little sandwich. It's okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, did you tell Sarah about the sleepover? Okay. Okay. Because I'm going to tell her that you thought I was stupid. Why would you lie? Little fin. Little top fin. Oh, let me look at the crocheted fish. I have a picture of it in Landsbrine. Back, come on. Okay. Trying to eat this pretzel bun. What the fuck? Oh, there it is. Okay. And then I don't know how I'll do the eyes yet. The eyes are still kind of up in the air. Oh, right, then the crochet fish. Let's go here. I want to remove this. And then let me make a new layer down here. Where's my... The fuck? Oh! Wait, okay. So I like the tail. And you have one big upper fin and one baby upper fin. Two side fins and okay. Oh no, this one's smaller. I didn't even see that one. Alright, and then I need a new color. It'd be really cute if you had little feet. Hello, Happy Orwell. Welcome on in. I'm having a lovely day. Alright, the only thing I have to test now is the eyeballs. Oops. Let's duplicate. Let's move it. Oop. I don't know if I like this either. I kind of like the tiny eyes. Let's see, 550. All right, let me see if I can get this into a sketch. New group. Sketch. Or did I say if I get this into a brain dead like a drawn version. My brain is dying, I'm sorry. Boop. Kind of reminds me of Flounder because of the colors I sketched with. This one. Okay. All right, let's use black. We're gonna make sure this is an 8 point. I see a problem that I'm having with these shapes. Let's do this one. Someone help me, healthy for me to feel this way. I'm making this hard. I'm turning and sleep at night. Someone come and rescue me. Alright, let's do a new layer just so I don't fuck that one up. Oh, the rest of me. What's cuter, this? I think it kind of needs like the rest of it too. Ugh, don't like that. Boy. There's a boy. I don't know. Please, someone help me. Healthy for me to feel this. I'm making this hard. I'm tired and can't sleep at night. Hello, Rainer. Welcome on in. I'm drawing fishes for Fishmas. How are you doing? Preparing for the fishing. The Fishmageddon. Wanted it to like look more pudgy. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for the check-ins. And the boops. Rest of me. I kind of want to look like they're flat on something. And then I don't know how I want it. Maybe I should just do this. Yeah. And then merge down. And I think this is going to bug me a little bit, so let me just fix this. Yeah, there we go. The sex and sexy. I put the sex and sexy. Alright, I'm going to fix the face. Actually, no, let me do the other parts first. I don't know if I like this fin. I'm gonna go behind. I want to put a fin. I just don't know if maybe it should be lower, maybe? I don't know. Maybe I should do it like this. Then it comes out a bit, and then... There we go. And then let's do like a pink. Actually, I do want this to be smaller. Is this circular? No, it is. Okay, weird. Okay, I might lower this. All right, now let me hide this face. Because I realize my problem with it is the fact that it's too high up. I kind of want, like, it to be down here. Hi, Moo. Hi, Lude. How are you today? Well, come on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Okay, wait, I gotta... What if we gave him a real derpy face? I kind of like that. What if we gave him the open recent this face? Oop. I'm gonna be me. I'm okay. It was a long day at work. Had like nothing to do. How was your day? My day's been all right. Thank you for asking. Should I make it the other way though? I'm just preparing for Fishmas tomorrow. And that means that I am trying to prepare the little fishies that I will draw for people tomorrow. There we go. Kind of want them to have, like, I think it'd be cute if there were similar faces, because it's, like, similar vibe in a way. Push down. Like here, I think, maybe? But then that begs the question of whether I should make this shorter. I mean, fishes kind of have big domes. Could sound like this. I mean... Yeah, then if, like, people... It looks like he has such a big brain, though! Maybe, like, right here. Okay, maybe I gotta do the arms. Okay, let me do the arms really quick. Forget me. Alright, let me do it like this. So leaving me behind. Oops, I did not do that on a new layer. So many years, you were looking at me. I kind of like that. I feel, I think I kind of want to do this a little bit differently. Hold on, go back. Okay. Yeah, let me do it in here so it's like symmetrical and stuff. Make it to the when-you reunion. You can make it to your reunion. Get to the 10-year reunion. Yeah, I like that. Maybe make it in a little bit. Make a little bit less. I think I like that. Merge down and then duplicate. These little arms. Ooh, okay, now what's next? Think about his fin. Okay, these are arms. This is tail. What is this? I don't know what that is. Oops. This is the body. That's the blush that I might redo. That's the big old derpy face, but I like the face, I think, of using the milk bean face. I think that's cute. I'd make it maybe like more like this color though. That one or... Oops. Let's see, maybe... Boop, boop. I don't know which one I like more. I think both are cute. You could do a middle ground, maybe thinner, but like more like the other one that I just did. Delete layer. What if I made them little hearts? That'd be kind of cute. But I think I want like multiple lines. I think I like that one more. Delete layer. Layer. And this is F2 blush. Do you need a little belly button, you think? I like giving things belly buttons, but I don't know. I think it could be cute. Still a little belly button. Yeah. And then the only thing left is like... I don't know, I think that's kind of cute. I think that's kind of cute, yeah. Little, yeah. I don't know if I want to do like a... I guess I need to do it on a layer that's like below though. Does Nemo have one? Nemo. Yeah, he's got the, like, he's got one big one. Maybe do, like, one big one, maybe? I need someone who likes cute things to give me an opinion. Chad, I need an opinion. Because, like, without it, he kind of looked like a seal. With it, he kind of looked like, I don't know. my shadow, it seems. Between cute fish and anime. So uniformly. I could also make one that like comes back out here. Wait, undo that one. Yeah. I think I kind of like this one. Okay, but like low key though, what if, hold on, chat, stick with me, duplicate. I know this is not really a catfish wouldn't have this, but like, those like little ears. Look like little ears. I don't think I want to add a fin. But fish have fin. Look at this one. What did they, I'm gonna be honest, what did they reference us off of? Because it just kind of looks like, it was referenced off of something. It just kind of looks like it was referenced off of something. Can I take this image and reverse image search it, actually? Me a friend or I could be a foe. I like this one. Let's steal from AI chat. Wait, put it on top, maybe? Or it could be like, just like behind. Okay. I don't know, I think doing it like this is kind of cute. Yeah, and then you can still have other fins and stuff. Do they have a lower back fin? They do. I think I kind of want to do other things with that, so I think that will be that. Belly button. Eyebrows. Eyebrows are on same layer. Blush. Fin. Okay, so this is fin, arms, blush, face. I need you. Oop. Bones that day I found you. Okay, now we need to do like a colored example. Which I think I'm just gonna do this. New group. Let's do anything it doesn't. Okay, delete that one. This is going to be basic line art. And then we're going to duplicate it. We're going to turn this off. And then what are these? These are the alternate fins. I don't want these anymore. Oh, delete. Delete. Okay, and then put this below here just in case. Okay, and then take this guy and we're gonna erase him. I'm without you. Need you here to stay. Actually, this color should be this color. And then tinfoil body, Shift N. Feel like you're a burden. If I could take you right back. The time. Darling, when I'm at. Let's see, I kind of want to make it an interesting shape, I think. Let's do it like this. And then after I do the basic colors, I think I'll get ready for the collab. I think would be a good idea, chat. I giving him little spots, but I think I'll keep it like that. Okay. This will be body accent. And then is everything named? It is not. So this is... What's this then? This is the face. Whoops. Oh, wait. Yeah. And then blush. And then body. And then fin. And then tail. And then this is the belly button. Belly button. And these are the eyebrows. Oh. Eyebrows. And these are the arms. I think I kind of like it without the eyebrows. Yeah. Cleaned line art. And then duplicate. March down. March down. March down. March down. Alright, and then I'm gonna use... I kind of want to use someone as an example, but I think I will just use cute bass. Bass fish. Or I guess I could base it off of the buff tart. You did! I put it in your pocket. I put it in your pocket. I hope you don't mind. Copy image. No. Okay. Boop. How you doing, Canadian? I hope you're having a good day. I don't need this anymore. Oh, wait, no, there's supposed to be, like, multiple body colors, huh? Ooh, we do this first, then. Okay, and then... Let's see, let's get this beige color in here. How would I do this? I know it. Here, let's just do this. Let's get the green. That's not green. This is not the right color. Oh, you're a fancy little pickpocket. Thank you. Thank you. I tried my best. This is not the green that I'm thinking of. Hold on. This one's a different screen. So I want these colors. Capillaries in my eyes are bursting. There you go. I'm saying, so make me do. Fish. Yeah, I'm drawing
No, my pelvium at your door.
Cool boom cat. Oh my god, hello. I Yo, you! Hi. Welcome on in. How was your stream? How was Fortnite? You know, I've been thinking about streaming Fortnite at some point because I do like the game. But welcome on in. How was your stream? Knack556 and Hornet the Weaver, welcome on in. Thank you for the follows. Put your paws up. It's Outpaws. Well, welcome on in, gamers. Hi. Did you get any victory royales? Was there any dubs for the OG Dvoroks? Welcome to the club. Thank you for the follow. Raptalos also has followed, even though my thing is not telling me it, but the thing said, hi. It was pretty fun. I'm glad. If you need a raid and run, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out with us as I try to speed run color this fish. Because tomorrow, Winterfest is tomorrow? No, tomorrow. Hold on. I need the graphic. Tomorrow is Fishmas. No one today, but it was fun. I'm glad you had fun nonetheless. Dimmy the links, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I hope you enjoy hanging out at the Mug Club. We're doing. Oh, why is it like a bad quality? What the fuck? Open link? Okay, we're doing Fishmas tomorrow. For those of you who don't know what Fishmas tomorrow is a one-day event where for 5 subs, I will hand crochet you this little fish. Be any color you want, you'll just fill out a little form, and I will personally ship it to you. And you will have your own little hand crocheted fish. But yeah, Fishmas, yay, Fishmas! But I hope you had a wonderful time, and thank you for writing into us. I will be sure to take care of your beans for those of you who are new here. Hi, my name is Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I make videos about other VTubers, and I just generally have a gooberish time. Currently, I'm trying to speed run drawing this fish because I have to go to a collab in a minute. And kind of having to do it quickly. Okay, I want to do this one actually. But yeah. Look at this little monster, so cute. I really like the little arm one. I want to get one of those, one of those little 3 arms. Well, welcome on in. If you guys want to tell me about your day, feel free to do so. I love hearing about everybody's day. Star, what do you think of this little fish? Do you think he's cute? I don't know how to color. Like, I wanted to have like different colors. Like, no, kind of like this. I was like, I don't really know. It's hard. It's hard out here. It's hard out here for a person with no brain cells. Welcome on in. I hope you guys are buckled on in because we will be playing RV there yet here in a minute. I don't know how I want to do this little guy's colors because I feel like if I don't add the this color, it's gonna look funky. May need to add scales, but it's cute. You think I should add scales? Scales. I didn't even think about scales. I didn't even think about it. Holy shit, I should probably think about scales. Maybe you're right. I think it does need scales. I think this color is too dark. I think the black is too dark. Maybe that's not it either. How do you make an outline color that like works with both like small lines for them? Like okay, hold on. I'll do this and then I'll like it's too small, I think. Oh, wait, we could do like a simple set. We do like a simple set. Hold on. I feel like I did that like kind of jagged. Hold on. Boop. Like maybe like this. Like this. I'm alright. My brain is dead, so just lurking while I try to force myself to work. Understandable. You know, if you need a helping hand to just chill out, know that we're here for you. Oh wait, let's do it. Hold on. New soft white. Actually, why don't I just make it white? Whoop. 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 I feel like they should be darker. Like a hard lines? Nope. Multiple? Nope. Let me multiply this one. Multiply? No. I don't know. What to do? I may have actually caused an issue we are trying to fix right now. Oh, did you do a coding issue? Is it a coding issue? Screen underline multiply. I think I kind of like multiply. I forgot what color. I think it says color. Yeah, it says color. Star, I don't know where to add. Star, I don't know where to add scales. Because I like him being a clean, bald baby. But at the same time, I do think scales would look nice. So, no, multiply. What the fuck? I don't know what I'm doing. There we go. Boop. Little on the belly, maybe close to where the gill. Oh, like the gills! Oh my god! Wait, hold on. You're so smart. Hold on, wait. Like here. Like a little bit there. And then like a little bit, and then I think you're right with this a multiply. What's a multiply? This one? It's a GitHub issue, lol. I updated my main before committing files, but somehow reverted the update from main and pushed only my files, so I'll overwrite something. Oof! Fair. That can that I feel like that's a pretty easy thing to do, though. When I was in school and I used GitHub, I feel like it's definitely a big thing you have to be careful for, and not everyone that I was in class with really had the patience to do it, so it's definitely a little bit of a harder thing to do. I don't know how. Do I want to do like a little? I don't know. I feel like I like this. And then like, okay, I like this a lot. Star, give me any pointers. I'm gonna pause my screen right here so you can screenshot them. Like, hold on, wait. Oh wait, okay, like this. If you wanna, if you have any critiques, if anybody has any critiques, feel free. I need to add another color to him, but yeah, here you go. All right, and we're saving him, and now we gotta go to collab. It's collab time. You're no good alone. Close group. Close. Post. Def didn't click revert, so don't know why it reverted the changes at all. I don't know. I honestly, I think that GitHub is a bit finicky. So, RV, there you get. Play. Let me go to collab. Solve some startup. Alrighty, let me get everything positioned. This is not the program I wanted. This program, and then I want prompt, mouse hub. I want the mouse hub disappear. I'm eventually gonna have to fix this screen because there's a few issues with this screen, but that's okay. We'll fix it later. High-speed internet. I don't wanna talk about that. Doing it was America. 2 kids follow her. I don't wanna do doing it fast. Actually, I do want a game capture for this. It was. Oh, it's not the same. Where is it? Why is it not showing up? There's a specific window. What? Okay. Add game capture. Okay, that's weird. Okay, that's fine. All right, I will be right back as I set up, and then we'll be back, and we'll be playing RV there yet. So I'll be right back.
Can you hear me? Ah. Well, I don't. Can you hear me, Nick? Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Oh.
Might have to move the screen. Oh, fucking Christ. Okay, we want to use this screen instead. Okay. And I realize because of how this works, I can't hear anything when I am tabbed out. Which is fine. Okay. Okay, I'm ready. Wait, we can make snowballs.
What's lumen mean?
Wait, can you guys hear Noble?
How you doing? No,
Oh, I should do a shared chat, huh? Hold on. Let me go. Stream manager. Ow, am I hurt? Stream together. There we go. There we go. Invite. Oh, no. Yeah, yes, I was right. Copy. Okay. Hello?
You have a Hello?
Hello? I made a stream
Hello?
together in case people are streaming. Or not streaming. You could join regardless. Where did my wife go?
How do I...
Mute?
Okay, you put it there.
How can I see if... Oh, hold on. Let me unmute the Discord. Is everything okay, Mute? Oh, okay. You're good. You're good. Okay, I got you.
There.
Oh, wait.
Okay. I joined
My friends.
Okay.
Me. Okay. Flare, don't shoot that flare gun. Don't you do that. Don't. Don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. Listen, you don't.
I hear you. Wait, I can't. Can you hear them?
Noble? No, I can't hear. No, I cannot hear Noble.
Noble. Hit,
I can hear you in Discord.
Noble, hit
I'm
V.
you.
Oh, how about now? Can you hear me now?
There we go.
If you want to talk in game, hit V.
Okay, take your time. Just let us know. I will mute in Discord and just talking in game when you're good.
Mute icon.
I just turned down my audio output.
Yeah, put down the output audio.
Audio.
What's the point of this game?
Winning.
We're going from a vacation. We gotta go back to the town, I think.
Yeah.
I have an EpiPen. I have a 6-pack. Release beer? Ow! What the fuck? Ow!
What did you do?
I don't know. Someone threw glass at me.
Yo, it's crazy.
I drink good motor oil.
We just finished camp.
Can you drink the motor oil? No.
Oh,
You silly goose. You silly. Hey, this is just like my old RV. I actually had an RV like this. Can't attach.
Really?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Now I can read the chat and talk. at the same time.
I wanna bring. How do we use this?
Read monitor drifting.
Oh, we shouldn't leave
Alright,
this
have
here.
a beer.
I had a beer
Holy
already.
pack- Oh, you, 2 beers. Me, you have a beer.
Yeah.
We shouldn't leave these here. Oh, I found the engine. There it is. Does it need oil?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Yeah. We have to make sure we don't damage the RV.
Goddamn, Noble. Crunking it
Oh,
hard
there's
this
a car
early?
TV now.
I can.
You and me?
Hello, dearie.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay. Cool.
Oh, I'm enjoying life. I'm having a beer at 5, you know?
I just had me
Oh,
a
it
little
is Siggy's
smoke.
time.
Yeah, she
Oh,
died.
Look at this.
Oh, how do you-
Siggy.
Ah!
What?
The cold.
Yeah,
I'm a little cold now. Oh, wait, you can pick it up.
you pick it
Whee!
No, how you missed? You missed
Oh my
it.
god, Noble, you're peeking your mic. Picking your mic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Ow!
I just
A
get
big
it. Okay.
blade.
Okay, everybody. Are we ready to go?
up. Oh, thank you.
Are we ready to go, family? Rip. R.I.P. Who
Okay.
died here? Oh, it's a revive station.
Oh.
I kind of threw Noble. I kind of chucked him.
Wait, should
really
I
far.
undo my output thing and just mute everyone? Is that me so I can hear?
Oh, hi, Noble. Welcome back.
I just muted
Yeah,
everyone.
You did. You fucking went
But
Zulu,
like
my
Noble's
guy.
kind of peeking his mic for me. Can you turn people down?
I
You
turned
using the
my
right microphone?
down.
Are you using the right microphone though?
I got one microphone on.
Oh, okay. All right.
Me?
Yell, Noble.
I have double checked. It is the right microphone. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. We'll yell.
Ah!
Okay, we're good.
Turn
All right,
down
family.
your,
Let's go.
Oh. What
I'm
happened?
Okay.
sit next to my wife.
Oh.
There we go.
How do I?
Come
on, kids.
Oh, toggle engine. Oh, good lord.
Oh, yeah,
Oh
no, this is
god.
stick shift.
Okay.
This ain't
Toggle
automatic.
park.
We're gonna go driving.
Wait, I can't hear Miu though.
What?
Just mute
Can
us
you not
and
hear
just-
me?
No, we can't hear you in game.
What? I can hear you.
I can't
You
hear
can hear
Oh.
in
you?
game.
I think so. I heard her say that she wanted to sit next to me and my output volume's down.
Yeah. Wait, I'm talking.
Yeah, I
right
can
now.
hear her.
Hello? Blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah, blah,
hello.
blah.
I can hear me. You.
Wait, let me try. Let
Yeah.
me.
Oh wait, we do need to be in reverse.
Unless this is a
Oh.
Okay,
glitch.
wait. Try talking again.
Hello? Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I can't hear you in game.
I can.
Hello?
Is it because we're like sitting far apart?
Can you
No.
hear
Oh,
me
yeah,
now?
can-
Yeah, because I can hear you.
I
Wait,
can. I can
hear me?
hear.
Hello?
Yeah, so I can only hear
You
you
know
in
the mo-
Discord.
The mouth
What
is
the fuck?
moving though too, which is weird.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah,
like
what
it's
Maybe
getting
you got-
fucked up.
Okay, let's have Pancake and Noble rejoin the game then. I'll reinvite you guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Mew.
It's okay.
Mew, I didn't know I had have to actually drive this thing.
Oh, yeah, no, we full on gotta drive. It's full on, like, stick shift, all that.
God damn it.
I played this once and I was not the driver.
I hit V to talk.
I'm
or
an
no.
automatic baby all the
Oh,
way.
there.
Hello? Can you hear Mew?
Hello?
Hello.
Can you
Hello?
hear me now? I can't hear them now.
Wait, I can't hear you
Huh.
guys now.
I can hear
Yeah, I can hear
Pancake.
them now.
I
Alright,
can
hold on.
hear.
Uh-oh.
Noble.
I can hear
Well,
Noble.
now I
he
can
late
hear
talking?
anybody.
I can hear you.
Wait, can you hear me?
Oh.
Hello? Hello? Uh-oh.
I'm just gonna...
Should we?
I'm
I
gonna
can
unmute
restart
you
the
guys in
lobby?
Discord.
Alright, hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. I can hear Noble again.
Oh, that's good. I can't hear anyone in the game now, so I'm just gonna I'm just gonna put on Discord.
I could restart. Should I restart?
Yeah.
I could restart.
Should we just go through Discord? Because I think my friends even.
Yeah, let's
said,
just go
like,
through
push
Discord.
chat's
Yeah, let's
fine.
just go through Discord then.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Throw Noble off a cliff. He'll be fine. He is a slime. Okay.
I already got thrown off a cliff. Not again.
So...
That hurt.
Oh, I heard the... Yeah, okay. May have it in. Yeah. Hold on, sorry. Yeah, we'll just use Discord then. Wrong person. Message.
Okay.
Discord. Alright, then I will unmute this one. Oops.
Not again.
Oh, you bitch.
How do you
Oh no! My ankles.
Dude, when
Hello?
you threw me, I
Hello.
literally went down the hill so far. And broke
Thank you.
Wait, I hear Noble in game again.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. We'll just use Discord just in case. Make sure you yell for a Kobe when you do. Will do.
Just gotta make sure to turn your toggle off for microphone.
Yeah,
Kobe!
Oh, you pancake, you get back here.
Hold on,
Oh,
wait.
you
I
open
want to
this
turn the
door.
radio on.
I'm too short for the stairs.
Sorry, no one home.
Alright,
don't have any
oh,
tapes.
You hate
All right, everybody ready?
we're
Yeah.
We're
ready.
going. Okay, hold on. Toggle park. Press the
Yeah.
clutch. I don't actually know how to drive a car, guys. I'm just letting you guys know this.
Oh.
Wait, no, I have to.
But then-
Neither do I.
But then
No, I
push
have to
it
go into
first
reverse.
gear.
Okay, it's on now. Okay, and then okay, and now we're in reverse. Okay.
Make sure you lit
Whoops.
your ciggies.
Smoking.
Oh,
I think we
What?
just lost our
What
way.
happened to our row?
Ah,
Oh. It's okay.
wait a second. If we started a new thing, don't we have supplies lying around?
what are you
Yeah.
talking about? What are you talking about,
Oh,
Willis?
supplies.
We're going.
Oh, but there's
We're
a,
going.
There's a stove. There's a stove. I got the stove. There we go.
Are we stuck?
Oh, we're
What else
broken.
is broke?
Are we stuck?
I think so.
Maybe.
It's okay. Wait.
No. Oh no. Yeah, you are. You're stuck on the fence. Back up a little bit.
Okay, hold on. What
Back
the
up
fuck?
straight.
All right, clutch. All right, straight.
Hi, what?
Back- I'm stuck. I'm still stuck here, Noble.
You gotta
You
go
know,
backwards.
I'm going. Oh wait, all right. It's the forward button.
Yeah, I forgot. I
Okay.
should probably
Noble, it's not working.
Back-
Noble, why isn't
You
it working,
backwards.
Noble? I'm
Backwards.
going. It's in
You know
reverse,
how to
man.
drive? Are you
No,
hitting the
I don't have
gas?
my
You-
license. I told you guys, I don't have my
What?
license. Okay.
It's okay.
alright.
I
got
pushed
you,
the
got
car
you.
back. I pushed
I
it back.
winched
Oh, thank you. Okay. Now press the
Now-
clutch.
Or
And then-
first gear. I'll say I haven't
Wait,
streamed
first
since
gear?
September. That makes me sad. Yeah, first gear. You want to go forward?
Aw. Wait, is the car on? Wait,
No.
I turned the
no.
car off. Oh my god!
Oh,
there you go.
Oh
Why?
god, get in the seat.
Get in the seat.
Yeah, everybody buckled in.
Yep.
We don't have
Mom-
buckles. Oh no.
Mama's gonna need a smoke for this one. Wait, where the fuck are we going? I can't see over the dashboard.
That's okay. You just win.
Not allowed? No, I've never
Oh.
had one. Oh god, there's actually mirrors in this.
You're gonna go
Okay.
down the hill, and then we're gonna be like going to the right because it says exit
okay.
to Route 85, which is what
Okie
I'm assuming
dokie.
where we need to go.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't need a seatbelt. Oh.
This is very stressful.
Yeah.
This is
It'll be-
very
Why we go camping
steep.
and bam? That's crazy.
We're in an RV. It's an RV
Oh.
pancake.
We
Yeah,
all
so we can
right.
sleep in.
We all sleep in the same bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can all
Yeah.
sleep in the same bed.
Yay!
No, I need to sleep under the RV. I'm a warm sleeper.
No.
Guys, do we have to go
so
across
cold.
that bridge or are we going to the right? The right looks like it's the
Oh,
road
looks like we
closed.
might have to. Yeah, road's closed. We can't go that way.
This RV
Oh,
slow
no.
as fuck, guys.
Ah,
You put in
it's
second
fine.
gear and it'll go faster.
I'm afraid to
Oh,
go faster.
Okay.
That's a valid concern.
All right,
I think maybe
Wait,
for this one
if
we
it's-
don't go fast.
If it's higher
up?
up, like in the gear thing, does that make it go faster? How does that
I
work?
think so.
Yeah, maybe you
I
should
think
have
so.
a beer to calm your nerves.
I gotta smoke.
There you go, White. Oh, there you go, White.
Oh.
There you go. You got this. Oh god.
What?
You got
Oh
this.
my god. Oh my.
Oh,
no!
Oh my god! It's fun!
It's fine.
Uh.
It's
Uh,
fine.
Yeah. No, we're. Oh
We're fine.
goodness. No, we're
Oh.
great. We
you
just.
hit me with the
fucking
IV.
You're being silly. I
Please,
didn't
it's
hit
fine,
anybody.
White. Got this.
Yeah, no, I got
Fuck
this.
that.
Vertical.
You were being silly.
Back to.
Oh,
go back
no.
to-
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. All right. Now we'll just.
Wait. I know how to help us. Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna grab this wrench here,
Yep.
and I'm gonna hook it up to this
yep.
tree.
Yeah,
What the fuck is that? What?
There you go. And then
Oh.
who has the
oh.
remote?
I got the button.
Yeah.
The ramp.
Guys, I don't
I feel
know. I
like
don't think
we
we're gonna
should,
fit through the trees.
Yeah, I feel like we should probably put it over on a tree over here.
That is a good call.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah, so it's, like, in
unstuck
this
though.
opening.
We're unstuck though, so we could like just
Yeah,
go.
like so up here and then
Over
we'll
here?
like pull it
You
up.
can.
Yeah.
It's the car. Oh no,
Okay.
okay, the car.
All right, turn the
Have
car.
several broken ribs.
Turning the car.
Turn the RV.
Yeah,
Turning
I have
it.
broken feet.
Your broken feet. I'm so
Chug-a-lug.
sorry.
Chug a
Oh,
lug.
okay.
Broken ribs.
Alright.
You got
Thank-
this.
You got
Almost.
this.
All right.
Yeah,
It's
you
just
almost got it.
Stop
Buddy.
There you go.
throwing snowballs at the car.
There you
Stop
go.
throwing snowballs at the car.
I'm
That's a
sorry.
great idea. I should throw snowballs in the car.
Okay. Alrighty. Alrighty, family. We're. Oh.
Parents will never cover these premiums.
Oh,
Guys, we're falling. We're falling. We're falling back.
Oh
Alright, here, try one of these trees up here. Yeah. So we
Alright,
get
Hold
this.
on.
okay.
Maybe we do fifth gear,
At least
maybe.
we're facing the right direction, you know?
No. You want low gear. You want low gear.
Why do I want low gear?
I know things. You want low gear.
There you go.
Oh shit! Sorry, me. Are you okay?
Keep going forward. Keep going forward.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
What?
All right.
All
We're
right,
good.
We're good.
No, I'm gonna run you over.
Wife, stop!
Okay, we're good. We're in the clear. Get in the car. Everything's fine.
Poor Noble.
Everything's okay now.
Oh shit! You gotta
I'm
put the
being
car in park.
abused. I don't know what
Oh.
I did, guys, but I don't
There you
think I
go.
deserve this.
Cars are parked. All right,
Oh,
everybody in?
Yeah.
All right,
Okay, we
let's
don't
go.
Oh
All
wait,
right.
there's scrap. Wait.
Okay. Oh, wait.
Oh yeah, let's
We
go
can-
get the scrap.
Okay.
I just saw it out of the corner of
Let
my
me turn the
eye.
car off.
Oh, I got an EpiPen. Nice.
Nice. Those are good. It's always a hard time getting.
Guys, this is very. Oh my god, our RV is very barren.
Yep.
Hey,
You know-
Feeks.
It just needs a
Someone pick me
little
up and throw me
touch
in
up, you
there.
know. To this along.
No, if you run from that, if you run from that side, I can also move the car.
Okay. Ow! Ow!
Wait, what the fuck?
Ow.
I'm trying to fix
Ow.
things, and I hear slap. Like I'm
All right,
mouthing someone's brain.
let's go.
Yeah, you were mouthing my
Did someone
brain.
fall out of the car?
Oh,
Me, I'm trying to
bit.
fix the tires.
it's okay. I'm back in.
Oh, park the
okay.
car. Park the car.
Okay, I parked it. This is why I don't know how to drive.
You're doing great.
You
Thanks.
got
There we
this.
go.
There you go. Oh yeah, look at that, we have a roof again. Wow, you guys did such a good job.
Oh,
Alright,
no,
let's try
there's
this again
a
one more
tree
time.
back here.
Run it back.
All right, run it back.
we
All
got
right,
it
now.
all right.
Yeah.
We got this.
We need a tape. Where's the music tape?
Oh, I don't think we grabbed it.
Guys, why are we going backwards?
I don't know. Why are we going backwards, wife?
Oh, there we go. Okay, I got it.
Oh,
I got it. Don't worry about it.
I smoked my whole ciggy.
Smoked your whole ciggy.
Good thing we got an endless amount of cigarettes.
Oh,
yeah,
thank
I
God,
got
it's
it.
the
Okay,
80s.
the milk one.
Thank God
Exactly.
it's the 80s.
No.
Wait, I think the car is stuck again. Oh wait, no. Okay.
As someone
okay.
who used to smoke, my favorite thing is that the filter you notice on the butt of the cigarette gets a little bit more like brown. It's a nice touch.
Does it?
Oh,
We're in reverse.
I
That's
only
not doing
smoke
anything.
non-tobacco substances.
No, I was a rebellious teenager for like a little bit.
My mom smoked. I said, "Ma, oh, what the fuck
Don't
have
worry
you
about this.
done?
Don't worry about this.
Going?
Fine.
No.
What the fuck?
Oh.
It's Jurassic Park 2 all over again."
There we go. There we go. No, this is exactly what I wanted, actually.
Okay.
Okay. And then. Oh wait. No, we gotta go.
So-
We should.
Pancakes,
and
I
then-
want to let you know we're
Oh.
gonna die horrifically
then-
and painfully.
Oh.
So smoke them while you
Yeah.
can.
There we go. There we go. I wanted to back it up.
Oh,
There we
okay.
go. There we go. There we go. We use momentum to back us up, and then.
Run it down. Run it
And then.
down.
Okay. Wait.
You
Wait.
got
Wait.
this.
Wait. I'm panicking. Okay. Hold on.
Don't
Clutch.
Don't
panic. Don't
panic.
panic.
Don't panic.
Drink some
Gotcha.
coffee. Calm down.
Smoke your cigarette, it's fine.
All right. There we go. There we go.
I
There we
may
go. There we
panic a
go.
little
Uh-huh.
bit.
Okay. All right. And then.
Hey, there's no bears around.
Hey, hello. Okay. All right.
There you go.
All right.
Yay.
Guys. We got.
Good
this.
fucking job, dude. Let's go.
Okay. Are we going the upper path or the lower path?
Upper path, definitely upper path.
Okay. Well, that's great because there's a turn. I don't know how I feel about the turns.
I have so many broken bones.
You got this. Oh.
Oh my
Is there
god.
music?
Yeah, I just realized
Oh.
there's music playing.
Oh, this is chill.
Yeah, I think the
Oh
music
my
just started.
God.
Oh my god.
Hey,
that
Larry,
is
I
We're
know what
so
you're
great.
doing.
We're so great. We're so great,
Oh.
guys. Oh, how are we going to fit?
Just
We
back
got
up
that.
and then just do a lot of K point turns. That's all. Like there's a gas.
Okay,
station
all right,
across the
right,
way,
right.
It'll be fine.
All right, put it in reverse. All right, now stop. Bring it to the right. Forward, right. Yep. Forward, right. Or left. I mean, forward, left. I fucked up my lefts and rights. I'm so sorry. Yep. Now come towards me.
Okay, do I stay in reverse?
No. First
No,
gear.
no.
First gear. Come
Okay,
towards me.
okay,
in
first
reverse.
gear.
Oh.
Oh, okay, hold on, wait.
Uh oh.
Oh.
Wait, you can
Easy,
back it
we're
up
gonna-
the whole. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, we're gonna back it up the
Yeah.
whole way.
Yeah,
Alright.
fuck yeah, let's go.
Oh, this is so stressful! Oh, this is so
Forward, right.
stressful!
You got this.
Forward, right. Forward, right.
Okay,
At least there's no
Yep,
other like windows or obstructions.
Yep. Nope.
this is
Nope,
true.
nope.
Oh, wait, okay, wait, forward,
right.
this way.
Oh,
you go, there you go, there you go.
also works.
Whoa.
Oh, no, that's
Oh,
not
oh, guys, we're tilted!
Get the wrench.
Well,
Help,
I got
please.
you, bro. I don't got you.
Just
Check it
I
in,
don't
be
got
busy.
you.
No problem, Vex. Thank you for the check-in.
The winch.
Forward winch. Forward winch.
Oh, okay.
There we go, there we go. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Perfect.
The shadow looks bad. Why does the shadow look like that? Why does the
Yeah,
shadow?
it's
It's
fine.
dark now. Oh, why are we tilted?
Oh.
Oh.
Why are we still tilted? Okay.
Okay.
Unwinch and go winch it onto the tree.
Oh, yeah.
Right there. Yeah.
There's a tree there. Holy shit. All right.
Yeah.
That's a good. I am being sucked down for some reason. That is not good.
I think it's the blizzard. Guys, is our car too light? Oh,
It might
No.
be.
good now? What's happening?
Lily.
Okay.
Lily pancake. Oh,
Alright,
oh,
wait.
there we go.
Lily?
Lily Pichu? In
Hey,
my
I
Minecraft?
forgot names for a second.
Little pea.
Damn, that's
Little
crazy.
pea.
That's crazy. What if I put in like 5-wheel drive? Will that fix it? No.
You mean fifth gear?
I
Yeah,
guess.
there you
I
go.
don't
Yeah,
know.
go put it on that tree.
Okay.
The
All right.
blizzard is pushing me around. Nice.
Guys, I think we're stuck.
All right, go
Do I
forward,
need to
wife.
reverse? Okay, I'm trying, but it's not doing a lot. Do I need to reverse?
Yeah, definitely. You got this, buddy.
Oh!
Go in reverse.
Okay. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh my god.
All right,
This is
now we just go
Jurassic Park all over
forward.
again.
Bring us up! Bring us up!
It's Jurassic Park all over again.
Bring us up! I believe in you, wench! Never mind.
I have words to say real quick. Long live the king.
Oh wait, we're like steadily. We're just like a little bit.
Snowball!
You got this, bro.
I think it's time to
Dude,
release the wench, guys.
Yeah. Holy shit! Holy shit!
My
Uh-oh.
bones! My bones!
What the fuck just happened? So I think we might be officially stuck now, my dear.
Oh, damn.
Hey guys,
Spent
can you
so
catch
much
me?
money on this.
All
No.
in favor for a redo?
Maybe I could try.
No,
Yeah.
no, look up, catch me, catch me.
Okay.
catch
Okay.
me.
Okay. Okay.
Wait! Wait! Oh shit!
I think you're gonna crash into the mountain. Oh shit!
You're gonna throw me off the mountain, aren't you? I know you.
We got you.
wanna throw
Is there
me.
any place to throw you?
No, of course not. Of course. My bones are already broken, you.
All right. All right. You guys want to retry this?
Oh my god.
Yeah, we gotta
Logan.
retry this.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Logan.
Okay. Restart from checkpoint. Except I learned that Elaine scares grandmas today. Listen, I never learned how to drive.
Would you like it if I drove? I could do that.
Yeah, you could try. Yeah, if you want to try to drive. Yeah. I'd be like a mechanic. I'll be the mechanic.
Okay.
I'll be a wrench.
Oh yeah, we should get
I'll be the
the.
passenger princess.
Okay. Okie dokie.
Toggle engine.
Oh,
Oh wait, we
it says a
need to
little
gather
Christmas
all
tree.
the supplies.
Okay.
I'm passenger
We need-
princess, so I don't gotta do any of that.
Sounds good. What the fuck?
Damn.
Oh, my finger
Put the
slipped.
firework in
That's
there, I swear to God.
That's okay.
You know.
Not even like
Ah, shit.
What's happening? What's happening?
happening?
Oh, this is vodka.
There you are, blood buddy.
Bring some of this.
Oh!
Wow.
Oh! I did
Can't
it!
attach it here. Yeah, attach it
Nice.
there, though.
Oh, how'd you do that?
Do we need this? Ah! Ah! I'm gonna drive you to the store unit and my phone connected to Bluetooth and she thought the car was possessed. Oh, I'm sorry, Grandma.
Grab it now!
Wait, guys, wait.
Ready to go?
Up here.
Mia, would you like to drive?
Come
I'm
up
fine with
here.
you.
That's a ways up.
I'm learning.
Excuse me?
You know?
Look at my snowball.
I guess Mia's driving. I'm the passenger princess now.
Look at my snowball.
Toggle park.
Wait.
P.
Wait,
Wait, are we ready to go?
Wait, my snowball's running away from me.
Probably not, but we can go.
Okay, I'm coming.
I'm in park.
Sorry, I learned that you
Oh
can make
no,
a big
my
snowball.
broke.
You can make
I
a
broke
big
it.
snowball?
Yeah, you can just let it roll
Yeah.
down.
Oh,
Oh.
Oh, what a... That's my wife.
Oh.
That's my wife right there, ladies and gentlemen. Repair hammer. How do I...
I didn't realize it would be that harsh. So sorry.
No, don't worry, that-
To a house. What do you mean?
Sorry, you gotta.
No,
I'm gonna have
that's
to
totally
teach you to
fine.
drive like my father taught me, and it's mostly throwing.
Are
we
balls
all
at
in
the
here?
heads.
No.
I don't think so.
Uh-oh.
No. Okay.
Okay. Come on in, Pancake. Yeah, all right, welcome on in.
Check the wheels. I just see you
Just on the wheel.
Noble, I think you need to drive, my guy.
Okay.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
No,
It's fine.
no,
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, never mind.
It's fine.
Everybody get in the car. Come on.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's
Put
go.
the
All right,
oil
me.
away. We gotta put the oil away.
Alright, let's go.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Mew?
Hey, Mew.
Me, I believe. in
Mew,
you.
I think you should look at where you're going.
No. They're fine. They're fine. They got this. There's a ramp on the
looking.
right. You should take that.
Okay.
We'll totally
Yeah.
survive. We'll totally
Mhm.
survive.
I don't think we're going fast enough. Oh, Mew.
Oh.
Oh, Jesus! Nice, good landing.
Hey guys,
Oh.
I think I'm stuck.
No, you're just.
No, it's a little. Yeah, little. It's
Can we break this
You
tree?
know-
If we just broke this tree, that's obviously in your way. I
We're just gonna
think.
get the winch,
Exactly.
and then if we use the winch, it's fine.
Yeah, which
Pick
will
up.
get us out of this?
Yeah.
I don't know what this means.
So,
Pick up.
Miu, you park here often.
I like to park here with someone special, baby boy.
Oh my god.
Guys, I'm trying to pull this wench and it's just kind of like swinging
got
me
this.
around.
You got this.
Do you have it attached to anything?
No, I'm just trying. I'm trying to walk away with it, and it's just swinging me around like a ballerina. Ballerina,
Oh,
cappuccino.
I just see you
Oh,
come
wait.
into my screen.
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna shake Lily real quick. Stop.
My name's not Lily, it's
There
Becky!
we go.
It's little
Poor
P.
Pancake. Yeah, you're like close. You're like halfway there.
Okay, nobody tell Pancake, but I had her muted on accident. I thought she'd be very quiet.
Oh. Yeah, little P.
That's
muted.
crazy.
I had everyone muted,
Noble,
and then you were
Yeah,
deafened.
somehow.
I was like, oh, I guess we're gonna.
Noble's just calling me
Should we have
Lily,
started
not- he
on the
has me
first
muted.
map? You guys think we should have maybe? Do you
I
think
think
this
this
map
is.
might be?
Isn't this one of the first maps?
This is their second map. What's going on here?
Ah.
Oh, nothing. We're just going camping.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Just
push
camping.
the cart. Is it working?
I don't think
No.
so. I think we
Wait,
maybe
no, it
need
is.
to.
Yeah, it is. We're like slightly
it?
moving.
Is it?
Yeah.
Are we? Here, I can try.
Oh yeah,
that.
like ever
Wait,
so
stop.
slightly.
Okay, stop moving the tires.
Hold control.
Can we
Yeah,
park-
just like push the tires.
Let me park
Oh.
the car.
Wait, how are you? What button are you pressing, Pancake?
It is F.
Okay. I don't know.
I'm
I think
using
we're a
my
little
controller.
wedged. I think we might.
I'm pushing this way, like away from the tree.
Oh, wait, oh.
Yeah, it's working. We're
I don't know if this.
Oh wow, this is fucked.
I think it's because this tree right here, is in the
Hey
RV.
guys, should we restart?
Yeah,
Oh.
I think.
Oh, please look at my screen. Please go look at my stream.
Oh.
Oh,
I got out of the car and I touched to the map and I just started falling.
oh, fair.
Can I try driving this time?
Yeah.
Yeah, go.
Mhm.
Yeah, go
We'll
for
let
it.
Noble drive last. We won't.
Yeah.
he doesn't
Yeah,
need
No one
to
knows
drive
how to
right
drive, you know?
now. Yeah, that's why we can't let him drive first.
Yeah. I can't believe you had me muted. That's so mean. And you called me Lily. No.
Yeah, she's not Lily.
Who the fuck is Lily Pichu? Because I don't know what that name is. I gotta Google
Lily
it.
I think there
Pichu
is a
is
streamer called Lily
the-
Pichu.
Yeah. They're like a voice actor and stuff too.
Oh, I know them. They did animations for a minute and meme videos.
Alright. I'm ready. Let's
Alright,
go. I'm
Ready,
ready.
pancake?
Alright.
All right, let's
Pancake?
go on the smooth ride.
Put
Are
it
you
in
winning,
reverse.
son? Mm-hmm.
Don't
Yeah,
go too hard.
totally just didn't get us stuck and had to restart it all and glitch through the map.
But do we
I
get
didn't fall off a
supplies?
mountain.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's fine.
okay.
Oh, the
So what
door's
does this do? Oh, that makes it slow. So we want to go fast?
So
I think the first gear
gear
makes you go
is
fast.
forward. You probably just gotta want to stay in first gear, to be honest. There's no real point in going fast.
Alright.
Where's Noble?
Are we all ready? Are we all in here?
I think Noble's not in there. Noble,
Oh,
I
Noble?
found a cool thing.
where are you? Are you in the
it's fine. We
bathroom?
can keep going.
Oh, you can sit in the bathroom.
Oh, that's
you
right.
can.
You can like customize yourself.
Oh my God! Oh yeah.
Hi.
Wait, Noble, you in the RV?
Wait, it's not doing
Uh,
anything. Wait, maybe you do it. You do it, huh? You do it. I wouldn't let me change my stuff.
definitely
I think we
on
have
the
to find
way.
cosmetics.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Where are you? Oh, there you are.
Hey, Get in the.
Oh no, you
Okay,
it's
then
a,
what's
they
going on?
changed it so it's a scroll wheel now.
Alright.
I'm gonna close the
Are we
door.
all ready?
Yep.
Hey,
Oh shit! Look at you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Pancake Express. Today we're going to be
Look at
learning
you.
how to drive with Pancake.
Good luck,
Oh,
Pancake.
Sorry.
Safety helmet.
Oh, that's a cool hat. That's a cool hat. What the hell, Miu?
Yeah, I can't.
Wait,
I
do
can't
we go
change
down
my
the ramp?
hat.
A scroll wheel. A scroll wheel. Oh.
My scroll wheel's not scrolling. It's okay.
Oh yeah, you gotta find like hats.
Okay.
Go to, like,
What's happening?
Okay.
I don't know. I'm just vibing right now. We chilling.
Well,
Oh,
Pancake's
You can
doing a
leave it
pretty
on the
good
top.
job.
oh,
Hell
Yeah,
yeah,
good job,
Pancake.
Pancake. Put it in third.
Being an
Go
emo,
faster.
you
Oh, I
can
have
emo
it
on
in
the toilet. It
5.
looks like you're being naughty. Oh, okay.
nice.
Wow. Look at that. All
Oh.
right.
okay. Is
Should
there
we go
like
get
Very
that
nice.
scrap?
Yes.
Oh, we should
Okay.
go straps. Yes.
Oh, there's also bologna.
Bologna.
Yes.
Bologna?
Bologna.
I love bologna.
BLOGNE.
Is that everything? Woo.
Bologna.
If we have a stove, we can cook the
Hello.
bologna and heal.
We have 2 disposable grills.
Nice.
Nice.
I don't think any of us are hurt right now. So
Yeah, we're doing pretty
No,
good.
for once I'm not.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're good. I'm coming.
Alright. I'll open the door for you, my dear.
Now, I'm gonna
What
be
day
real.
do
I
I-
should not be the one doing the maps. That's the one thing I'm actually really bad at. Oh, what the fuck?
Sorry. Sorry.
You grabbed me.
You know,
Oh
I'll
my
put it-
god. Here, take this map.
Yeah, wipe,
Okay,
you go
Mia,
be
do you
map.
want you want me to be
Okay,
map or you
I'll
want
be
to be
map.
map? Okay, yeah, you
I'll be
have
map.
good sense of direction. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
All right.
So what do the different gears do?
So, first gear is the lowest you can go. It's good for like torque and just getting up the speed. Second
torque?
gear is like, I think it's like, oh fuck, I forgot. I think horsepower is pull power, torque is speed because it's backwards. But if you get stuck, you want to be in lower gears. Basically, oh,
We're gonna land on our feet. Oh, we landed on our feet. Let's go.
Oh, there
That's
you
so
go. You set
good.
back up. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know what I'm hitting.
Oh, no window. Nice.
you can emote on the. No, stop! Ah!
You went out the window.
Just gonna-
This is like
Okay.
fucking trailer park drama series right here.
Wait, what
Stop.
am I hitting?
Stop hitting me, Jesus fucking Christ.
Hitting the
You're
rocks
hitting
on the
Noble.
side. You're hitting them rocks there.
Oh,
Alright, there. Yeah, there you go.
I think
Good
the
job.
engine is injured. There's like a red thingy on it. I don't know
Whatever
why
you
I
do-
fell off the bridge.
Maybe I can fix it.
Whatever you do, don't open the bathroom door.
Oh
no.
my God!
Whoa! Whoa! I said don't open the door!
I got curious, man. I'm sorry.
Is
How do you
this-
fix
oh,
the?
it-
How do you fix the engine? Is it with motor oil?
I think you gotta put oil in it.
I can't
This
see.
is close.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
you just gotta believe.
Yeah.
Okay,
Here, I'll sit next to you. I got the map.
okay. Okay, I believe. I believe. I believe.
Yep. And then
Yep,
we
just
just
keep
we gotta.
believing.
Like, there you go.
Keep believing.
We're gonna back. Oh, back up, please. For the love of God, back up.
Oh! Ah!
It's fine. Hey, you doing great. Hey,
Hey,
look at that. You did great.
Like a cat.
Yeah, you landed like a cat. You did great.
So great. You did so good. Yeah, look at that. See, we're awesome.
I'm so confused. Where are
Excuse me. What the fuck? Put that. Oh, that's not what I thought it was.
Ow, ow, ow. Please,
Oh, sorry.
ow.
Sorry. I didn't know that was hitting you.
Oh, I mean,
Sorry.
Christ.
Sorry. Yeah, maybe you should be helpful. Help the team instead of
Okay.
fucking jacking off in the bathroom, huh? You have no more scrap.
Whoa, what the hell?
Yeah, the truth comes out.
You were doing that in the bathroom? Gross.
Yeah, that's why it's
Yeah, where else are
sticky
you
in
supposed
there.
to do it? On the roof?
No,
No, in the
just like
bed.
do it in like a bush or something.
What the?
There's a
Gotta be
cave down
careful.
there. I'm gonna go check out the cave.
Okay,
Oh,
There's a
oh.
cave? What's
Wait,
a
where's the
cave down
cave?
What's that here? A mountain goat. This. Yeah, I'm a mountain goat. I'm a
I want
mountain
to see the
goat.
cave.
Yeah, I was about to say, come on, you got this. Yeah.
Oh shit! There's stuff.
Is this
There you go.
for
Yeah,
down
just
here?
go down. Just go straight down. Yeah.
EpiPen.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, the Santa
scrap.
hat. Switch.
Oh,
There you go. There you go.
Oh wait, can I like?
Perfect.
It's just a little broken.
That's fine.
Oh, snow
Switch.
chains. Wait a second.
You know, we could fix the tires, you know?
Yeah.
Look at these. Look at these. We could just go boop. Boop.
Wait, Santa hat. I want a Santa hat.
You want the Santa
Hello,
hat?
Nick.
Here, I'll wear the
Ooh.
reindeer hat.
Oh, thank
Wait, I'm
you. I
coming.
appreciate you.
Oh, I want this
There you
Santa.
go.
Santa.
Oh, you have cowboy.
Where?
There's an elf. There's a little
Okay,
dunce
then.
hat.
Here, someone
There's
can have a cowboy
baloney.
hat.
You know what? I'll actually trade you. There you go. Wait, no, that's mine.
Oh,
Wait, can I pick it
Now we're
up? It
all
like
happy.
saves when you pick up new hats.
oh.
Yeah, it does. So if you like pick up the hats and stuff and wear them,
Guys, I'm here.
if
Yeah.
somebody wants the Santa hat to wear.
I'm here to cook burger.
And cook the burger.
Which,
Yo, yo,
I'm gonna-
Christmas bro?
Don't put me
not-
down.
not
Put me
you.
down.
not you.
I'll
I'm
put
trying-
these
oh,
snow
but-
chains on the RV. Noble's blind from twerking it. That's why he isn't allowed to drive. Frostbite.
What?
Oh, frostbite is a thing.
From torquing?
Yeah. Twerking it too hard.
I'm
I went
just
blind.
torquing. I'm torquing this
Torquing
wrench.
Oh, shit, you got burger.
Burger. Oh no,
Yeah.
the stove.
I
I want a Borg.
I want a Borg. These don't look cooked.
No, that's getting there. You gotta wait. Watch, there you go. Look at that.
Oh,
A little patience, yo. A little patience.
thank you, sir. What a good
There's
cook you
oil.
are. Best
Thank
chef.
you, thank
Oh,
you.
laid it on the
3
inside.
star, 3 Michelin stars for you.
3 Michelin. 3.5. What the hell?
What the fuck? It only goes up to 3.
I thought it went up to 5.
No, it's only up to 3. Michelin stars only go up to 3.
Really?
But can I have 4 though?
Ah, yeah, sure, I guess.
Nice. Also, snow chains.
Yeah, I put them on the car. I thought they might help.
Yeah,
Ow.
that's a good call.
Oh, sorry. Oh, hi.
Hi.
I need to feed the engine. There we go.
How do you feed the engine?
Oh. Oil. Yeah, you go up to the engine under the bed, and you
Whoa.
give some oil.
Yeah, let me feed
Where's
it
the
oil when
winch
I went up
button?
to it. Hello, Blender
you-
Man.
I
It's
don't
not
have
letting
it.
me. Don't
Anybody
let
got the
me
winch
do
Well,
this.
button?
it's fixed now.
Oh, okay. Shit.
No. Wait, Elaine,
Oh.
didn't you have it?
No, did we lose the winch button? I've never
I think
touched
we
the
lost
winch button.
Button.
Oh, well. I can't believe you can
That's
lose
not
that.
good.
Maybe it's in the
That's
cave.
not good.
Go check.
It could be. Oh, wait a second. It's probably further up.
Did you torque it so hard you threw out the fucking remote?
Uh-oh.
Oh.
No, I might have. You know, it's fine. Black, what's up, man? Also, what's up? I saw earlier.
I'm trying to see
Huh?
if I can see it, but I don't see it.
I saw some people
Thank
in
you
the
for the
chats.
hydration, EMP.
Oh, wait. Okay.
I want to hydrate.
Okay,
I need to
go
hydrate.
go look if it's up there, okay?
No,
Is it up there?
I'm looking.
I don't
found
think we
something.
needed the winch. I don't
There
think
you go.
we needed it.
Yeah, we didn't need it at that moment. Hold on.
I just
If we get to
Okay.
another gas station, usually there's like more supplies and a winch might be one
What
of
do
them.
you mean there's a gas station?
Well,
There's more gas stations.
wait, no, we'll
I
come down.
know what
Those are like
wrong
our
with it?
checkpoints.
Ain't no gas in it. Oh, alright, we have no more scrap, do we?
No.
yeah, well, that's great.
I love you, Peach.
Alright, I'm gonna drink some water while we wait for him.
I found no remotes.
It's
I'm
okay.
pretty
We
sure
didn't.
it's up
We
there.
didn't need it. We didn't need it.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Yes.
Uh,
They'll throw a snowball at you, Pancake. I swear to God.
why?
Guys, I think
Ow.
it might be faster if we walked, you know?
Honestly,
Gonna be honest.
It might be. Do we want to walk all the way over up there?
Okay.
It's fine.
Mew's got us. You guys gonna get in?
Yeah.
yeah.
Alright, Mew.
Smoke
I can't
will go
believe it's
faster, guys.
staying. Buddy, get in the car.
Our
I almost
car
fell
looks
out of
like
the
an
car.
Autobot.
A what?
It
It
looks like an
does,
Autobot.
actually. Yeah, kinda. Not me, everybody's in the car.
I think this vehicle has 1 HP.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Probably, but you know.
What do you mean you can't get up the hill?
It just slid me backwards.
Oh my god, this map is huge. What the fuck? This map is actually huge.
Are we stuck on something? Hello?
Yeah, Rock. I got you. I'll push you.
Okay, push.
Yeah, can we-
It's a beautiful game.
Well,
It's like kind of working. Can you go forward? And try to go. Cause I don't think backwards is gonna work.
I'm not going backwards.
Okay, okay, you're
I'm not
unstuck.
going backwards. I swear to God.
You're unstuck.
I'm not doing this. I swear to God.
It's okay. All right, I think you're
hey guys,
good
I found the
now.
remote.
Oh shit!
Oh,
Hey,
nice.
this would be a good time for it. Actually, hold
Yeah,
on,
please.
It was exactly where I thought it was. Where I told nobody.
guys.
to
It's
look.
ballerinaing me. How do
I'm
you
also
take
pretty
this?
blind.
That's okay.
Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, there's trees up there. Go winch it on the trees, and then we'll try to
Okay.
get back up the hill. But you gotta let him put it on.
Oh, well, but the trees are a little too far.
What about on the, there's a tree to the left, we can put it on that, and then try to, like,
Okay.
at least
Yeah,
pull us
yeah,
out of
yeah.
this little spot.
Why is it locked? What the fuck? Is it caught? Is it? Oh, it was caught.
No,
Okay.
it's on the remote.
No, I stopped it. Hold up, I got this.
Work,
Okay, okay.
Work.
Wait, where'd the remote go?
work.
I just
mean,
put
you
it
know the-
down and now it's gone. Oh, it's right here. It's slid down the hill.
What is this? All right, we're good. I've winched us.
Alright, let's release this.
Hello?
Hello?
I got ejected from the driver's seat. Hold on.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah, there. Yay!
Yay!
Yeah, there you go. Yep. Oh,
Oh?
yeah, I can like
Oh?
help push it.
Oh! What the hell?
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
Ross.
good job. Yeah, that's the shit.
Yay.
It's so funny.
All right, let
dude.
me unwinch you. All right, there you go.
Good job.
Good job. All right, I think we're good now.
Oh,
No.
Duh.
Fucking God. I swear to fucking God. I'm gonna look at these.
uh,
All right, well, there's there's a tree behind us. Why is it locked? Unlock it. Unlock the winches.
did I lock it?
The back one's
sweet
locked.
babe Jesus.
All right, there we go.
Okay, it should be released now.
All right. Yep, we're
Oh.
good. All right. There you go. All right. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Look at that.
Yeah.
There's an owner's manual.
Oh.
What?
You got
Yeah.
this.
We don't
Thank
need
you,
that.
guys.
Throw that out.
Yeah, I'll definitely throw
My
it out.
car, please. For the love of God.
I think
Uh,
I actually don't. Yeah, I think you gotta back it up maybe and then go to the left. I don't know. I don't drive. Whoa, hey.
That's storage up there?
Is it?
Hey, we're going.
Yeah, just keep. Actually, you know what? Maybe just keep going backwards. Honestly, just keep going backwards.
Yeah.
Book.
Okay.
Oh.
Maybe we can like.
You got this.
There's no tree up here. I wish there was a tree over here. Oh, wait, we can do this tree. Oh.
You got this, battle buddy.
Ow, I broke. Ow! How is it stuck? It's stuck.
There's just no traction. It's the snow.
Oh, you're stuck on a rock. That's why.
Oh, we should push
Oh,
it.
no. It's the winch is
Oh.
like stuck. Okay, there we go. Yep. There. Yep. There. Yeah. Good job.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, great job, Mia.
Thank you. Oh.
I don't know if we want to go this way. There's a.
Nah, it's fine.
Yeah, I
Of
think
course.
this one might take us back into a circle. I actually don't know where we want to go from here.
Okay.
I walked up the
Pepsi
hill.
Watch.
Okay.
Wait, can I walk to the gas station from here?
Probably.
I've asked myself that many times.
I don't think that is what you ask yourself. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh my
God damn,
You
got a
calling
lot
me
of
a
burp.
liar?
A little bit.
Well, we ain't calling you a truther.
How dare you? I'm gonna have to start jorking it to get over this.
Stop! I can
Guys,
fucking see.
I made it
Stop
to the gas
staring!
station.
Dude, the fucking other side of the fucking bathroom is. Look to your right. Can you look to your right? Can you look to your right?
Oh
Oh!
no!
I was wondering what would happen if we completely
Okay.
destroyed the
Okay.
van. Good to know.
Okay, may I
Nibble, you wanna
drive?
try?
Yeah, I could try. I could try.
Yeah,
I could
man.
try.
Yeah, man. Totally,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah.
Totally, dude.
Okay. So is there two?
Great idea.
Oh wait, we need to get all the supplies first.
Yeah, let's get all this. He got cranked. He's got to crank that battery.
I
He
don't
could
know.
crank
Okay,
that
okay.
battery
Just-
without that fucking window being open. I'll be there in a sec. I want to test some.
So
I'll
I
test
was jorking it, but now I'm in the driver's seat, so I'm cranking my hog.
You're thinking.
Oh,
what
no
I'm
more
thinking?
cranking.
Oh, I have an idea.
Oh, wait.
That was a power pole.
It's this way.
I'm gonna go sledding. Look at the top of
Oh.
the hill.
Oh shit.
Are you ready?
Oh, it
Oh.
broke.
Yeah, do it.
Remember, kids,
Let's
don't target
go.
so
Okay.
hard your vehicle disintegrates. True.
Yo, motion!
You did a flip. Let's
did it,
go.
I did it.
Okay, I
Oh,
gotta try
broke.
this. I got.
Your turn.
It broke. It was so big.
I'm gonna have a stream of just sledding one day. I swear to God.
There's a sledding game.
Break my
Try
hip.
the sledding game. It's all about just sledding.
Let's go.
It's really
I'm
cute.
the IRL.
Oh, fair.
Mew.
Whee! Oh, those are rocks. Those are rocks. Turn. Turn.
What's up, man?
Elaine, you gotta try too. What's your toboggan?
Ew.
Hey,
Okay.
Elaine, you want to see how
Yeah, you can
you
have
you
this
light
one.
these?
Like what, huh? Yeah, how do you like
You want to
them?
know how you light these? I learned it.
Yeah, how you
I
like
learned it on accident. Watch this.
Oh,
Isn't that cool?
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
I
that's
love
actually
it.
pretty cool. Ooh, it's actually quite
Okay.
pretty. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Oh, I want to go one more
Oh.
time down the hill.
Okay.
Yeah. Do it.
What are you doing?
All right.
And
You
jump.
ready? I'm gonna
Yeah.
run and jump it.
American kids don't torque
do it.
this.
Whee!
Let's go.
Damn, that was really good.
Now, Bo, wait for us to get in.
Well, I was just trying to get past
Alright.
the fences, all.
Hey,
Alright, we're ready.
And I break it immediately. I feel it.
No,
I
I
feel it's
believe
gonna
in you.
happen.
I believe in you.
Okay. Wait, is everyone here? We got one,
Yeah,
two,
yeah,
three
we're all
kids.
good.
All right. All right,
We're all
kids,
here.
we're going back home. Someone read the map. My eyes are bad. Okay.
All right, Grandma, you gotta go down the hill and then
Wait,
you're gonna take a
someone
right.
Someone check that house over there, the tiny home. Check that
Okay,
for
okay,
supplies.
Grandma. Okay,
Because I
Grandma.
I
Okay.
remember how to park. How do I park?
Pee.
Oh shit! I found goggles.
Ooh. Okay. This is the bit I'm doing for the rest of the time. Okay.
Okay, Grandma.
All right, Grandma. Let's get going, Grandma.
Oh.
All right.
Wait, actually, don't leave yet, Grandma. Grandma, wait, Grandma. Hold on, wait,
Ah,
not everybody's in the car yet.
pass Grandma a beer.
Grandma, I don't think you should be drinking. You sure?
I am 88 years old. It don't matter. Pass me a beer.
All right, here you go, Grandma.
Just listen to
Wait,
Grandma.
hold on.
Get
Wait,
her
I
a
can put
beer,
it.
It's fine.
Look, I put it in the drink holder for you. Here, I'll get a backup
okay.
one for you, Grandma.
Is there anything in the house?
There was
my
some just
favorite
goggles that
child.
I have on my face.
All right, is
You want-
everyone here?
I can drop them so that way
Yeah,
you guys can
Grandma.
get them too.
All
Grandma,
right,
do you want
let's
to
get-
try on
I'll
these
race you
glasses,
down the
Grandma?
hill, Grandma.
Oh, those are some good glasses. But those look prettier on you. You get to keep them. It's okay.
Okay, thanks, Grandma.
Now, Grammy's gonna put the pedal to the metal. Now, buckle up or
Okay.
die.
No, buckle
I wasn't
up
in there.
or
Grandma.
die.
I wasn't in the RV, but I'm tobogganing down. Oh shit!
Grandma, I think we just ran over someone, Grandma.
Yo,
Grandma, we just ran over little pancake, Grandma.
We just hit some geese. It's okay.
Oh my god, that's so fast.
I used to run from the police back in the day. They never
think we ran
caught
over
me,
little
but I've
geese,
killed.
Grandma.
I've killed several times.
Oh, Grandma.
Hey, Grandma, can we make a pit stop?
Yeah,
I think there's
of
stuff
course,
over
of
there,
course.
Grandma.
Oh god damn it! The road's closed again.
It's okay, Grandma. We can just go over the bridge, Grandma.
Hold on, I think there's
I'm
houses
writing-
here. Hold on.
I'm writing a 3-paragraph
Tell me you
complaint.
guys saw me going
Facebook.
down the fucking hell.
You went
There's
really
no
fast. You were
pancake.
going really fast from my perspective.
I'm all the way at the bottom where the RV was last time. I did
Wait.
a couple flips. Oh my god. I'm
burned
gonna
them.
try to
I
run
found
back all the way
a
up.
hat.
A hat? You found a hat?
A hat.
Hat. Oh, come.
Here,
I
go
think
through
Do you
the
wanna? Do you
road.
wanna pick up my goggles so you have them too?
Sure.
Okay, I'm coming.
Found another hat. Oh, I found a cassette.
Ooh, a cassette. We need that. You know how Grandma gets without her music.
Grandma needs another beer.
Grandma, you left me.
Like father, like daughter. You know what they say.
What the fuck?
What?
You told me Papa went to go live on a butterfly farm.
no,
Butterfly
he
farm.
He left. Never
What did
came
he
back.
leave for? Hey guys, wait for me.
Oh, he didn't even
Wait.
lie to me. He just looked me in the eyes and was like, I'm leaving. He's like, oh, okay.
Wait, how'd you get the Oh. We could
Guys, I
bring the. We could have brought the toboggans.
This is something my grandma actually does.
Grandma, can you move the car forward? We can't get in the car. Actually, never mind. Miu's better than me. It's a skill issue. Hold on.
Come here.
Should I
I have
open
enough.
the giant
thank you.
Reese's cup that's on my desk?
You should do
Yes.
it.
Should I take a bite out of
One
it? I kind of want to take a bite out of it.
Take a bite out of it.
Oh, put in the music, darling. Thank you. Crank it. I'm so deaf.
I got this at Walmart in the Christmas aisle, by the way.
That's fair. That does seem like a Walmart thing. Okay, but what if we grandpa roleplay though? Like, what if you're grandpa instead of grandpa?
Well,
you sound
why
like
are
a
you
grandpa.
looking like you are having a midlife crisis, my kitty?
Like, if I'm grandpa, I'm gonna be a lot angrier. I'm gonna need a lot more beers.
Okay, I like
Alright.
grandma instead.
Hi,
Grandma.
Jay.
Alright, give me 1 second.
Alright, grandma. Hold on. Let's load you up, grandma, so you can double fist
child.
it.
Ooh. Oh,
What
we're
does this
losing the
do? What does
children.
X do? Just
That's
let you swing your
emotes.
arms. Oh, I
you hold-
see. You're supposed to hold
I like your
it.
goggles.
You like my goggles?
No, little pancakes. Little peas.
OP. OP, what kind
There's
of
like
glasses you
little, ski ones on. I also like your
Ooh.
goggles.
Get in the goddamn RV. We need to get you back to clarinet practice. I paid
Grandma,
too
I hate
much.
clarinet, Grandma.
You shit! You wanted to learn an instrument. I say
Grandma,
I'm going.
wanted-
Goodbye, children. Let's put this bitch in first.
Where's Pancake?
Up on top
Pancake?
of the RV.
Oh, okay, cool.
Gotta swing out wide. Yep, and then we gotta put it back in reverse. Oh, we don't even have to put it in reverse. Nice.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome
my-
back.
Are you still on top of the RV, Pancake?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So make sure we didn't leave you behind, you know?
Yeah, thank you.
Their dad be
I
like,
don't know
I'm
why
head
my
out for
grandma-
some
Ooh,
sticks.
Grandma.
Bye.
Why am I
Ooh,
tilted?
Grandma.
Why am I tilted?
Ooh, Grandma.
Wait a
Ooh,
second, wait a
Grandma.
second. Mmm.
Oh, shit.
Winch. Winch. We're gonna need a winch.
Well, if we try to go outside, we will fall.
Yeah, we'll fall and die, Grandma. Well, actually, we might not. Hold on. Wait, let me check.
No,
Oh no, yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good.
Ah,
we
hold
can
on,
get up.
Grandma.
Yeah.
we need
I'll
a
get
winch.
that winch.
oh,
Forward.
Get that
fuck.
Got
winch.
it.
Forward towards
Forward?
the tree.
Forward.
and towards the tree.
Forward. Okay.
Yes, forward and towards the tree.
So I fell through a gap on the bridge, and I fell all the way down.
Oh,
I'm
there
pretty
goes another
injured.
one.
But I'm
I had
okay.
25
Grandma, how many
children.
kids have you lost so far, Grandma?
About 22
Oh.
children.
Grandma, how are you popping
What?
out so many kids?
Mind your
Grandma
business.
got a resilient vagina.
Grandma, the tree's too far, Grandma.
No, it just needs to be in that direction. Now pull me forward.
Oh.
Like, it just
Where's
needs
the
to be
red?
like...
You
It's
might
like
be able
Okay,
to
what
put
you
it
have.
it's
on
forward.
the-
I attach it to the bridge.
Yeah,
I don't have the
yeah,
remote
yeah.
though.
Good, good.
All right,
good.
yeah, there.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
god!
oh,
Oh my god! Oh, okay, we're still good.
Keep going. Quickly. There we go. Forward. Forward. There we
Hold on.
go.
Let's see if we can try. Hold on. We're gonna try to see if we can put it on the tree now. Hold on.
Oh, attach it, attach it.
Help.
Grandma can't afford another DUI.
Okay. Stop moving. Please release
I think
the
we gotta-
winch. Oh god. Oh, they're gone. Oh, okay, that's why. Got it.
Oh.
Awesome. Okay,
Yep.
sorry. Didn't switch now. Love you, Grandma.
Here, cinnamon.
How
We
do
didn't
we
bring
fix
cinnamon. I don't know.
Aw.
There's a flip thing, I think, but I think
Yeah,
it's
There is
a flip
I
tool
think
here,
it's under
yeah.
the car.
How do we flip it?
Unfortunately, I think the flip thing is on this side. Is it this? Are you it?
How do we
Yeah.
flip it? How to push it?
Who's got the remote? Who's got
I
the
do.
remote, actually?
Yeah, we're gonna
Okay,
try
back
pulse it.
winch.
Oh.
Back winch. Pull forward.
Okay. Oh.
Keep pulling. Keep pulling. Keep pulling.
Guys, have
Hell
any
yeah, hell
VTubers
yeah.
successfully played this game?
No.
Ow.
Okay.
Alright, stop pulling
Oh,
for
okay.
a minute.
Alright, can we
Me
push
and
it
Noble
now?
played like a tiny bit, but we
Oh
didn't
wait,
play
what's
that
that?
much.
What the fuck? Whoa! Nice! Where the
Yeah.
fuck did that come
Nice.
from? Wait, where
It's been on the roof the whole time.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't
that's
wanna
what
ruin the
that.
fun.
Whoa! Okay.
Everyone back in. Round 2.
Alright.
Where's Grandma's beer? Oh, we
hold on,
ran
Grandma.
out.
Grandma,
Oh,
wait for me.
Yeah. I think we ran out.
we're angry now. We don't have enough beer.
Grandma, we have motor oil.
Maybe later. Maybe
Oh my
later.
god, Pancake does look cool. I like your glasses.
I don't know how I don't know how to take them off.
If you go in there and you hold shift and you do the scroll wheel, it'll change them.
We'll put it back in first. Turn.
I like your.
Turn. Come on, you
Oh,
son of a
Grandma, you got
bitch.
a beer.
Like,
You know, I'm gonna drink all the beer.
Oh my Grandma.
I
is
bought the
alcoholic.
beer. I could drink as much as I want.
Yeah, no, of course, Grandma.
Yeah. Anything
Okay,
for you,
thank you.
Grandma.
Is the winch unattached from the rear?
Yeah, we
I
don't
don't
no
know.
more winches.
Sure.
Grandma, that's a tree.
We need a winch front. Yeah, I'll do it. It's fine. Wait a
No,
second.
Grandma. It's okay. You gotta rest your back, you know?
It's fine. I survived World War II and One. I can do it. It's fine.
How old are you, Grandma?
Oh, I mean, day past
Your grandmother
26.
is. Let me. Oh god.
Matthew, J Pierce.
You attached it to me.
That's fine. Paul.
Oh, okay.
Paul. Yeah, that way. Actually, yeah.
Oh,
hook it to
okay,
something and
yeah.
Start pulling forward.
Okay, hold on. Pull. Oh, nice.
Release.
Very good.
Release the
Yeah,
winch.
let me reset it.
Yeah, good job, everybody.
Hey.
Yeah.
Oh, we gotta
We
fix the
need to-
tire.
We need to fix everything real fast before we
Okay.
die.
Okay, Grandma.
Okay,
Yeah.
Grandma.
You know, usually I lose people to the cold or disease, but to an RV breaking, that's unacceptable.
Okay, Grandma.
One time,
Grandma, did you
I
take your
had
meds
sex with
today?
Teddy Roosevelt.
Grandma,
Okay, Grandma.
we don't talk about that anymore.
He was a hog.
I love that. Grandma, we don't talk about that anymore.
Grandma, you don't know how much Grandpa hates hearing those stories. I know he's not with us, but.
My grandpa was there. He watched.
Oh,
Now, our quick,
oh, Grandma, you silly coot.
Ow!
Sorry.
What did I get?
Sorry.
is the
Grandma.
winches all unhooked?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're good.
Okay. For some reason, it's not going forward. 1 second.
Because
Are we in park?
No, it's in first. Toggle engine.
That's what I was. I was like, I feel like I couldn't go forward like at all.
Are you stuck
Wait,
on
Someone
can you do
push
like a
from the
front
rear.
wheel drive instead of a okay.
Push. Give it a little oomph.
I'm trying, Grandma.
Oomph.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
There we
yeah.
go.
All right, everyone, hop in
Hi,
quickly.
Grandma. How are you?
Or we get stuck again.
All right. I'm in. Let's go.
All right, buckle up.
Oh my
we're
God, you
done.
turned the seat
No more-
around. Fuck yeah.
No more screwing around.
You look like you're on a smartphone. Like I know that's a Switch, but it looks like you're on a smartphone.
Grandma, your tweet got 2 likes, Grandma. I'm sorry.
What?
Grandma, I think
what-
the TikTok
what
of you
about you?
twerking didn't do so hot. I think we
No,
need to pop a
I'm a-
titty next time.
You know, they say I'm a grandma that they would like to fool around with.
Oh, a
A
gilf?
Grandma-
if you will.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, all right, honey, where are we going? Left or right? Can someone
Right,
fix the
Grandma.
engine? It needs a little oil. It's a little thirsty.
Hold on, let me scope it out, Grandma.
All right, I trust
Definitely not left. Let's go. We gotta go up.
you. Is there supplies there?
No, there's a cliff there, Grandma.
All right, I'll save that for later. All right.
What, Grandma?
What?
You
Nothing.
spin me right round, baby, right round, like record, baby, right round, right
So-
round.
I'm gonna teach you. Oh, I can't see shit.
Yep, nope. Just keep going. Keep going.
Me, I love your glasses.
Keep going to the
Oh,
right,
thank
to
you.
the right. Yep.
Thank you.
Just keep going.
Thank
Just keep
you.
going. Yep, you're good. Keep
Oh,
on going. Okay, now be
no.
careful. It's gonna go down, and then there's gonna be a wall. Yeah. There you go. Good
The
job,
song makes me
Grandma.
feel like I'm in Sea of Thieves.
Yeah.
Makes me feel like I'm in the Soviet Union.
Papers, please.
Yeah. Great job, Grandma.
Yo. You're my favorite granddaughter. Don't tell
Oh.
the others.
Oh.
Rude, but that's fine. It's whatever.
Yeah, fuck you, Grandma.
Fuck you, Grandma.
This is why you're my least favorite.
There's a game where you
Grandpa
give
said I
Grandma
was your
directions while she's
favorite.
driving and can't see. Noble would
Gran-
peek at Grandma. Noble would be peeking.
Grandpa's dead. I killed him.
All right. Oh yeah, you got it, Grandma.
why Grandpa will you
Didn't they
out of the
convict
will.
little Bobby for that? Did you frame little Bobby?
He had it coming.
But he was our favorite cousin.
He had it
Grandma.
You don't
He had it
understand the
coming.
dynamics of family politics, okay?
You're out of the
Grandpa
will.
University.
You know what? I never liked little Bobby anyway. He always
There
picked
we
his nose and rubbed his boogers on the
Are
couch.
we supposed to have windows?
We don't ask about that.
You
Oh, we
know,
can close them.
We just pretend the windows are down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Open window.
Oh.
Oh,
You got this,
Jesus! I need a boost.
Grandma.
You need a boost?
Can't go wait a second. Maybe I can fix it. Maybe I can fix it. No, I'm fucked. Okay. Winch forward, please. Forward, winch forward.
I'm going. Hold on. I gotta actually put it in. Jesus.
Yeah, that's
Oh, Jesus.
All right, we're good. Everyone in?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Well, are you okay?
I fell through the bridge with the hammer, and I'm dead, and I'm falling
It's
through the
okay.
world
When we
now.
get to the gas station,
Alright.
it'll be fine. It's fine.
Awesome,
All right,
awesome. Okay,
we're okay. We're done with winches. We're done with winches. It's fine.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
We will reset. And just stay out there.
Oh.
Second favorite.
Oh.
Oh, lovely.
Wait, what if we do like that? You know that one scene from Hoodwink where with like the thing.
Wait, do we gotta-
remember what it's called?
we gotta winch it, right? We gotta winch it just in
Yeah.
case.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Yeah.
have to
Okay.
You
winch
guys ever
this,
seen
but-
Hoodwink?
We winch both sides. Okay, so
What?
Miu front winch. We're gonna hook up over there, and we're also gonna hook up the back winch to the back here, and then the tires are gonna touch the rod, and that's what's gonna propel it forward and also give it a little
Okay.
bit of stability.
Bring
I
the
see.
winch and like hook it in front of me, and then I can pick it up. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
There you go.
Little peek. Oh, okay. Thanks.
This needs to be.
Nah, I'm just a button presser.
This needs to be forward more before we hook that up anywhere.
It's
Okay, I
exactly
hooked
like
you.
Hoodwinked.
Yeah, no, I remember the scene. Yeah, no, I remember the scene you're talking about.
I was so scared of the buddy when I was a
Okay.
kid, dude.
Mm.
Wait, hold on,
How-
hold on. Don't do anything with the winch. Hold on, I got an idea.
Yeah. Oh, what if you hooked it to the thing all the way up there? Yeah, you're a fucking genius. Maybe you are my now
Whoa!
number one.
It's okay. Your other number
Yeah.
one died.
Yeah.
He fell off a
That is
bridge.
true. That is true.
All right.
Pancake, get ready.
Yeah.
Forward. Parking brake off. Let's pray to Jesus. Dear baby Jesus, please bless me in your oil of truth.
Oh.
Oh, Tom Cruise. Oh, yeah, baby.
It's nice. Let's go.
Got a need for speed.
Holy shit.
Oh, all right. Let
Oh,
me.
yeah.
Okay. Let me. Yeah, keep going. There you go. And I'll reset the
Holy
back.
shit. Holy,
Reset
yep,
the
good
winch.
job.
We're good to
Yeah,
go.
yeah, there you
Good job,
go.
everybody.
Resetting. All right.
Good
All
job,
right.
Oh,
Yeah, be
yeah.
careful, Mia. Yeah, be careful on that bridge. I
Yeah, I'm
died on
gonna
that
run
bridge.
this way.
Yeah, run away.
I might need a forward winch, please.
Okay, coming back up.
Glock Roomba, no shama go. Let's fucking go. Yeah, so I
Speed
see.
to electric
Yeah,
boogaloo.
yeah,
I
There
agree.
you go. Oh.
Oh, hello, Glock
Gonna hook
Ruba.
up with
Welcome
the
on
rod.
in. Noble is goat. Grandma Noble is really
We need
getting
more
us through
Alright,
this.
hold on. Let me put. Let me put it a little further.
Oh, I'm still falling.
Oh!
Oh, I
Oh.
just barely made it. Oh my god.
My RV! Poseidon, forgive me for my sins. I've done nothing. I've done nothing to upset you, Poseidon. What have I done?
Oh, okay. It's the storm. I'm so confused.
Was the sacrifice not enough?
Oh, you sacrificed me? Is that what I'm hearing? Oh. We got so far though. To be fair, that was like the furthest we've gotten.
We got a method. Yeah.
Yeah. Noble
Run it
needs to
down
be the
again.
driver. Yeah, we got this.
We got this.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm putting all the toboggans.
Yeah, you get all the toboggans. I'll get
I'm
the
gonna go
flare
run over to
gun.
this house.
Oh,
Okay, Grandma.
Come on. Okay, don't you fucking give me sass. I'll get the bill. I swear to God.
Oh, okay, sorry, Grandma.
Grandma, you can't do that anymore.
I don't give a fuck. I'm old enough. What are they gonna do? Throw me in jail? Oh no.
Grandma.
Grandma, wait, wait. We gotta fix the car, Grandma, wait.
You better
Grandma,
start
wait.
hurrying.
Grandma, wait.
I'm trying to put all the toboggans on the roof, Grandma.
Okay.
I'm running down the hill.
Take your time.
Wait,
Gotta
look
do a
at
little
this.
bit of
360.
Nice. Nice. If I still had both my hips, I would have done 3 backflips on that bad boy.
What is
Oh,
the...
look at that.
A toboggan!
It's not a toboggan, honey. It's a tube. It's a tube.
Hey, Grandma, what does it mean when there's a blue bar? There's a blue bar.
Body damage to the RV needs to be fixed with the hammer.
It's
That's what- I thought
actually
that's what
gone. What the fuck? It's gone. Oh no!
No.
I found it! Come down the hill slightly.
Grandma, I
Yeah.
think the RV's okay, Grandma. I don't see
Okay.
anywhere else where it's damaged.
Oh,
It's
I-
got that blue bar on it.
yeah, it's body damage. It's just we don't see it. We are blind.
You're blind,
It is
Grandma?
okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, we're moving forward. Some children will be left behind, and that's okay.
Okay,
You know,
So-
not everyone wins.
Grandma, you bitch!
Oh, pancake, no! 5th gear. I'm coming, honey. I got you.
Grandma, we're gonna run her over.
I got you. Take my hand. Oh, she went under the tire. No.
Grandma!
Oh my
I can't take my laces again. Let's just get down to the hill where it's nice and safe, everybody. Oh,
Grandma,
there's
God.
Grandma's beer.
mistake.
Oh, there's a beer. Nice.
Do you see my toboggan, my tube stuck in the mountain?
Stuck in the mountain?
Yeah, look
Hi,
near it.
Grandma. Here you go.
Come over here.
Isn't
I'll
there a
Grandma,
show
cave?
you
welcome
what
on
it
in.
is. Hi, Jacob. Oh, where did it go? I saw it. It was like,
Oh, it's down
Black
there. It's by the
circle.
cave. No, look down there by the cave.
wait, I don't see it.
I can't ping. If you look, I could go get it. I think.
Grandma, I
For
got
me,
more
it was
beer
in the
for you.
mountain.
Ooh, I like
It's
beer.
like,
Or are those there with the
you
hats
go.
in the house again?
Yeah, there's hats in the house again.
oh, I
The
didn't
alternate
even
ending
notice
for
it.
Titanic is weird, isn't it?
There you go, Grandma.
Ugh.
I love this.
Just-
I like
I
this.
just need to light my
Grab.
ciggy with ticket.
Grandma hit me with a car.
Grandma, they hit
I
me
do
with
it
the car.
again. Don't you tell CPS.
Do it again. Hey, what's up?
Here, you want this hat? Here you go.
Switch.
Here,
Oh. I applied some
Oh.
lotion.
Grandma left us.
That's okay.
Grandma, do you want me to go win shit?
How
or
you doing,
good?
Jacob?
I can't
I
afford
hope
the
you're
other
well.
one.
Okay.
Oh, the child
You guys got
support.
this. Look at that.
You got this, Grandma.
Yeah, look at that. You guys got this.
These music, it takes me back.
Grandma, what is the
Back-
EpiPens for?
I'm allergic to most things now. Ever since I've had quadruple menopause. Air hurts and water is
Air
painful.
hurts.
They help bring people back to life, I think.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh no, just let me die. It's fine.
Oh,
I have a good
oh,
life.
ow. I fell through the bridge.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's okay. You'll be fine.
Keep up.
Grandma, I'm sick. I'm tired.
I was sick when I gave birth, like several times. You get used to it. You get better. It's
But
fine.
I'm not old enough to have babies.
Funny
But
enough,
I'm not
I
old
sneezed
enough
so
to have
hard,
babies.
a baby popped out. And,
I don't
it
know,
was
Grandma. That sounds like a loose cooter.
What? I'm getting
Damn.
about 1 second.
Hi, guy.
Where are you, you little shit? Fuck you,
Going across the bridge,
Hi,
Grandma.
people
Fuck you.
Oh, you smart, you son of a bitch. You're my favorite, you little rascal. I'm drinking another beer. Alright, guys.
I can't do a 24-hour stream, you fuckers. I'm sick. Fuck you. God damn.
Yeah,
this is
pancake
long.
6. Sick. 6.
Yeah.
6.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm old enough to be on Twitch if I'm
Oh,
6.
baby.
Oh, babe. Dude, they want me to do 24-hour streams and I'm like suffering from like a really bad cold, bro.
Someone who's
These
done
guys,
this, please
these
don't
guys
do
hate
it.
me.
I'm sure you can pee off the
You
bridge.
fucking clutch.
Wait, if you have a pee pee and you like and it's like cold, right? And you pee, would your pee get stuck to your pee pee? Like a pee?
If it's cold enough.
Oh.
Here, Grandma, let me come out here and let me winch you.
Pancake is 6 and not allowed to stay up that late. Yeah, exactly, guys. Shit. I'll watch out for Pancake's health. Ooh.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay. Alright, we just need to
I'll
remove the
unwinch
winch and we're
this.
good.
I got it.
Okay.
I'm coming.
Thank you.
So I'm already
Yeah, you want to be
outside.
winch?
Turn the
You wanna be
tunes back
winch?
Yeah,
on.
I'll be winch because I'm already outside.
Mew, I love you like the daughter I never had, but those glasses make you look pretty stupid. I'm sorry.
Wow, Grandma.
I had...
Grandma, go. Grandma, go.
Is it time to go? Okay, 5th gear. Alright, let's go. I forgot I gotta go speed first. This is plenty fast.
Yo.
Grandma, you're veering to the right a little bit.
Music, it brings me back. I have to wiggle my ass.
Grandma, please. Grandma, please.
Grandma. All right, I'm coming.
Winch.
Yep.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, don't do that. Yeah, don't go down there. Yeah, don't go down there. Now we gotta lane. We gotta lane.
Stop.
So if you're
Alright.
pissing and it's -50, it doesn't make an icicle on your pee-pee. Just a heads up.
Oh, lane, be careful.
It doesn't? I'm sorry.
No.
What's the point of having a pee-pee then if you can't do that?
Hold on, I got this. Let me unwinch
There's
this.
no point in having a
Well,
pee-pee.
in the
You just
past
hit reset
life,
on the front winch and it will reset.
Okay, all right, we're good. Oh God.
Careful not to fall off the edge, please.
Yep.
Oh, okay, this one you're gonna do the thing where you're gonna
Yep,
grab
hold
that
on.
and then
Yeah, we're just
Yeah.
gonna wait for the.
just wait till the storm's gone.
Yeah. Those Arctic
How do we
explorers had
get
this
up?
problem. Well, you could put like if it's that cold out, I'd be more concerned about exposed skin. Ooh, that's fair because if it's cold enough to freeze your pee right away, you probably just get frostbite right away, and then your pee would fall.
you remember your cousin Jared? He had his foreskin frostbite off. He just peeled it right off like a band-aid. And
Grandma, I don't like this conversation anymore, Grandma.
Grandma,
you
yeah.
never
Grandma, that's a
want to
little gross,
talk to
Grandma.
me, and then I say nothing, and then you complain I don't talk enough, and then I try
Pancake,
to
be
connect
careful.
with you.
I was gonna wait for the blizzard to be over.
Oh.
She's gonna lose her foreskin.
Grandma's tweaking real hard right now, guys.
Foreskin, Grandma.
Don't forget to smoke your ciggies. Keep up your strength. Nice
Wouldn't women make a better Arctic explorers? I feel like it.
I think so. I love.
Where the
What?
fuck? How long is this fucking blizzard, dude?
Send it. I'll go out there and do it. It's fine.
No,
Since
Grandma,
no
you
one's
stay in the
willing
car.
to do it.
No, we're
It's
waiting for the
fine.
blizzard to be over, Grandma.
it's
Look,
so
now Pancake's
cold.
doing it. Now
Oh,
Pancake's
no.
falling to their death, Grandma.
Oh no! No!
Grandma, help me! Grandma.
You're gonna have to learn self-reliance. I know it's a new skill for you, but you're gonna have to learn fast, okay?
I think we gotta wait till this storm's over, guys. I don't want to risk it. I think it might be a little dangerous.
I don't know if
can't-
it's gonna end. I think this is.
Yeah, I don't think the storm's ending.
What do you mean? All right.
You got this. I believe in you. Please
That
don't.
was a bad idea.
Did you stop with it at least?
No, so I'm still holding on to it. So I think if you reverse it, I think you can bring
I'm trying
me
to
back up.
pull you back up.
I think I think it's pulling me. Yeah, it's pulling me back up. As long as I don't let go.
Yeah.
It's swinging me around a bit
yeah, it's like
acrobatically,
swinging,
yeah.
but like,
Uh-oh.
It's like
Uh-oh.
hey,
Bad
hey,
things are
uh-oh.
happening. Yep.
Uh-oh. I'm like under the car.
I'm still off the wish.
Okay, so
I think we just gotta. I think we gotta release the winch.
Don't release the winch, me, please. Me, please.
I think we gotta
Elaine,
release the
I
winch.
love you like the daughter I never had, but we
No,
have
you
to
don't,
cut
Grandma.
the
You fucking
way-
lying, fucking bitch.
Cut
You said that to
the
Pancake and you let her
extra
fall to her death, Grandma.
I know what I
Please.
said.
You're a lying son of a
I think we
bitch,
gotta release the
Grandma.
winch, Grandma.
No,
gotta release
you
it.
don't betray me like this.
Cord, I can't handle this anymore.
Hey, the blizzard's gone.
Stopped.
Am I just stuck down here?
Yeah, you're stuck in the void.
I'm not even in the void. I'm just sitting.
Wait.
in the
I'm good. I'm good.
God, you
Yay!
made it! Yay!
Okay,
never doubted you for a
all
second.
right. Yeah, shut the fuck up, Grandma.
Okay, now you can release it. Nice. If you want to cheat, if you leave and then come back, it like resets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
May I have the new invite, please?
Yes, let me do that. Boop,
Oh yeah, I
there
don't
you
have
go.
you on my friends list of it.
I can pull forward a little bit more. There we go.
Okay,
Oh.
cool. The back's already put in. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm back and I'm alive.
There you
Yeah,
go.
Welcome back, honey.
Oh, thank
So good
you.
to see you. I saw you in my dreams last night. It was
Do you
haunting.
need help? You got it.
I got
Grandma,
it.
you
I got
fucking
it. I
bitch.
believe so
You-
fucking hard.
You want me to die.
You got this. I believe in you. Yeah, you did it.
All right, there you go. Come on.
Hey, oh, you guys ready for this?
Yep.
Ba, 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 ba.
Sorry, I'm pushing you
Ba,
off.
ba, 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 ba.
That's so fucking stressful to see in third person. Holy shit.
Woo. It's,
Oh my god.
it's fine. I had a little
Yeah, there
bit
you
of a
go.
seizure.
Oh my god.
Release the witch! Release it! Release the... We need to fix the car now.
It's,
had a
we can
little
fix
bit
it
of
after you get off the
episode.
bridge, Grandma. I think we
No,
can
no, no,
fix
we
it after we
fix-
get off the bridge.
We fix now.
We're fixed. We're fixed. You can start driving. You can start driving.
Yeah, I think you should.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank
thank you,
you.
Indy.
Oh,
Oh no, not the weather. Not the weather again. Now let me in. Let me in. Don't kill me like this.
I'm
Not
still
like
alive. I'm
this.
still alive.
I'm
I'm
in.
still alive.
Oh, let's go. Okay.
oh my god. How did that even work? I don't know. Sure, we.
Yeah, there you go. Oh.
Yeah, let's go.
No, 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 no.
Oh,
Oh, but it's
We're
okay.
good. We're, like, right
It's
there.
okay.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
it's
You're right
okay.
there.
It's
It's
okay.
fine.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
yeah. We're
Hi,
good. We're good.
guys.
We're good.
Yeah. There you go. Forward now. I think we can winch you.
Oh.
You want to winch?
Oh
Hey, another small child, not again. Just keep hitting little boys. That's a different.
Alright,
That's a reference
alright.
to a fucking video.
no.
All right. We got you winched there, Grandma.
Dear baby Jesus, bless me in your holy oil of truth.
Where's
There's
the
smoke.
remote?
I don't know.
I have it. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Hey,
okay, there you go.
Pancake, can you push? Oh, never mind. We're good. We bullet.
There you go.
We bullet. Ooh. Okay, we can stop now. Okay.
There you go. All
Oh,
right,
drive, Grandma,
we're good to
drive.
go.
Oh, there you go. Come up
I'm
this
gonna
way.
get up the hill.
Oh,
How's the
There we
RV
go.
still working?
Somehow.
did you find the remote?
Yeah, me
Yeah, I
had
have
it.
There's someone
All
on my friends list
right.
called Deck My Balls, and I have no idea who the fuck they are.
That's awesome.
All right,
Like, I
everyone in?
actually-
Is everyone in?
No.
You went on up ahead.
Yeah, music
Okay,
at the
everyone's.
station.
I forgot about you again. I'm so sorry, Jerry.
Grab,
We're almost there.
grab that Jerry. Jerry went to jail, remember?
Oh yeah, he
Bobby.
did, didn't he? There we are.
Remember
Let's
he was
fix-
doing tax
Oh,
fraud?
is this a gas station? Oh shit!
Yeah, that game froze.
I,
Hold on.
I hope they don't catch me for my text bro. Shit. I have a
What
gun.
is this? What does the welding machine do?
What?
Oh, I froze.
Oh. Close the open.
If anybody needs an invite, just let me know.
Yeah, you have to send me one.
Well, then close the bathroom. when you're
Maddie.
pooping. I wasn't pooping. I was just changing my glasses.
Wait, what is
There you
this? Is this a welding machine?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh. All right, let me see the welder. Maybe my old woman experience can help me here.
Yeah.
You stole
get
it from
Grandma.
me. I'll kill you.
Hey, I'm near on the tire. Oh. Ah.
There you go.
Oh, bite.
Oh,
Fix
go
it
for
all.
Oh, we have two
Yeah.
winch controllers now.
Yeah.
Nice.
Cool.
Oh no, my game keeps freezing.
Oh. Is that actually
Oh,
working?
why?
What the fuck?
Oh, nice. That's a reset point then. Nice.
Wait,
I don't
Is it
know what
like-
that did.
They used to call me the Cinnamon Death in World War II.
Late night when I need you. No.
Seems safe. Grandma
Okay.
grabs some. Grandma grabs
Yeah,
some.
we're ready
Grab
to
some
go.
fireworks. Oh,
Oh.
my god. Oh, that's dangerous.
Oh, the guns! Not again. We gotta get the hell out of here, guys. We gotta go.
No,
Oh.
wait, Mia's not here.
Oh. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh! Oh!
All right,
Guys, I fell. I had the boo boo.
it's okay. I got you.
Yeah, you.
I got you.
There you
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. You can walk it
Oh,
off.
we have 3 winch controllers because I despawned.
Oh,
Still having one.
Pog, let's go.
Oh, we're going?
that
Okay.
now.
All right, yep, let's go,
straight?
Grandma.
Wait, let's consult the map. Straight?
Yeah, straight.
Wait, straight?
I don't
Are
know how
we
to
sure?
fucking read this map. Yeah, straight.
Okay, if you say so. I'll trust you. I also trust you with my social security check, too.
Yeah,
I know,
we know,
don't
Grandma.
worry. You get your $500. You
Yeah.
don't worry about it.
Wait, we're giving her 500. I thought we were giving her 250.
What the fuck did you just say, you little shit?
Huh? Nothing.
I'll
nothing.
shite you!
Nothing.
I'll shite you!
You get all of it, I promise.
Okay, thank you. See what I did to children growing up. I shook them. And
I
then-
shook-
Nail gun.
Okay, so.
Oh, do we
it looks
have
like
to-
have place these? Oh,
Grandma!
oh my god! Ah, what the fuck?
Grandma!
Oh my god, you're trying to kill me, not again.
Oh, no. Shake it, baby. So just shake it, baby. No, don't take me.
The
Don't take
shaking
me,
baby.
grandma, no.
Shake the baby.
Don't shake the baby. Where's the nail gun? I think we can nail the things down.
I put it over there. It's behind you.
Pancake, see if you can nail those boards down.
Oh.
Oh, you
The
can.
snow is so
nice.
big.
No, move. I need to get in there.
More glasses. There's some
do your-
glasses and stuff
That's so
over
cool.
here.
All right, do your best, Grandma.
There's a goat. There's a goat too. I know there's goats. I know there's goats.
Holy
yeah, there he
shit!
is.
Good job, Grandma. All right, Grandma. Hold up while we make the next one, Grandma. Do we need to go to the left or to the right?
We need to go to the right. Okay.
I want to go to the goat.
Oh no.
No.
Uh,
Grandma was a fucking driver in World War II. That's why, you little shit. I hear you in the chat. Fuck you.
I hear you in the chat.
They said I couldn't drive. Not.
Grandma, the
They
snow's
don't-
getting in my ass crack.
Grandma's the only
That's
one with the
okay.
license. That's why Grandma.
Yeah, it's asking something. Again.
Fucking goat just fucking
Grandma's
hit
the
me off the
fucking goat.
mountain. I'm down. Help me.
Another child's dead. I wish I wasn't so jaded to this.
Pancake, can you bring the nail gun over here?
Yeah.
Guys, I fell.
Oh.
I got kicked off the mountain, literally.
Oh,
no.
you need to do you want to respawn?
Yeah, it's a 3-star.
Oh, Grandma needs a little
Wait,
help.
are the
Another
goats not
cigarette.
pregnant? Oh,
Holy
no.
shit! That ram fucked you up.
Grandma,
Oh.
I'm really scared. I'm really scared
Wait,
of
where are
the.
you, Mia? Mia, where you go?
I fell. I have already left. I'm coming back.
Yeah, I invited her back in.
I need a winch forward, please. Oh, this snow
okay.
is thick.
Yeah, it's
Oh my
real
God.
thick.
Almost as
Alright.
thick as Teddy Roosevelt. Anyways.
Oh my, Grandma.
1, 2.
Why can't I?
Oh, motherfucker.
Oh, I gotta
need
tap
Ah.
your
winch
twitch. There you go.
forward.
You're a wench
Wait.
forward now.
Forward.
Can you send me another invite? Sorry.
I don't
Yes,
need
of
meds.
course. No, fine.
May I also has one?
Yes. Fine.
That's what the government wants you to think.
What about the government, Grandma?
I don't trust the government.
I have
Oh, I knew
another.
that
I have
already,
another controller in my hand. I
Oh.
think you got 4 controllers.
Let's go.
We can unhook the winch now, please.
Yep.
Thank you.
Those goats
All
are
right,
evil.
Grandma. I'm really scared of these
Oh.
goats, but
Grandma's
maybe it
My
can't
favorite
ram the.
child. My favorite child is Elaine so far, but that can change.
Man, fuck you, Grandma.
Pancake's number 2, and Mia is
Wow.
also tied for number 2. I fight to the death.
You mother.
Yeah, I don't trust that goat. Fine, Grandma, can you run that goat over, like you did?
I can try.
To those-
That's a good idea.
Yeah, can
Anybody
you
want
run
to
that
come
goat?
get me?
Where are
Where are
you?
you?
Okay.
I
can you
fell.
try?
I'm in the crevice, like below you guys. Hi.
How do
Let's smoke
we?
this
How do
cigarette.
we?
I see a goat down there and I'm scared.
You
How do
go.
we? Hold on.
I think I hit him.
Maybe
Yeah,
I heard it
shit.
bleat. I don't. Are you stuck on it?
Yeah, a little bit.
I think it's stuck in the tire. All right, I'm coming to you.
Oh shit!
Hi.
Kill you.
Ow. Hey, what's up?
Hi. Oh.
Oh. Oh, that's unfortunate. So
How do
I
I
kind
kill
of
this
threw
Okay, are you good now?
a chain off a cliff.
No,
by
I'm
accident.
I'm injured.
Oh, you're injured. Okay. Oh, I can revive
I
you.
broke my hip.
There you go.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Alright. Oh, I just lagged off the cliff. What the fuck?
1 second.
Ow.
Wait. Ow.
I'm gonna cheat. I don't care.
Can you rappel down with the winch? You could, but I think it's okay. We got it. We got it.
Yeah, fuck, I'm gonna go.
Oh
get
God, the
this.
goat.
Oh, Elaine, if you could invite me once, that would be.
Oh, yes. 1 second.
I fell down the hill. And both my hips broke, and then my neck.
Understandable.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm very
Stupid
afraid of this
goat.
goat. Dude, I just shot like fucking 4 nails at it from the nail gun and it didn't die.
Oh.
Oh, there it goes.
Igor.
Hi, Gore.
Hi, Gore.
Edgar.
Go, go.
We need another board here. Oh, I need you to nail this down. It's gonna
I
start
will
falling.
do my
right?
best.
Guys, I found chains.
can't be
that we
nailed.
could put.
Oh wait, let's just winch it. Let's just winch it.
Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah.
We have 1,000 winch things, so let me go grab one.
Yeah.
Oh! Okay, I'm okay. Yep, come on over, guys. There's a goat, but it'll be okay. Here, wait,
Guys, come
actually,
back.
I think I should winch you guys to the tree down here. Hold on, wait. There you
We're
go.
good. We're
Hit
good.
the
Yeah.
goat.
Yeah, alright. Good job.
Anything now? We need boards so we can go over these.
Yeah, I think we gotta go to the left. I want to say it's something dumb like that because if we go straight through, the branches are gonna catch it.
Ow.
True.
How do we get more boards?
We got. Did you nail down all of them, or are there some left?
No, it looks like there's some left. I'll go get them.
Okay.
Fuck off, go! No!
Great.
I brought chains all the way over. From all the
Good
way at the
job.
very bottom.
Yeah, we are.
Elaine, where are you?
I'm dead at the bottom of the pit.
Okay.
I'll
we-
save
we
you.
get-
Which side of the pit?
Get in the pit. Try and love someone. Ba, 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 da, da.
We got you, Matt. Don't worry. We'll come get you.
Yeah.
We're sending the squad to get my favorite daughter. Oh.
Man, fuck you, goat. Yeah, my toboggan. It's all the way down there. I need a new toboggan.
No, go away. No, you motherfucker.
Oh, yeah, we'll go to
Oh.
Oh, Mew,
son
are
of a
you dead?
bitch. Yeah. I see them both. Hi, guys.
Oh
Hi.
no.
You guys got this.
I think you're on the right side.
Noble told me. He knows where I'm at.
I'm
Yeah.
going for Elaine.
I'm in that snow
Elaine, I went-
somewhere. I'm like in that snow somewhere.
I got me my toboggan. I'm looking for you.
Oh, no.
Oh wait, no, I'm behind. Go back. And then to your right. I can look under the snow. And then to your left. Yeah, and then yeah, straight. Yep. Keep going. And I'm right there. I don't know if you can. Yeah, I'm
I
like
wonder if I could beat the goat to death with a hammer.
you're like on top of my body. I don't know if
Oh,
you can
that's
get me
good.
because I think there's
Oh.
snow. Oh,
Oh,
can you stick me? You put me down,
Uh,
maybe you can stick me.
yeah.
Ah! Alright, time to go get me.
I got. the
just watching
toboggan
Noble.
works.
Let's go. That's smart. I think that might be toboggan is how you like kind of negate fall damage.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes
I did
sense.
yeet one down the side with me, so.
I think I gotta go this way actually.
Oh yeah, this way just goes upwards. Yeah, this is the way I went earlier when I
Right now. This
Fell.
way. Oops. There's a goat down here, guys. Guys, there's a goat down here.
I'm just watching Noble try to do this on his own.
He's got this.
Yeah, he's doing great.
It's actually going pretty good. I didn't think it'd go this far. I don't know where you. I saw you guys for a second, and I'm scared.
Oh,
to get
I see
you.
me. I see me.
Yeah.
Fuck off, goat.
I made it out. I'm coming back to the RV. I walked all the way around.
Oh my god, Mia, I don't know how the fuck to get to you.
There's the tree. Can you reach me if you go across the tree?
No, because the tree like ends before it gets there. What? Actually, hold on. Maybe we can get on the other one.
I was on the way to save you.
Hi, Noble.
How you doing?
Ah! Oh, thanks.
Did you get it?
Noble got me.
Nice. No, very nice. All right.
All right,
How
Mew,
the
you
fuck
gotta
do
make
we
this
get
jump
there?
here, Mew. It's fine. It's fine. Watch.
Ow!
watch.
The goat just ran me over. Goat just knocked me out. What the fuck?
Oh, I lived.
Yeah, you
I-
live.
I-
Good
I'm-
job.
I'm at the bottom of the hill. The goat knocked me out.
Okay, hold on. All right. I'm coming.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Well,
I'm
I see
gonna
you,
be
I see
honest.
you.
It's between me, the RV, and the goat. And I think I'm
I
picking
got
me.
pancake. I got little pea.
Let's
I
go.
got little pea up.
I'm gonna go.
I'm on the
steal
other
some
side now. I
burgers.
walked around. I don't want to fuck with no more goats.
Oh, there.
I'm
Oh,
glad
I'm
you're getting your
alive.
little pea up.
Oh, the toboggans are down here.
No, game, please. Don't. You son of a bitch.
What happened?
It froze again.
Oh,
You didn't even
I
need your
know.
pills for that either. I know. May I have it
Why
in
do I
hot,
keep
please?
calling it toboggan?
Yes.
It's not a toboggan. What's a toboggan? That's a type of
It's
sled,
like a
right?
sled. Yeah, it's like the wooden sled.
Oh. Why do I keep calling it toboggan?
I thought it was being
because it's a fun word to say.
Correct.
It's a fun word to say too.
Toboggan. I love sledding too. I absolutely adore sledding.
Sledding is fun.
In my town, there's like this giant hill at a school, and it's like so popular for sledding. And when it does snow,
That makes sense.
what the fuck happened to the van or the RV?
Where is
the
the
RV's
RV?
fine.
It's right up here.
RV, yeah, I moved
I
it.
ran ahead and ate some burgers because I was dying. Now I'm
Oh.
coming back. Where's that
Understandable.
RV?
It's forward.
Fantabulous. Okay, so oh Jesus, oh Jesus, oh Jesus, oh Jesus, oh Jesus. Okay, it's fine. Oh Jesus.
I think.
Oh sweet Mother Teresa.
I think if we
the
drop it,
blood
it'll
of
be good, right? There
our
you go.
saints.
Yeah.
Oh,
think maybe we can-
yeah,
Maybe we can
definitely,
like pull it this way.
Yes. That's good thinking. That's good thinking. If I could just get into the goddamn car.
Oh,
Alright, hook it. Pull it.
Alright.
Pull it
can you-
hard.
Can you come forward at all?
I am having a hard time getting into there.
Because I
Maybe
can't
forward
really.
tissue.
What if can you hook it to like any part of the fallen tree
There we are.
so we can turn it?
Oh, probably.
oh,
Yeah.
I'm just pushing the RV.
There we go. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go.
Alright,
We made
yeah,
it.
I wanna put the.
All right, hold on. Let me reset the
tubes.
witch.
I want to put the. Oh wait, we don't have the ladder's broken. How am I gonna get onto the roof?
We can fix it. Hopefully.
Yeah, there's a gas station right over here. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, is there? Oh, let's fucking
Yeah.
go.
There's
Let's
a
go
garage.
gas station.
A garage.
Wait, Elin,
What?
here, take this one.
Okay. Oops, I
Thank
didn't mean
you.
to sit. Pick up. All right.
These are like my new favorite items. now.
Oh
witch.
boy.
The winch.
We're coming, Grandma.
Hold on.
The winch. Forward winch to the forward right.
No,
Forward right. Right more. Right more. Right more. Right more.
Oh,
No, that's left. Right. Right. That's left. More to the other way. Other way. I hate you.
Listen,
Quit
she's
the game,
doing what she's got.
girls.
How far can you go?
I froze. I had to quit the game.
I'm stroking.
Oh, okay. I got it. Invite.
Oh.
I was like wondering because your character just kept going, and I was like, whoa.
Help! Grandma's stuck in the ditch again.
Oh my
And
God.
it wasn't
Oh,
from
you
Doctor
actually
this
look like
time.
Grandma.
Oh,
Hey guys,
If
we're
you go.
inside now.
Nothing.
Sit down and hook it to
Hi,
the
Momo.
right. Right there.
This
Yep.
one?
Forward. Hold me forward.
oh,
I don't have the
Owie.
remote.
Forward, please. Forward, please. Forward. Forward.
I don't have the remote,
Forward,
Grandma.
please. Ever. Yeah. Ah!
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Oh. Ah,
Right there.
Grandma still got it.
Yeah, I don't know where you got the app, but I love it.
oh, Grandma!
Oopsies.
Grandma.
Oopsies.
Oh, put the car inside. Put the RV in the garage. Put the RV in the garage.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, put the RV in the garage.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh.
You gotta account for the
Grandma.
stairs, Grandma.
What are stairs?
oh.
I am inside.
Whoa, let's
Yeah.
go.
Yay.
Let's go. All right. Oh, I found the tape.
Oh my. Not sure if that was the garage,
Hey.
Grandma.
Now, Miyu, come over here. We're gonna play a game. We're gonna have family bonding time.
Yeah.
Yeah, get over here. Go over here.
Hold on. Let me fix up the
Put
car
the
just a little
cassette. There you
bit.
go.
Okay, let me put it away. We'll let them finish. We'll let them finish. Where are you, Grandma?
Okay. Okay. So, what we would do
I'm stuck.
is it was called a game called Think Fast. You thought very
Wait.
fast. Oh, you're natural at
Well-
this.
Healthy lane.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Got here to mount your butts. Pretty
Running away from Grandma.
and it's bloody freezing, mate. I can hardly move.
Grandma, no, please!
We don't have any scrap. How do we like? Can't fix
Oh,
a
these are
car.
good. They're winch poles. These are really good.
Yeah, I put some in the.
Oh, yeah, these are great.
car.
Yeah, we need to put them on the roof, but
Oh, this is full. That's
Oh,
why.
accidentally.
Yeah, might as well
Oh,
drink
no.
this.
well.
Now we can play the family bonding game called Think Fast.
Ow, Grandma! Holy shit!
In the back of the...
That'd be so. That must have been so funny from your perspective. Think fast. Throws it at the back of the kid's head.
Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Oh, we need oil. We need oil. We gotta oil up.
I have oil.
There
There you go.
We need more scrap.
No, we just- Yeah, we need more scrap. Maybe we could look around for some scrap.
Yeah. I'm gonna go over here see if there's any like below.
Wait, how
This
long
snow
can we
is
use
so
the
deep.
How long can we use the welder for?
Yeah.
Mm.
'Cause I can't
I don't
reach
know.
it.
It's underneath it.
Yeah, how do you get down there though? Can I crouch?
Oh, I was under there before you drove
Oh.
on top of me.
Shut up.
Oh, I found some scrap.
Yeah.
I got 2 scrap.
Nice. Let's see if that's enough to
Yo.
at least make a layouter.
Yeah. Go look for some more.
Petra, 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 best,
Pedro, 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 pay.
best.
So wait, what does the welder actually
love
do? I do not
Asia.
know.
Right? It seems like it fixes like that invisible body damage.
Yeah. Oh,
Doesn't seem
we
to be
could
doing
put
anything.
the. No, it was healing. Oh, it was healing the blue thingy. Remember?
Oh, so we have to still use parts to fix it though.
Yeah.
Oh, we're out of scrap.
Oh no, it fixed all
yeah.
the blue thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I
We
We
can.
had no more
Fine.
blue damage. It was the blue damage.
Yeah, but we need to get like the main body parts with scrap.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta go. We gotta keep driving. We gotta go get more scrap. We gotta go.
Hey, Pancake,
Yeah.
drink.
What is up
You
here?
didn't drink. You gotta
Okay.
drink.
Chug,
And then
chug, chug, chug.
And then you gotta. Oh, you didn't play the game right. You gotta throw the bottle at your family member's head.
Ugh.
Like that.
Oh fuck.
What the fuck? Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, but let me do that right now.
There you go.
That was one hell of oh.
I don't know if I like that family game.
What?
At least someone likes
It
it.
is a very fun. God, we're stuck. All right, we're good. We're good. We're good. Forward.
On snow chains. Not
Oh,
s-
we need one. We just need one more for the.
Found more the tubes.
Two.
Yeah.
Keep looking for a scrap. I'll keep a looking for the scrap.
Looking for.
Grandma
this-
left me at the gas station.
Yeah, that happens.
I want to say it's a toboggan just rolling down the hill.
Yeah, I threw one down the hill.
Oh, okay.
Like, grab one of these little.
Did you go all the
seats.
way up there?
Yeah.
That's
Looking for scrap.
awesome.
Oh.
I went looking for
Hey,
scrap.
hey, look, guys. Look, hi. I'm going up now. I'm going
Oh.
to heaven.
What? How'd you?
Oh,
I'm
get
going
down
to
there?
heaven.
No.
I didn't think I'd go this way. I thought I'd go down. This is a pleasant surprise.
I want to ride one of these.
I know. How did you get on that?
Oh, you climb slightly up the hill, then you jump on the one that's going down.
Only
I'm
the,
like
the
right there.
Catholics are
Yeah.
able to take this stairway to heaven.
Grandma, you're not a
I'm doing
Catholic.
anything but being.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm so confused.
Grandma's only a Catholic when it matters.
Grandma,
Like
we're
Christmas and New
coming.
Year's and Easter.
Don't
I
forget to
don't
smoke your
see
ciggies.
anymore. I guess I don't know
Oh,
where
yeah,
we're
you're right,
supposed
Grandma,
to. I think
thanks.
wait. Did we start that way? Yeah, we started that way, and now we're going this way.
Bye,
And
RV.
now we're going
Bye,
that
Ivy.
way.
Hi, Mia.
Yeah, I don't
I
know where
see
we're
ya.
going.
I see you too.
Hi.
Hi.
I feel that in my bones. I'm just puffing away on the cigarette. There we go.
I'm gonna come bring these snow tires. Or snow chains.
It's so high up.
I don't know where one of them went. Oh, hey, Noble.
Oh, hello.
How was the trip up?
This game is great.
Oh, I'm not
having
dead
a lot
yet.
of fun.
Oh,
I'm gonna take this back down. Ba, 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 ba. Hey guys,
Hi.
found some snow chains. I'm gonna go put it on the RV.
Oh, hi. Bye.
Hey, bye. Hi, Mew. Bye, Mew.
Bye.
Are there any
Bye.
more toboggans up there?
Yeah, there's like 3 more.
I feel like that's the way
This-
we're getting down.
this is where Arthur Morgan died. I remember him from my childhood.
From your grandma.
Grandma.
Did you fuck him too, Grandma?
Was
Yeah, did you fuck
was
him,
but a
too?
wee lass. We held
So
hands
is that a
though.
no?
We held hands though.
It was very scandalous for the time.
Did you show him some ankle?
Wow, wow. I ain't no harlot.
Are you sure about that?
Yo, are you sure you ain't no
No.
Jezebel?
Nah, I'm better than Jezebel. She wished she was me. I am in fact her, you know.
I am in fact her.
I showed him some booty. Now, see, I'd show Arthur Morgan more than just my booty.
Oh my.
Oh, my. Good for you. Good for you.
Alright, which the fuck are we supposed to be going?
I wanted
Where's
to
the
get
map?
inside this little thing here and see what happens.
Me too.
You too? Yeah,
Where
yeah.
are we right now? We're right here.
Oh. Oh,
No.
I've been sent.
Yeah! Let's go!
No.
I'm gonna get there.
You gotta catch me. You gotta catch Grandma. Just grab Grandma, okay? Just grab
Okay.
Grandma, okay? Okay. Oh,
We gotta go
thank
this
God. Oh, Jesus. You're not my new favorite.
way.
God.
No, it looks like I
Hey.
go this.
You're late.
We gotta turn around. Yo, what's up?
We're the tall thingy that goes across from us.
We're in the trolley carts.
Oh, nice! Don't fall!
Wait, I should have grabbed the toboggan.
Okay, maybe we can go that
guys,
way.
we got
Maybe
a
we can
cat
go
watching
around.
us.
Wait, where?
And my friend Ghost has her hoodie on backwards. She has the cat inside the hood.
Aww.
That's so cute.
Oh, that's adorable.
Yeah. Oh God, please. No, no. Please. Please, no.
I thought you were
There you
grandma,
go.
my bad.
Sacrifice grandma.
Okay.
Oh. I was.
I don't fear death.
Grandma's like, I've been there once or twice.
God, yeah, it's a long ride.
Yeah, this is long over here.
Uh-oh.
Are you okay?
Yeah, no. Well...
You sure?
Well, no, not anymore. I may have died underwater because I thought it would be cool if I could get the car across, and I may have got the RV stuck
Oh.
in some ice, and I may have drowned.
Oh. Well, it will take us a second to come get you.
I can see that.
If we fall, we die too.
Yeah, no, it's fine. We'll take. I'll, as a spirit, I'll watch this peaceful ride. You know.
You know,
Grandma, go get it.
hold me now.
Oh,
I'm 6
my
feet
now.
from the edge, and I'm thinking, maybe
No,
6 feet.
crap.
It's so far down.
Well, bye, Grandma. Damn.
Grandma died near the van.
Oh, I see the RV.
Yeah, me.
Do you want to go see it?
Yeah.
You want to go see it?
Let me see the. Wait.
Oh,
I could land on it.
I thought it would work.
That was a good try. That was a good try.
Oh, oh my god.
God. Well, now this is the you hour, and as we wait to across.
Elaine, give me another invite, please.
I didn't do
Okay.
shit. They threw me.
You're supposed to go save your favorite grandchild, Grandma. What the fuck?
Nah.
I have
Once
no
grandchild's
favorite.
dead, Grandma goes, "See ya, sucker."
Wait, where are you?
I'm
Oh,
in front of
ice
the
water
car.
hurts.
I'm in front
Ice
of the
water hurts.
car.
Yeah, don't
I'm
get
in
me.
front- I'm in front of the car.
Oh,
I'm drowning.
okay. Yep.
I'm in front of the car.
Oh, fuck. I drowned. I fucking drowned.
Damn.
Alright, you know, Elaine, hey, bye.
Hey, I already know. I got you on your hand table.
I guess I'm almost to the
Noble,
other
do you need
side.
one too?
I'll
In
actually
case,
wait
in
for
case,
the-
in case.
Yeah.
In case.
Now, if someone
Oh,
can
yeah.
hit me with the epi, I've had a little bit too many peanuts, and I.
Wait, I'm
Perfectly
still
fine.
alive though. I'm smoking. I can smoke my cigarette while I'm drowning.
Because smoke is life.
Nice. It is.
Also, I see what you meant about the filter getting darker.
Yeah. All that nicotine. Grandma's KD ratio must be insane.
It is.
They called me the Cinnamon Death before in World War II.
I have no idea what the fuck you died under. I don't know how I'm supposed to get you.
Don't. It's fine. You can just revive me at the next one.
Alright.
Pull forward. Forward.
Well, I have to.
Oh.
No!
Go backwards. Go backwards. Go backwards. Go backwards.
Grandma!
Okay, there you go. Okay.
Alright, wait, let me get in first. Okay.
You guys have
There
made
you
to the other
go.
side.
Oh,
You
you
might
did?
want to hook the winch to the left more, where you're
Hey, I bought
standing.
some scrap.
Oh, fucking pog. What's that red thing?
And jet fuel?
So
What the fuck? I bet that makes the motor real good.
So I kind of dropped the remote in the snow, and
We
now
got plenty
it's
of
gone.
remotes. It's fine.
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
extra ones.
Wait, what? You can't hook it to the ground here?
No, you gotta
No.
hook it to wood.
Do we have
Duh.
a,
Oh, we have
One
one
of
of
those-
those winch poles inside the RV.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
need
yeah.
to
Grandma,
ground
we
with
need
it.
to we need to move the thing. It's damaging the motor.
Okay, I got you. All right, watch this. I found the winch pole in the icy water. All right, now I take the winch. And I gotta reset this bad boy. Why is it swinging me?
I think you just gotta let it go. I think it'll reset if you don't have it. Like, it'll be okay. If you just, yeah.
There we are.
There you go.
Holy poly poly. Yeah.
Holy shit, the motor's fucked.
teamwork. No, it's just a little. Yeah, it's not doing
You want to
that
go reset the other one?
great. Reset the other one. How do I drop this? Drop. Jesus. Trying to find oil to feed the engine.
I got
There we
jet
go.
fuel.
Yeah, Mew's got jet fuel.
There's
There we
another
go.
here.
Back one
There
is
you
reset.
go.
Are you able to drive up the hill or no?
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, wait, me, I see you.
Yeah.
I kind of want to like a montage of how many times like Pancakes got run over. It's like every time I look at Noble's screen, just Pancake is just under a wheel.
Here. Hey, I'm gonna toss the jet fuel into the car.
Hey, it's a good idea. You know, I bet Pancake is very tired of it. Perhaps
Shut the
even
fuck up,
exhausted.
Grandma.
I'm tired of this, Grandma.
That's too damn bad! Where the hell do we go? Left, I assume?
Gotta go to the next gas station.
Where's
No,
the
you go. Yeah,
gas
go left.
Alright, if you say so. I trust you, new favorite.
I'm a new favorite.
If you're on probation, though, so you're not that
Oh,
fucking nice, but you know.
Okay, let's go, Grandma.
So this is the
Oh my God, me,
secret
thank you.
goss of the family.
Uh-huh.
There's a lot of inbreeding. So, you know,
Oh.
it was very odd. We got flippers. Everyone's got a
oh.
dolphin-like flipper on
Elaine,
the
did
back
that
of their
work?
neck.
Are you alive?
Yeah, I'm good now.
Why
Thank
is
you.
mine a foxtail, Grandma?
You,
I don't have.
So you know those Japanese foxes?
Yeah.
Someone
I think
fucked
then
one
they are
of them.
called kitsunes.
Someone
Oh.
fucked them.
Oh my
They,
Grandma.
they didn't know they could turn into a human either. That was the weird part.
Oh my god.
But you know, they,
Is that why Papa isn't around anymore?
yeah, the rabies got him. The foxes are notorious for rabies.
I did not know that, Grandma.
I thought it
Yeah.
was because Peepaw got concerned because he turned into a furry.
What
Yeah,
the
yeah, that
fuck,
was-
Grandma?
Because he
Oh,
found out
popular.
that Pancake's mom could be a human, but he didn't.
You know,
You guys
there
go
are very
straight
few
up, or did
facts.
you like go left? Where'd you guys go?
Yeah, where'd
We
you
went
go?
We went
left.
up the hill.
Oh, we gotta go
Yeah.
down this. We gotta go up this crevasse here, I think.
You also have
Really?
rabies ghost? Oh my god. Okay, I'll just
Is
get a
that why
rabies
my
shot. I'm
mouth
gonna
just
kiss you.
like go bubble sometimes, Grandma?
Yeah, that's exactly
Oh.
it. No, I'm no, actually no. It's just a little stupid sometimes. It's okay though. We all live
Oh.
stupid.
Don't
Just
feel like,
like
I would have
me.
gone this far. Where are they?
I don't. I mean, this is semi-easy. Yeah, there they are.
Wait, Mia.
Oh, I
Did
see
you-
the back of the RV. There it is.
Oh, we're supposed to go left. Oh, Grandma, you're sliding.
We might need
Grandma.
an emergency
Garbage.
winch right now. Like an emergency winch, like right now. I'm sliding and I won't stop. It won't stop. It won't stop.
No, you're the man, Grandma.
What?
You're the man,
How
Grandma.
dare you?
I've had the jet fuel, but it didn't fix the motor. But it did eat it, so.
Huh. No, it did fix it some. It was larger before.
Yeah, because that's how they
Wait,
had a
you're
normal one.
alive?
Yeah, me went back to the gas station.
Yeah, we're fine.
Oh my god!
Oh! What did you do? This car is about to break. This car.
Oh,
is
I got
awful.
I got that one emergency. I got that one emergency hitch thing. Let me jump onto the back of the bus and I'll grab it.
Wait, can we
You-
reset
you-
the back?
Yeah.
Can we let the back go?
I'm trying to grab it. Oh, it's Grandma! Grandma!
I think we could just get it to the tree if we could just go forward, but either way works. You wanna do the
Grandma
winch?
hit me again.
It happens. It's okay.
That sounds about right.
I'm
Here,
How
come
do I
forward with the
reset
front
the
one,
winch?
and then we'll see how far it goes, and then I can put this in the ground.
The front winch
Yeah.
will not unwinch, and I don't know why.
That's because I'm holding it. We just need the back one to be off. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
And
the
then you gotta
back one's
move forward.
free.
Move forward.
Well, if you let it go, it'll go forward. There we go.
Oh, what the fuck?
I did realize
I think you're stuck on a rock,
that it would
Grandma.
launch it at the tree.
F push. Got this.
Oh, 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 oh,
There
oh,
we
oh,
go.
oh, 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 oh.
Nice.
Are we still stuck?
We're good now. But we got a
Cool.
daunting task ahead.
Okay,
we
Yeah.
got
that's
why
this.
we got-
We got this. We got the winches.
I got the winch
Yeah.
pole, and then we're gonna bring the winch as far as we can get it, and I'll slit the pole down.
Alright.
Yeah, this is as far as I can pull her.
The front one? Where are you? What? I'm confused.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
I see you right next to the RV.
No, that's Pancake. I'm right next to you. To your left.
Right next to me?
Okay.
Hey. Yeah.
Oh, for some reason
You
you're
guys-
not on my screen.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, yeah. Just put down where you are is like good, if you want. Yeah.
Okay.
You see me now?
No, but I see the winch put down, so it's fine.
Okay. All right. Pull her on.
Grandma's the thing in park.
Yeah.
Why is
No,
it
it's not.
turning?
Because it's heavy.
Oh.
Why is it going that way? What's happening?
I don't. No, it's okay. If we keep pulling it with the winch, it'll be okay. Probably.
Grandma, that's the wrong way.
Just keep pulling.
No.
Just keep pulling. Just keep pulling. Just keep pulling. Please.
There you go. There you go. There
Please,
you
God.
go.
Please, God. Please. Not like this. You ever see Jurassic Park 2, where they're hanging off a cliff in an RV and a winch is saving their life?
I don't remember it,
love
but I
yeah,
believe it.
that's when we were on that first bridge and that happened. That's how I was like, oh god, it's
Yeah.
Jurassic Park 2.
So here's the thing: we're still on ice, so I'm gonna slide. So
Well,
someone
hold
needs
on,
to
hold on,
winch
hold on.
this fast.
Yeah, I'm gonna winch the back of it to that pole that Miu put
Okay.
down,
Fine.
and then we can take the front one.
Shrimp,
My
I
God,
fucking
fine.
love you.
I bet
I
you
can take the
remember the
front
dinosaurs
one.
very well.
Can we unlock the front
Ah!
winch, please? Why is it locked?
We have no health now.
Cause I accidentally locked it, my bad.
Sounds like Grandma's having a nightmare and just keeps saying Poland. Okie dokie. Well,
Where's-
we are
where's
back at
Pancake?
square one.
I'm over up on top of the hill.
Okay, hold
Hi.
on. I'm gonna go grab the remote.
I don't like that grandma's running at me right now. I'm very scared. Motherfucker! I knew it. You
Fucking missed.
Okay.
missed.
Pull the forward one. Pull the forward one.
Okay.
What's happening?
We're trying. I don't know where all the fucking remotes went. Oh, I see where all the remotes went. Okay, yeah, just pull her on forward with the front winch. I'm gonna unhook the back one.
Maybe I shouldn't be using the remote at the same time as
Okay,
you.
all right. Now the front. Pull her on up.
Yep, I'm pushing. I'm pushing.
Okay, there. Yep.
We have 2 HP and a dream.
A little bit.
The RV's worse for wear.
Okay. I'll take the back one. Unlock the back one, please. That's the front. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay.
Blood
all right.
pressure is supposed to stay low.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh, please.
We hit the
Please.
rock,
No.
we're dead.
Okay, that's why I just pull the back one.
Holy shit, I put it in park real fast. Ooh-wee.
We're pulling it. There we go.
Hi,
There we go.
Andrea.
There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go.
Oh,
What happened to all our snow tires?
Well, they
I
dissolve
don't
after
know.
a while.
Shit, do we have another... fuck.
Dang no.
Can we pull it while I'm holding it? Shit,
It
no,
might
it's gonna
just
be 10
pull
seconds.
you.
Fuck,
Are you being
okay.
pulled?
Yeah, I'm being pulled.
I got an idea. Do you guys trust me?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, no, I got this.
Oh,
I
I
got
heard
this.
one. I heard one. Yes.
We don't ask about what happened to the RV.
All right.
Oh,
Don't ask about it. Yeah.
what is happening?
It's blizzarding soon.
Why am I going off the hill? Okay. Okay. Wait. All right. Pull me back.
Alright,
Okay.
guys.
Good morning,
I
Nanu.
found scrap.
Hi, Mago.
Fix the RV,
Found
please,
scrap?
God.
All right,
Found
hold on.
scrap.
Wait, 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 wait,
Fix
wait, wait,
it.
wait, 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 wait,
There's
wait,
like no
wait,
HP,
wait.
fix
Don't
it.
move, don't move, don't move, don't move, don't move.
Prioritize fixing.
Okay.
Yes. The bag.
Yeah, we're good, we're good, we're good. I fixed it, I fixed it, I fixed it, I fixed it a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
as you can see,
Uh.
Mako, we're a little stuck. It's fine. I'm
Yeah,
pulling.
this is okay.
Okay,
I'm
okay, okay.
pulling.
All right, all right, all right.
We are reversing.
Okay, all right.
Okay, we got.
Oh my god.
Thanks, Mako.
Okay.
Those of you there, give
I can
Mako a
push.
shout out. He's wonderful.
Maybe like a little push.
Oh.
Also, good
Okay,
morning, Nanu.
okay, 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 okay. All right, all right, all right, all right. Very good, very good.
Everybody go check out the wonderful Mako.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay, all right, all right, all right.
Okay.
Attach it. Nope, 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 nope. I'm slipping.
I
Pick up.
parked the car.
Attach. Now we reset the back one. Oh,
shit.
no! Okay,
Wonderful
we'll
moment. What's happening?
reset the back one.
Wait, guys. Guys, I have
What's
an
up?
idea.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, hear me out. Alright. We're gonna move the truck or the RV away from
Oh.
there. We're gonna try something else, okay?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So
I'm really nervous,
who's
but
driving
okay.
right now? Who's driving right
I'm
Pancake
now?
is-
driving.
Okay, cool. Alright, so just stay there and don't die and don't pull the back winch. I need to see if I can pull this really, really far away. And
Are you thinking of slingshotting the RV?
Hope
no.
not.
something way worse.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it's locked.
There we
There
go.
we go. Check out Makotas. They play Outlast Trials. Geek. Are we there
Let
yet?
me,
Very wonderful friend.
you know, let me just take a look at this person real quick on my side monitor. Let me. Oh.
Very wonderful. Very sweet.
Oh, they play Peak. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
They're personally one of my favorite story boys.
I'm gonna get out of the driver's seat.
Oh, you know, just
No,
because
check
you
out
said
Miu.
they're
I
one of
check
your
out Miu
favorites,
every day. Are you kidding
I'm gonna
me?
give them a follow.
Hell yeah.
You know what? They seem like a pretty cool person. I'm gonna give them a
They
follow.
are.
I need to
Guys, why is scrap so rare? I feel
I
like,
can't get out of the
yeah.
driver's
Good
seat.
work. It's been a while. We
Fuck
hear
you,
us. I
Grandma.
hope it's not last time.
No, I need to fix this.
I hope correct.
Oh, okay.
Bye, Nanu. Have a good day at work. I'm sorry, been gone for so long, but I love you. Have a good day.
Unhook winch, please.
Unhook front or back?
All of them. We're going back the way we came just a little bit. Why is it just turning? No,
It's the ice.
no, 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 no.
Well, maybe, hold on. Wait, you're closer. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. You're closer to the tree. Hold on. Wait, you're closer to the tree this time.
I set up
Unlock the
metal
front,
plates from. You see, if you look behind the RV, I have metal points set up on the hill.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I'm trying to go that way.
Okay.
I don't want you to go that way.
Well,
Okay.
well,
Yeah,
oh, we're going somewhere. That's for sure.
Wait, hold on. Let's see if I can get us on that tree.
Oh, you let go of the winch. Oh no.
I'm just in wife with winch, and I have button, and I bet to press button. That's what I do.
Okay,
That's my
okay,
job.
okay. Okay,
There we go.
okay.
We're backing it up.
Okay, okay, okay. So
Backing it
where
up.
do you want me? Do you want me to wench you right here? On this guy? Or where?
Right. All right. 1 second. I'm pointing the RV in the direction. All right. Up
There's
this
some winches up on the
cliff.
mountain.
Yeah.
Oh, you want me to go up there? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
You
just
see it?
So we Skyrim the sides. We just walk up.
I see. I see.
You
It's
walk
not gonna
past
go
it.
that far.
You walk past it.
Past it?
Yeah.
If you see me,
Huh?
I'm like right in front of it.
Yeah, I can't reach that far.
You can't reach that one? Wait. How, is it barely? Because I can move it forward a little bit.
Kind of. Oh, we got it. All right, pull her up.
Yeah.
I'll go get the other one.
Yeah. Essentially skipping a level.
There we go.
Oh, if I had a nickel for every time I was climbing a cliff face with an RV, I'd have 3 nickels.
Can you not grab the poles out after?
Big Wayne. I don't know. This is Big Wayne. I'm not gonna lie.
No. This is gonna work. This is gonna work. All right. Now watch this. We just not die. All right.
You gotta kind of come over here on this side. Yeah.
Oh no.
What about this one up here? There's a pole right here.
Yeah, there's a pole right here.
That's.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, what happened?
Not a lot yet.
You're so close.
Someone get in the car and start wiggling the shit out of it.
Which one?
Oh, wait a second. I know a better idea. What am I doing?
What's nitroglycerin do?
Explode?
Sounds like a drink.
It gives a big boost.
Oh god, where the fuck are we? What the hell?
Yep.
Like, where?
Where the fuck are we?
Ow.
What the fuck is going? What? What is this?
There we go. I can't do anything with
I
that.
went to go pet my cat.
Hold on, I'm trying
and
to get
grab
the car
an
to go back up.
orange.
I need to get
Do you
out of
guys
here.
like mandarin oranges or in Christmas time?
I
I
do
like Mandarin orange
oranges, just
all
in
the
general.
time.
Yeah, in general, they're pretty good.
Oh, and there it goes.
Well, I got a big box of them.
Nice.
If you guys want to show them, I'll send them to you.
Yippee.
Hey, Miu, was he something funny?
Yeah.
With the arms wide open.
Oh. Noble got us in this predicament, and he's like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm out.
No! I just found jet fuel!
They can't.
Oh my god, oh
melt
my
the
god, oh my
beans.
god, oh my yeah, okay.
Oh,
Yikes.
The RV's just like me after a night with JFK.
Jesus
Who's
Christ, Grandma.
God damn it, Grandma. I've been trying my ass off to get us through this camping trip.
Bugs.
Can you not pull the winches out after you use them?
No.
Carson's alive. Oh, never mind. I think it's. Oh.
Oh, God.
Ow.
Oh, no. I'm fine.
Ow.
I would say it is. It
Uh-oh.
is midnight. And I think we're kind of fucked.
Yeah. We gave it the good old call. I mean, you crash it. You crash it.
Mew, crash it off the cliff, please. Thank you. Who's rolling towards me?
Me.
Hold on, let me.
That's
Oh,
my
my
dead
favorite
body.
grandchild. Hello.
Fuck off, Grandma.
Grandma, your least favorite's coming too. Whee!
Use the last EpiPen! Use the last EpiPen on Grandma. Oh, wait, you're dead too. Never mind.
Just let me die. It's fine. Wait, can I jork it? Ah, I can only
You can't jork it, Grandma.
Oh, in a
Do it,
previous life, I would have jorked it nonstop.
Alright, love you guys.
Oh.
Yeah! Go to Valhalla, Miu! Go to Valhalla!
I'm going!
It was a good game, everybody. Good game.
Yeah, we
Good
actually
game,
got pretty, we
everybody.
got much further after like Noble started driving. I think it's very funny.
That was the
Yeah.
full first hour, you know.
Yep.
And you know, we have a checkpoint if we ever want to try
Yeah,
again.
yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah,
Wait, shoot someone
totally.
with that.
I'm a murderer.
Wait, Grandma, come over here. Noble, come here.
Grandma,
Noble, I want that. I want the
no.
boo-boo
And
scut
I'm
hat. Can you pick
disposed
this hat
in the
up?
bushes.
Well, actually, wait, don't pick it up yet. Go put on the grandma hat, and I want the grandma hat too. So I want.
Okay, where's the grandma hat?
If you go into the RV, you can put it on in the bathroom and then swap it.
Wait, then can I have your reindeer hat? Can I have that
Yeah.
one?
Yeah.
Oh.
I have it. I have the grandma hat, yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and jump out. I appreciate
No
you.
problem. Thank
Oh,
you,
fuck you,
Mia.
Grandma.
Good game, Mew.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wait,
Wait, just
Noble, pick up the beanie.
I put it
No,
on. I
pick up
thought.
the.
I thought I
You-
put it on.
You gotta switch it, and then I gotta wear it.
Oh, okay.
Switch
okay.
and then drop
There you
it,
go.
and then I'll switch,
And
and
you
then
can
drop
back.
it, and you can put it back, and then. All right, and then here you go. There's the reindeer.
Thank you.
There's the reindeer for you. There you go. Don't. Ow. Stop.
Does that actually hurt?
Yeah, it does. It like breaks my bones, I think. Wait. on, do
Oh,
it
you
again?
set me on fire.
Yeah, it like sets you on
Oh.
fire. Oh, there's no
Wait,
nails.
can I have the grandma hat too, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cook me. My final wish: to be cremated, please. Thank
Sounds
you.
good, Grandma. Right in the Lobotta
Ow.
zone.
Ow. 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 Oh, wow, this takes a while. Jesus Christ!
Yeah, you used up all the nails, man.
Wait, I know, just something to help you,
God.
Grandma.
We're not even a quarter of the way there.
There's all the nails.
I haven't shot them.
Hey,
Oh yeah, hit him.
ow. Ow,
Is that doing? Is that better? Is that
I think so.
faster?
Actually, do both. Do both. Do both.
Okay.
Hit me and
Right.
blowtorch me at the same time.
Oh,
Give me a
okay.
lobotomy and cook me. It's much better.
Right in the zone, Grandma. We got you.
Oh wait, this will help. That's better. Ow. The hammer's doing most of the work, not gonna lie. Oh, we're almost there. Goodbye, grandchildren.
Goodbye,
Bye, Grandma.
Grandma.
We're not actually related.
Throw her.
Motherfucker, Grandma. Oh.
Oh. All right. Thank you for inviting us and getting us this game, or getting me this game, Pancake.
Yeah, of course. I hope that we can play it again sometime. That shit
Yeah,
is
definitely.
Oh, that was funny.
fun. I would love to play when I'm not dying of a cold.
Yeah, that'd be
Chill.
best. Yeah, that'd be best. All right. Have a
GG,
great
everybody.
night. Good night.
Good night.
All right. Oh, I didn't close that properly. Alrighty. That was fun. I think I'd like, if possible, to oh, it's already closed. Okay, that doesn't matter. Oh, it's magic. You know. Okay. I'm going to do a little bit of art. I want to finish the fish for tomorrow. And then we'll probably get off for the night. I think that's what we'll do.
No, our POV, I'm at your door.
Hello, Mew. Hello, my love. Thank you for playing with us. I had so much fun. If there's anything that you want to do next week, whether that's what do you call it? My brain is not working. Whether that's Outlast Trials or anything, please let me know, you know. And I will do my best to be there. Is next Wednesday? No, wait, hold on. Well, that's Christmas Eve. Yeah, I mean, I'm still streaming that day. But if there's anything you want to do next week, just let me know. Let me know, Pookie. Thank you for the raid. I hope you guys are having a wonderful time. I had so much fun. That was a really fun game. I love you so much. Thank you for. Of course. I love you so much. Of course. All right. I just want to. Oh my God. Makutaz, thank you for the follow. I'm following you because my wife said very nice things about you, but welcome on in. Ow, my brain cell. Where is... I need the last color. There's one more color that I need. Actually, there's a few colors I need. Control. And then go here. And then do this one. And this. And then this one. Because I would like to finish this for Fishmas tomorrow. And then... Ancients to engine. Oh, there you go. And then... Boop. 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 Ancients to specific. I think I did that a bit unevenly. Boop. I think that's fine. Put me in it. Okay, and then I need this color. And then this one. Malurk, love you, no problem. Yes, please get some good rest. I adore you. I adore you. I think I'm gonna do it like this. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. I haven't really drinking a lot of just normal water today, so let me drink some water. Also, Andre, I hope you're having a wonderful day, and thank you for stopping in. Alrighty. Let's erase. Oops, not erase. We gotta use the other color. Oh, Andre, I don't know if I told you, but I ordered that mouse that you recommended, the Terra one. I'm excited for it. It is said it is on its way, so I'm very excited. I want to give it another color, but I don't think I can, honestly. I think I'm just going to do this. There we go. Oh, it hard. I'm pretty good. Just EP. Hell yeah. Yeah. Understandable. I did this angle a little weird. Hold on. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Oh. There we go. I think that's pretty cute. Okay. Oh, let me just fill this in. Is this Fishmas? Is Fishmas just tomorrow or the rest of the month? Just tomorrow. Just tomorrow. But I'd be willing if someone was like, I really want one, but I can't afford one until like the end of the month. I'm willing to take like a pre-order. But no, it will not be made until you gift the sub. Maybe actually, maybe I can make some extras and then be like, yo, if you want one, if you missed out on it, you can have one, but it'll be random what the color is. God, I can't wait to play Alien Isolation, but at the same time, I'm scared shit. Dude, on God, I'm so afraid because like when I debut, that's gonna be like one of the sub goals is like playing Alien Isolation. I'm scared. I don't like how I did this. I'm getting late.
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? I think I want this to be a little bit thicker. Oop. Oh, wait. Let's do it like this then. Can I put in a pre-order? I get paid next month. I had to buy presents. Yes. More than happily, Kiwi. For you, just DM me the colors you want. Let's see, is there anything else I'm missing? I don't think so. I think that's pretty good. What do we think of this fish, chat? Do you like it? Every person that gets a fish tomorrow will get one of these. And then I can hang them up in the wreath. Okay. Sorry. I think it's pretty good. Should we give it a Christmas hat though? We could give it a Christmas hat. Hold on. What is this? I don't know what this is. Delete layer. It looks cute. I might give it a little Christmas hat. Just for the extra looksies. This can come down and then merge down. And this is the fish base. And then these are the scales. And then we'll do a new layer. And then let me get like a... Then shift N. I could see if I could actually just use the Christmas hat we already have, actually. Let me see if that one will work. Otherwise, if it doesn't look good, it's fine. I'm just curious. Blind box, milk bean gear. Deeper, far right back to you. Oh, it's like kind of cute though. Oh, let me flip it. That's actually kind of cute though. This tragedy. Okay, we have the ones, so you can have it with or without the Christmas hat. And I'll just decide whenever. So, alrighty. Then we'll do that as the Santa hat. And then I want to do one more thing before we get off. Delete. Lock and save. And then we're gonna go into affinity, and I'm gonna make a gift list, maybe? I don't want to do a naughty and nice list, but I want to do like a Santa list. Did you post the colors into the Discord? I forgot. No, they are in. Actually, here I can do this. Would you be okay with doing it tomorrow, Kiwi? Or are you gonna be busy tomorrow? Because I could. My plan is to Sorry, my brain is like farted. My plan is to pin the form, and then after the stream, I'm gonna go through it and make sure like everyone got their submissions in. Is my current plan. So if you're okay with doing it tomorrow, I could just give you the form tomorrow. Boop. That's not how that works. I'll be here. Okay, cool. I appreciate you. Let me just get this. Because I do want to do like a little list. If I'll make it this long, though, I might make it shorter. Okay, I'll make it shorter after. Let's make a parchment color. I had this idea from when I saw Sino's stream, and he had the naughty and nice list. I thought that it would be nice to have. It'd be cute. Boop. 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 Let's do... Would I not have my brushes? Import brushes. This one should be in here. Hopefully. If it's not, I will be very sad. Okay, art, resources, donors, pencils, presets, my brushes. Brushes into more my brushes. I could just open Affinity in here and then do it then. Then let me make it shorter and thinner. I guess thinner didn't really matter because I'm gonna let's open this place. Just like a star. The export brushes. You are. And then import brushes. This one. There we go. Me that she wants to hold me, to control me. That's behind. Closer. There we go. Just make sure this is 8. I think it's 8. Hold on, file. Open stream. I should have done this on the overlay actually. LMNO. Clean Club. This one. Cool. Okay. Just can't stop my skin. This is not the same thickness. What is the corn? Yeah, what is the thickness of these guys? 2.4. Okay, this is 2.4 as well. But I feel like this is like different. I just can't pull myself away. 2.4. Can't bring myself away. What brush stroke is this using? Which one is it? I think it's this one. Okay. I just can't stop. Oh no. Just can't stop. I just can't stop. Ooh, VTube Studio, don't pause on me now. Okay. It's... Actually, I might put it behind the... Okay. I might put it behind over here. Nah. Actually, I might make this straight. Not that one, this one. Myself away. Okay. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Boop, boop. I won't change the stream title since I'll be done soon. Thank you, Andrea. Closer. Boop. Mornings in the ocean. I feel like that doesn't look as nice. It's gonna look like too much. Should I flip it? Nah. photos instead of chroma tree. Because then it kind of would look like you guys are like looking up at a list. Yeah. Okay. And then frame tool. And then we're gonna do... Oh. Oh. It seems one person released. Now we're gonna do favorites. I don't want to do this one. Can I suggest spoiled and sour for naughty and nice? But it's like none of the. But you can't be bad and get a fish. This is gonna be everyone that like deserves one, though. You know. So it's like, can we do a naughty and nice if it's like everybody's getting one, even if you're naughty and nice? If it makes sense, I'll do it. But I just want to make sure it makes sense. What he wants. Effects. Why is it like that though? Kind of like that. And a gradient overlay this way. Except I want it to be like this color. I like this one. Well, not hard mix. Was it pin light? No, no, no. What was it? Was it just multiply? Maybe Elaine's elves. IDK, I'm throwing stuff at the wall. No, that's fine. Because these are just like everybody, like this is the list of like who's gonna get them. I was gonna put them on stream. I just wanted this to be straight. Oh, is that the problem? Boop. Nope. Right, that one should be right. I think that's just good. I just gotta turn everything else off. Except for the thing that I need, you know? But it's right here. Okay. Export fish miss list. And then we grab the fish miss list. And then we'll put this here. Yeah. Except, yeah, let me just move it because I want to scoot it a little bit more. Santa, you look just like you. Yep. There we go. Yeah, then it looks like you're kind of looking at it. All right, and then source. Well, then I think I'll have this on for the rest of the until I finish it. Is the plan. Fish list. So I think right now we have compact coven, identity, bunby, quetza, the quetzal. Oh, hold on, it's in my brain. And then Kiwi Goblin books. Oh, this is very big. D. Select color, big screen color. Let's see if I can color match this. Okay. Let's make it smaller. That's a little bit small. Let's do. Let's see. Can I do? I'm at top left. Text transform. Freed from file. How do I do a scrolling text GDI OBS? Oh, okay. That's how. Okay. I think it's nope. Fish list. Filters. Let's add 3D effect. Not that one. Ooh, I can't shift it. What's a graphic? Okay, nope, not that. Okay, cool. Yep. Add a scroll though. There we go. The only thing that bugs me... No, I guess it's fine. I just kind of wish that the fish list had the same font. Hold on. DK crayon crumble. Can I do an outline? Great line, vertical outline. Select color. Pick screen color, this one. Okay. And then can I make the outline bigger? Ooh. Good. I'm almost done. I'm just setting this up for tomorrow. Is that legible? Is that legible, chat? I mean, it's not going to be legible for mobile, but is it legible for PC? Coming through tonight on. It's all your fault. Snooze. Hopefully it is. Filter, scroll, limit height, limit width. Okay, no. I think it's good. Okay. Alrighty. Hopefully it looks good. You guys will hopefully tell me tomorrow if it doesn't. But for now, I'm gonna go give you to Kiwi Saw guys, who's doing something. And it looks fun. They're playing Pokemon. They're playing Pokemon. Looks good. Thank you, Kiwi. Thank you. Okay. Alrighty. So I'm going to send you guys to Kiwi. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for watching the RV there. Yeah, thank you for getting our work done. Are you going to give it background shadow? It has both. It's just hard to see, but it does have. Can you not see it well? Hold on. Let me go back. Yeah, that's like a bitch and a half to see. I might fix it. I might not. Depends. But I love you guys very much. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I will see you guys tomorrow for Fishmas. And I am excited. I probably won't only just do crocheting and drawing, but we shall see. I love you guys very much. Have fun with Kiwi. Have a great night. And remember, be goober, be better. And I love you. Mwah. Good night. Good night.